Wake up! It's the Sambazon Dawn Patrol here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, and preparation is happening right now. Josh Kerr with Sierra Kerr. We're gonna see her this morning. Runner-up last year, Sally Fitz. She's ready. Lakey Peterson's gonna go left, I'm sure. Teresa Bonvalat, Anand Matsuoka, all in preparation. You can see by Anand, we know where we're gonna start. George Pataz getting a warm-up in the chilly waters here. Fahine Fierro slashes off the top. Feeling good. Watch this from Morgan Siblick. A hammer in the AM. Defending champs, Sawyer Lindblad's here, and we're gonna see Sawyer first thing this morning. Good morning. It's just another beautiful day, Kuiper Girl, along with Flick Palmentier. And you may ask, why am I wearing dark sunglasses?
Why, Kuiper?
Because I see better with my IC sunglasses, and they've been projecting me with superior vision throughout the entire length of this US Open of Surfing. We got a lot of stuff going on, Flick. We still got a ton of swell, we got a ton of current. Talk to me about the conditions.
Yeah, you know what, that swell's, it's sort of backed off a little bit since yesterday afternoon, but the conditions this morning are really beautiful, nice and glassy, still a lot of opportunity. But like you said, Kuiper, I mean, you can really see it still, that current is just ripping through this lineup. I think we might see a lot of runarounds this morning.
It's going to be a biathlon today, surfing and running. For more on conditions, let's go down to the beach with AJ McCord.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. Yeah, these three getting ready to hop in the water. So give me the breakdown. What are you guys expecting when you get out there today?
It looks really fun. It's a lot bigger than yesterday. Some good lefts and rights coming through. Pure ball rights, left across the bay. I think it's going to be a good day of surfing.
Speaking of a good day of surfing, you're coming up a little bit later in the day. Give me your sort of plan of attack for your heat.
Yeah, I mean, it's bigger today. The waves look super fun. So I think you just got to make the right choices. And yeah, it's going to probably be a lot of paddling and maybe a couple runarounds. So hopefully the right choices and yeah, just surf.
And you'll be one of the ones rooting him on, giving him coaching advice in the water. What are you going to tell him before he heads out for his heat?
When you get anywhere close to the pier, come in and run around. No, it looks fun out there today. I think it's going to change a lot later on. But yeah, looking forward to rooting him on, and yeah, let's get it going, get the Safa crew through.
There you go. All right, Kaipo, that's the breakdown from the South African team. We'll send it back to you.
All right. Still struggling with Luke's last name. I want to get the correct pronunciation of Luke. Slipen?
Schlippen?
He's ripping whatever. I'm going to get it right. I'll ask AJ. Right. Yep. Yeah, look at the current.
Yeah, the current looks super strong. Also, I mean, there's definitely a lot of lefts on offer this morning. I was watching it before we started, but there is the occasional short, punchy right on offer. Saw one big turn. I think that Morgs threw down. It looked really good. You know what? I just can't get over how beautiful and glassy these conditions look. I think wave selection is going to be super important this morning. You know, you don't want to be taking off on one of those lefts that looks just so stretched out, and you just end up racing this thing down the line. You know, you want a little bit of a tapered wall so that you can manage to get a couple of turns in.
Well, let's check out the Surfline forecast for today and the extended forecast. Fabio, Amelia, they're out in the Pacific bringing us some waves, Flick.
Yeah, they're still out there, and obviously we've woken up this morning. We can still see those, you know, the remnants of the swell. I think it's going to hold pretty much throughout today. And, you know, we've got, obviously it's going to trend downwards the next couple of days, but still going to hold through. Let's have a look at today. So this morning we've rocked up. We've got 5 to 7 foot faces. The afternoon, ever so slightly dropping. And good news about the wind is it's going to stay light all day. 3 knots this morning, 5 knots in the afternoon, pick up ever so slightly, but all round should be pretty good.
Next couple of days, Flick, we're going to have waves.
Next couple of days, obviously, like I said, that, you know, that we're going to see that storm sort of dissipate a little bit, which means a decrease in swell, but still plenty of opportunity and really contestable.
I'm excited. Thank you, Surfline, for all the intel. Sierra Kerr, strategizing, the young Australian, I believe is going to come in the second heat of today.
Yep, second heat of the day.
And just like that, we hear the horn for our opening heat. First heat of the day features our defending champ, Sawyer Lindblad, along with Ellie Harrison out of Barwon Heads, Australia. Kira Pinkerton right from down the road in San Clemente, and Anan Matsuoka representing Japan.
Yeah, this heat is so stacked. I mean, obviously we've moved through right now to the next round, round of 32. And, I mean, big names. Sawyer, previous winner. Ellie Harrison, up-and-comer from Australia. Really, really good surfer. Kira Pinkerton, world junior champ. And Anon Matsuoka from Japan, who's absolutely ripping at the moment. So this is a really stacked heat, guys.
Yeah. Anon, just 18 years old. Also, Sawyer, just 18. Kira, the eldest, at 21. So pretty young heat out there. Ellie Harrison, 19 years old. Sawyer's brother, Taj, he had a movie premiere last night. See him surfing, roping cattle, riding horses. He's a real-life cowboy, Taj, and a very talented surfer in his own right. It's a good time. It's a honky-tonk. Love the I want actually, like, I'd love to have the brother and sister duo on the championship tour, add some flavor, bring in some equestrian, kind of like riding around on the beach.
Why not?
Sawyer Lindblad, she's coming back here, trying to go back-to-back, Flick.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's been done before on the men's side. We've seen Kanoa do it, but it isn't an easy feat, especially here. I feel like it's just such a mixed bag with Huntington. You can always guarantee that it's going to be small during this waiting period, at least for 1 or 2 days, but then it could be big as well. We can see one of these storms, so, and the draw is just so hotly contested. So to be able to go back-to-back, I mean, it's doable. We've seen it done on the men's side, but, you know, recently we saw it done on the men's side, but this is going to be a bit of a job for Sawyer because I feel like there's some great names, you know, I look at these next heats coming up, big names, you know, even looking here, Sally Fitzgibbons, heat 3, Erin Brooks, heat 4, Lakey, heat 5, Vahine as well, big name. She won a CT event this year as a wild card. So plenty of talent in this field.
That's right. And when you speak about Erin Brooks, we could see Erin potentially qualify here at stop number 4 in the Challenger Series. Here's Ellie Harrison from Barwon Heads, Australia. Harrison made a splash as a wild card this year. Ellie surfed her way to the quarterfinals this year at Bell's, going down to Joanne DeFay in that quarterfinal, but she just plowed through the draw there on the CT.
Yeah, I actually had a funny feeling that morning that, look, it wasn't right. We'll get back to that in a sec.
Because this is Anan, goofy foot out of Japan, and swinging through there. That's the way to start a heat. Anan Matsuoka.
Wow, that was really, really well done.
Kira Pinkerton right behind her. Kira has to negotiate a crease in the wave, gets one off the top, and that's all it's going to be from Pinkerton.
Anon did such a good job at finding a tapered wave, and Ellie out the back.
Harrison weaving down the line, picking her spot, exploits the lip with a huge backhand hanger.
Hanger, mate. So all the Aussies, you can hear them cheering for that backhand hanger. It was pretty sick, wasn't it?
It was.
One turn, just the one turn there for Ellie, so it's going to be nice to see the comparison between her wave and Anon's wave, which had the multiple maneuvers but was slightly smaller. Ellie's wave, a bit bigger, just the one big turn. So we're going to get a nice indication of what the judges are looking for. Let's have a look. So Anon, nice little slash there, backs it up with a second one. And I really like the finish here. Just nice and controlled and beautiful way to open up. Behind her, Kira. So just one big belt here, and then this wave sort of splits in two. I feel like we're going to see that happen a lot today. This one from Ellie, I just love how she really waits for it. I feel like so many people were getting stuck in the mindset yesterday of trying to fit too many turns in, but she just nails that one section. She really waits for it. I feel, oh, and already up again on the right. going against the grain with that current today.
Yeah, it's quality over quantity when it comes to the judging scale, and Kira Pinkerton employing the same tactic, taking the left and then trying to surf back up the beach with the against the grain right. Haven't seen a runaround as of yet, but it may happen right now. It looks like these two may be taking it to the beach and run south, up current. Expecting a lot of this today, Flick.
Yeah, like you said, what is it, a biathlon?
It's a biathlon.
Yep, well, I think we're going to be expecting a lot of that. So surfers going to be relying on that cardio and time put in the gym, or time spent running, rowing, or riding a bike, still swimming. Seriously,
For sure,
I mean,
yeah.
you need to be relying on that. It's gonna be taking a lot out of these athletes today, these surfers today,
Yeah.
and gonna be sucking in the big ones, I think.
Yeah, the good news is when we look at the schedule today, we got the round of 32 for both the men and the women, which consists of 8 heats in each round. So you can give it your all today because
Yeah.
you're just going to surf a single heat today. Now, you make it through today, that's going to change as we go deeper into the draw and go to our head-to-head matchups in those round of 16 and the quarterfinals, semis, and finally finals. So, but yeah, you can save it all today, each one of our surfers, for just 30 minutes of non-stop athleticism. Anon.
Oh,
Great job there, and she's going to do the runaround. And I want to say a buenos dias. Good morning to Mitchell Salazar. Mitchell.
Good morning, Kaipo. Down here in the Bonsoy Athletes area, and it's obviously a beautiful day with great waves today. We do see that south-southeast more in the water, but the tension in the athletes area right now is, you know, it's up there. Josh Kerr right here with his daughter Sierra. She's about to paddle out. Also want to mention that Cale Bell Warren just ran down out of the athletes area straight onto the beach and coached Ellie Harrison when she was doing the runaround too. So this is really the round for the women where they need to get a big result here, Kipes.
Hey, Mitchell, what's in the athletes area? We know we got some ice cold bonsoy, but what else is for breakfast there?
Sambazon. I'm going to go get an acai bowl right now. We got everything going on over here, Kaipo. I'll bring you one if you want.
Please. Peanut butter added. Thank you.
Of course, I got you.
All
you
right.
know, te quiero.
Mitchell Salazar on the report. And there we go with Anon Matsuoka, Flick, with the runaround.
yeah, I just, exactly like you said, Kipes, they can go as hard as they possibly can today. They know they don't have to surf anymore. This is just one big maneuver. I really liked it. She's going to back up her first wave really nicely here. And here behind her was Sawyer. So opening her account, she only manages to get this one turn. She kind of gets a little bit stuck here, and this wave just runs off without her. So just the one turn for Sawyer. She's also doing the run around. But all women sort of opening up their accounts now, and we get a good idea of what the judges are looking for.
Yeah, and with that being said, Ellie Harrison, that one turn is still the highest single wave score. So quality over quantity is the theme, and that 6.5 for Harrison just stands out to me.
Oh, I think I knew as soon as she'd done that turn, I was like, okay, this has got to be the best wave of the heat. It was just very dynamic. It had a lot of power. There was a lot of precision behind it. And I just like the paced approach. Like, let's not rush this wave down the line. Let's just really wait for this section to present itself. Like, as soon as she took off, she could have actually tried to do a half turn there just so that she could fit two. But I love that she didn't do that. I love that she just waited for it. And it just ended up being this perfectly timed turn, which threw a lot of spray, and 6.5.
Well, since everyone's paddling back out, it's a perfect time, Flick, for us to take a bonsoy brew break. We're frothing the almond bonsoy for this brew break. She's a rookie on the championship tour. How did she get there? Well, this was a key result for Sawyer Lindblad last year in the Challenger Series, taking out a big win here. 10,000 points to her credit, defeating Sally Fitzgibbons in the final here at Southside Huntington Beach. Lindblad was quick, sharp, and together. And this result helped put Sawyer Lindblad on the championship tour.
Yeah, you just look back through all the past winners here, right? And they've all gone on to have pretty amazing careers. This is just such an iconic event. It means so much to get a win out here. It generally forecasts good things for the future of your career. So, I mean, this is only the beginning of Sawyer. She's still so young. But yeah, I mean, sort of surfing beyond her years. I mean, even if you look at the whole women's side of, you know, the last 3 winners on the women's side, all very young surfers. So I think it just speaks to the talent and, yeah, that new crop, that new generation coming through and, yeah, the talent behind them.
Yeah, last 3 winners, Katie Simmers in 2021, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson in 2022, and Sawyer Lindblad right there is our defending champ on the paddle back out. Opened up with a 4.57. So Lindblad's got a little bit of work to do. Meanwhile, it's Anand Matsuoka who's in the lead. The Japanese surfer has been sharp on the forehand with a 5.83 and a 4.77 backup. Looks like the surfers have made their way back out in the water. I feel like the whole circuit of swimming in, running, and then going back out is takes about 3 to 4 minutes. So time management, clock management is going to be another important factor today.
Yeah, I don't think you want to be sitting around too long. I think it's going to be crucial to get an early start, for sure. I also think just, you know, the current, yeah, okay, it makes things, like, it's hard work, right? You're going to be paddling a lot. Let's have a look at this first opening wave of Ellie. This is her 6.5, so she waits for this section. She really paces herself. She lines it up, eyes off this section, so vertical, so tight, so crisp. And yeah, 6.5, another look from this angle here. You can really just see how deep that bottom turn was, how vertical she got, and just how good that technique was. But the good thing about this current, right, is it is forcing people to do this run around, which means there's going to be a lot of space in the lineup and that means you're going to be able to find space. Priority necessarily might not play into it so much, you know, because 2 people might be running around. There might only be 2 other people out in the lineup. So, I mean, you could look at it that way that, I mean, right now all 4 surfers are actually quite close to each other, but as soon as those sets starts coming through and people start taking off and catching waves, going to be a lot of space out there.
Nearly halfway through this heat. And the priority, speaking of priority, sits with Kira Pinkerton out in the white jersey. Kira currently in 2nd place. The 4 and a 5. There's Kira. 2nd generation pro surfer. Dad Jim, Goofy Foot out of San Clemente, was a star on the Bud Pro Tour. And here comes Kira. Picks a spot, slashes off the top. 2 times there, controls that finish, kicks out, likely to build upon her scoreline. What do you think, Flick?
Yeah, definitely. I think she's going to improve on that 4. I think they would do nicely placed turns. A little bit of variety there for that carving maneuver to that sort of more vertical snap and to finish. So I think she's going to improve on the situation. It was a smaller wave, but just the technicality was really nice. And it looks like Sawyer might be having a look at something here down the line.
Here we go. Sawyer Lindblad. Lines up for a snap there. And a nice finish. Ellie Harrison dodges that section just to set up a nice slash on the backhand. 2 times for Harrison, putting it together. Wow. Sharp surfing from the Australian, and Anand on a messy looking wave. I don't know if that's going to improve upon her scoreline, but what an exchange.
Hey, Ellie's wave choice right now is great. I mean, that's got to be better than a 6.5, right? I feel that those 2 turns were impeccable. And yeah, I just feel like it was really easy to see between that exchange between Sawyer's wave and Anon's wave, very similar, peeling out to sea, whereas Ellie was able to pick out the eyes out of it. This wave had a different angle on it and had a different sort of bowl to it. It wasn't racing off down the line. Places that turn nicely, comes around this section and absolutely cracks it. Her backhand is looking so strong. And yeah, wave choice, so good as well. Just wave had a different angle on it, just really allowed her, you know, to surf to the best of her ability here. Whereas it kind of seemed like to me, Sawyer was kind of chasing the wave, you know, chasing it. And Anon as well sort of seemed like that as well. This one also very frothy, hard wave to surf. She gets the 2 turns. I don't think it will improve on her situation.
And here's Sawyer. You talked about the kind of a horizontal approach on this wave.
Yeah, horizontal, but I think it's just the wave choice that's, you know, she's forced to surf like that. I mean, it was still a good finish, don't get me wrong, and she's going to, you know, she's going to get her second wave on the board. But the wave choice, I don't know, if, you know, you got to think in the context of this heat, who's already dropping scores, Kira and Ellie, right? You got to kind of keep a pace with them, and now she's going to take up another 3 to 4 minutes with this run around and paddle back out. So I think she's going to have a little bit of work to do.
The score did come in for Kira Pinkerton at a 6.33. Still waiting for scores for Anon and Ellie. 5.2 for Sawyer Lindblad, checks in. Still waiting on a couple scores to give you the entire situation. Replay here of the 6.33.
Yeah, so this wave from Kira, I really love this. Beautiful carve here, and gets smaller on the inside, but man, she got fin release there on that last turn. It was nicely timed, very critical, and 6.33. So currently the second best wave in the heat, but we're still waiting for that one of Ellie's to lock in. And I dare say that that will be the best one of the heat, so. Ask and you shall receive, Kuiper.
Thanks, Mitchell Salazar. Brought me a Sambazon bowl. I actually don't like granola in mine, though, but...
You did get your peanut butter wish.
Thanks, Mitch. Number comes in for Ellie Harrison, and as we suspected, best wave of the heat, Flick. Let's take a look at the numbers.
Yeah, so one judge threw an 8, so drop that score because it's the highest. Drop the 7 and 7.5. But yeah, beautiful. I just think her wave selection's on point, and she's got a really beautiful pace to her surfing. It doesn't seem rushed. I think that rushed approach, you can really see, like, it comes through in the style, and it sort of translates to being frantic, or you're trying to chase this section down the line, whereas Ellie is just seems like effortless to me this morning. It seems like she's got a good read on it.
So Matsuoka needing a 5.51. I'll take another look at this high score of the heat.
Yeah, so up into the lip, beautifully placed. And then here again, I just can't say it enough. It just looks effortless, right? Like where a lot of people look like they're chasing a wave down the line, she's able to almost just wait for this bottom turn, place that turn, and again for the second. So whatever Kale has told her to do this morning, it's definitely working. Or, you know, her wave selection's on point, and she's going to be feeling pretty good right now. She's in a great position.
Yeah, solid start for the day with Ellie Harrison. Lines coming through here. Again, south hurricane swell with an extreme south angle. But the sandbars are pretty good still here on the south side of Huntington. Surfers scratching for this one. And the game today is find the corner.
Most definitely. You really want a tapered wave out there today. As we'll see, another set.
A wax head down on the beach.
Good morning, guys, and we are so far south down the beach. A very unusual where Sawyer actually ran around as I'm walking forward so I don't get my shoes wet because the tide's coming in, Sawyer was another 300 or 400 feet to the south of where we are now. We are outside the contest zone already. Philippa Anderson is walking down a long way right now, about to where Sawyer actually paddled out. There is sandbars up and down the whole beach. It's absolutely pumping. There's 3 separate peaks right now. The pier bowl, it's a last resort. They'll end up there with the current moving down, but at the moment, there's this peak straight out the front. The surfers are on this middle peak, and they'll slowly make their way down to the pier bowl and do that run around. It's gonna be like this all day, and it will get bigger with that incoming tide at about 1 o'clock. So action galore, it's cooking.
Yeah, you're right. And so confirming, Matt Chinaski confirming what we were just saying in that the bars are good, the sandbars are good, and that's not always the case here, especially with a really south swell like this. Could just be one line, but there's we're happy to see that the sand here in Huntington is good, because it's not always that case. So it's holding, it's handling all this swell.
Yeah, it definitely is. There's definitely corners out there. I've actually been impressed. Yesterday morning was probably the best I've ever seen Huntington. I mean, when it's that sun, you know, started to get a little bit more higher in the sky, the water was super blue, the swell was on the rise. It was really dreamy, glassy conditions, and it was just peaks everywhere. It looked so dreamy. I was kind of spewing that I was in here commentating. I was like, I want to go surfboard riding. It looks so fun. But I think what Matt said is so true. As that tide fills in, it's going to get bigger, it's going to get harder, and I think wave selection is going to be even more important. You take off on a dud when it's big, wow, big mistake.
Here comes Anon. Got to deal with some white water on the face. Matsuoka just needs a mid-range score to go into second advancing position, but cannot hang on to that finish. There was a lot of jumbled water there. Anon was looking for a 5.51 to move into second. And she's going to decide to paddle back out rather than do the runaround.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be the 5.51. She obviously fell on that last turn, and I think her wave choice right now is sort of letting her down. The last couple of waves she's took off on have had that, you know, that foam through the face of the wave, therefore it makes it harder to surf. They've sort of been running off down the line. Let's have a look. You can really see it here. It's just so whitewashy. Almost looks, yeah, it's just a tricky wave to surf. You know, I compare it to sort of, you know, the Ellie's waves or Kira's waves, and those ones were a lot cleaner. They also had a different angle on them. She's right next to the pier here. You can see it.
Yeah, the point of diminishing return going up, right up against the pier. The little gutter will help you, but it's going to be hard to swim upstream in that position.
I think though, with 6 minutes on the clock, she's probably asking herself the question, do I even have enough time to come in, run up the beach, paddle back out, and would I have another opportunity?
Yeah, she's,
you know,
she's going to give herself a chance here.
Yeah.
Perhaps against the grain into the current pier bowl right. Wax touched on that as kind of, you know, the last option for our surfers is where they're going to end up before they get completely out of the competition area. Or she can go daredevil on us and go straight through the pier on a left. We'll see. You can see that ribbon of white water on the way out, indicating a little bit of a rip coming through, and setting up for those corners that the surfers are looking for. Right now, we have our defending champ in a precarious position. Sawyer Lindblad needs a 6.14 if she wants to move out of this heat. So Sawyer, with under 5 minutes, needs to find a wave and needs to perform.
This is pretty interesting right now. You know, she's got second priority, right? And it'd just be interesting to know where Ellie is and in relation to Sawyer. I think she's totally within her wheelhouse. I mean, Sawyer, she's defending champ. She's had an amazing year on the CT this year. which was an incredible performance. She basically needed to make the final to, you know, make the cut, which was incredible. And then, you know, went on to Tahiti, had that amazing performance there. You know, she rocked up, saw some of the best waves of her life and got the best barrel of her life, shot out of a barrel, 9-point ride. So we know that she's capable of excellent performances. It's just right now, time's ticking down and whether or not she's going to get a chance.
Let's take a look at our live rankings where we see Kira Pinkerton and Ellie Harrison pretty much neck and neck, 14 and 15.
Yes, super close right now on the rankings for them. Ellie's kind of, yeah, okay, they're 14 and 15, but Ellie's 2,000 points ahead right now. But obviously they're both advancing. It's a good scenario for them. The other thing for Sawyer is, hey, she's already on the tour. She's got Fiji next week. Kind of not so much pressure for her. So obviously she's competitive, right? She wants to make this heat, but in terms of the ratings and these two women wanting to advance, they're in a good position right now.
Yeah, again, we take the top 5 women from those rankings at the end of the year to qualify for the championship tour. Sawyer, if she doesn't make it, she's going to focus on her front side and focus on the cloud break, where the Corona Fiji Pro is going to take place starting August 20th. There, stop number 9 on the championship tour. Kira Pinkerton currently in second. Pinkerton looking to better a 5 to increase her score line. Gets a nice slash there and goes down on the second one. So I believe the situation will remain the same for Kira. It was the right we were anticipating for Anand Matsuoka, and so close. Beautiful lip glide on the backhand there. Looked like she had it, but just got bucked in the end.
Yeah, she makes that. I mean, Ellie dropped to 6.5 for one turn. If she made that, that probably would have been the single best turn of the heat. That was a good effort, but she's going to need to try again.
It's a bummer for her. She just needs a 5.51, so she would have for sure moved into second place if she completed this.
Yeah, this wave had a nice size to it. It was a lot cleaner than the other waves that she chose. She just sort of fell off the back of her board there, but everything was going right. Kira took off on this one. She used her priority and gets this nice first turn there. She has such a good backhand, and then just a little late to that second turn.
Kira remains in second, and even with the fall, she did slightly improve upon her scoreline. A 5.57 drops for Kira Pinkerton. Ellie Harrison in the lead. Anand now needs a 6-point ride. Sawyer Lindblad near a 7-point ride.
You know, that last score from Kira just tells me that today I think we're just going to see big one turns, right? One turn scoring really high. I don't think you necessarily have to go out there trying to find the perfect wave. You know, to me that just says, hey, you can do this in 2 waves, both with one turn. Judges making that very clear in this morning's heat.
.40 seconds. Let's get eyes on Sawyer Lindblad. See if she's in a position for a wave. Here she is. Needs a 7. Just 6.7 exact, but just rounded up to a 7. And she's, that wave did not have that number in it, I don't think.
No, definitely not. I think she knows this. She's coming in. She's not going to get another opportunity. And hey, she can jump on a plane, off to the tropics, off to Fiji.
So our defending champ out of the event. That means we're going to have a new champ this year on the women's side. Ellie Harrison was strong in her performance. She's moving out along with Kira Pinkerton. More surfing on the way after this.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Hurley, born from water. By Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. By Eventbrite, on or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. And by Rad Power Bikes, the official e-bike partner of the US Open.
Back at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, heat number 2 out in the water for the women's round of 32. Nadia Arostave, Luana Silva, Sierra Kerr, Philippa Anderson. 4 surfers enter this heat, only 2 advanced. Kai Figueroa along with Flick Palmentier on the call. Great heat. Excited to see what Sierra Kerr is going to bring, as well as Luana Silva, 2 rising stars in women's professional surfing. Replay, this is a start for Sierra Kerr.
Yeah, so just a little setup carve here. She really lines up this inside section. Brought the nose of the board back around and, yeah, a little 2-turn combo. And Lulu, see what she got done. Chooses to go right there. So just a little snap for her, 1 turn.
And a big duck dive.
Sort of bigger set rolling through, eh? Wow, that is actually quite a big set.
And just gonna get through this one though.
She's no stranger to bigger, more powerful waves.
Yeah, Luana Silva representing Brazil, but lives on the north shore of Oahu, where she developed her surfing. A great talent. Started the season with a runner-up finish there at Snapper Rocks. Luana has had a roller coaster professional career at only 20 years old. Qualified for the 2022 Championship Tour. Fell off the tour then. Last year, got back on the Championship Tour. Finished the season outside the top 5, number 6 on the Challenger Series. But with Steph Gilmore taking her year off, Luana found herself back on the 2024 Championship Tour, but unfortunately was not able to survive that mid-season cut, so Luana's back on this Challenger Series. Currently, number 7 on the live rankings.
Yeah, Lulu, exactly. I mean, you nailed it, right? Roller coaster of a career at only 20 years old. You know, on the tour, off the tour, Challenger Series, CT. I mean, you know what? It's just a lot of experience and a lot of heats on the board. She's such a good all-rounded surfer. I think her strengths are her rail game. And obviously, spending a lot of time at Sunset Beach. And yeah, just that really fluid, beautiful surfing. As we see Philippa running around, so she must have caught a wave.
Take a look here.
Yeah, so Philzy up and riding. See what she got done here. Nice little snap. Can she get the finish here? Goes up for a big turn, but just sort of mistimed it and came down with that explosion. So just getting detonated there.
Let's hear from the first heat winner, Ellie Harrison's with AJ McCord.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. Ellie, still catching your breath here this morning. A lot of running as well as surfing. How did that affect the way that you surf the heat, knowing that you're going to have to do so many runarounds?
Yeah, doing that runaround at the first part of the heat, I had a feeling that we were going to have to. So, I don't know. I just tried to not go as fast as normal and just kind of catch my breath on the way. Kale came down to talk me through it. So, yeah, I don't know. I just did it way more cruisier. I got out there, got my breath instead of just rushing and overthinking it. Yeah.
Well, and it seemed like when you were in the water, your wave selection was just exactly on point for the first heat of the day. What was the feedback that Kale was giving you as you were running up and down the beach?
He said that turn was pretty solid and that's kind of all I need, another one of those or another 2-turner and it's kind of heat over. So that's, what I did and, just try to shut the door pretty early. So.
It was a great start. What is the biggest thing for you that you want to accomplish as you move forward in the next round? Biggest takeaway?
I don't know. I haven't really started off the year that well. I got a 5th in Bolito, so I'm just kind of trying to get some more confidence in my heats again. Last year, I felt like I had a lot more confidence than this year. But yeah, kind of got like expectations of myself, so just trying to like slow it down a bit and have fun along the way. My mum's here and we're having a lot of fun, and yeah, it's good to have my coach Kale here.
Awesome. Congratulations. See you in the next one.
Thank you.
Well, with that, Ellie Harrison moving to the round of 16 and moving up 3 spots to number 11 in our live rankings. Taking a look at the live rankings, Kira Pinkerton up a spot to 14, 3 spots up for Ellie Harrison with that heat win. And on Matsuoka, not improving. You can see her grayed out on the bottom there, but we're going to see a ton more of these surfers in this round of 32, so this is going to shuffle up and down on our live rankings.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a lot of movement, and I mean, that was a great heat win for Ellie. We heard her talk about it. She, you know, she had a lot more confidence last year, but she really is sort of, you know, that next sort of bit of talent coming out of Australia. You know, you've obviously got the Molly Picklum on tour right now, and she's obviously doing incredible things, but I feel like Ellie's that next generation just below Molly. And yeah, she's filling those shoes.
Nadia Arostabe is a star forming from the Basque Country. 7.17 for that.
Hey, disappearing act, judges love it. I heard big claps behind us when we were hearing from Ellie there. As you see Lulu.
Luana Silva picking a spot for the finish. Gets to it early, slashes there. That's going to be the second scoring wave for Luana Silva. Proning in now for the runaround south on the beach and up current. Plenty of waves in store for us. And Nadia Arostabe with a great start with that 7.17. Nadia has made finals day in every Challenger Series event this season so far. Sierra Kerr.
Oh.
Well-timed finish for Sierra Kerr, the 17-year-old out of Carlsbad / Coolangatta. Choose your city.
That was really, really good for Sierra. I loved how she just really waited and timed that last section. When you've got one of those foamy sections coming towards you, you can either go up and hit it early or just have a look here. Let's break it down. So tight little jab in the pocket there. It's really all about this last section. Just really well timed, rides out with ease, so much control. And then Lulu here, smaller wave. It's a couple of nice little turns, but when you just rewind and think about Nadia's wave and Sierra's wave, I think she's gonna need to do a little bit more here.
Luana on the runaround, scores in for last of Luana, just a 3-point ride. That's enough to keep her in second place, momentary second place. Sierra Kerr also running around. She's got twins as scores. A 5.5 backed up with a 5.5.
Yes, that was a really nice way as we see Josh, just a couple of words of wisdom running alongside Sierra there. Looks like she's taken the paced approach too, nothing too hectic. Regain, sort of not get too out of breath for that paddle back out.
Sierra Kerr, we're going to see her at Cloudbreak. She's got a wild card to stop number 9 on the championship tour. Let's hear her thoughts on her upcoming Fiji event.
Yeah, I'm so excited because I always grew up watching Dad at this comp. I even caddied for him one time. Nearly got took out by like a 2-footer, and I was like 8, so it scared me. But yeah, it can't be much better of a wave to start my first ever CT at, so I'm really excited, and it'll be cool Dad caddying for me in the channel, and I'm super excited for it. I haven't really surfed like Cloudbreak since I was little, but we just went for a trip back there, and it was a lot different than I thought it was gonna be, like the way it breaks, but it's a sick wave. You can get really good long. I didn't expect it to be such a long wave, which is sick, and hopefully it's pumping and we get some really good barrels, and I'm excited to push my limits out there and see how it goes.
Yeah, we're going to be excited to see her as a wild card. Nadia Arostabe here, and just only gets that one turn, so a short ride for Nadia, but she will move into advancing position with that second wave in her scoreline.
You want to hear something interesting about Nadia?
Yeah.
Well, last year on the Challenger Series, she only did 5 out of the 6 events, and she still finished 8th on the Challenger Series, so only a few spots short of qualifying. only doing 5 events, so pretty incredible, right? And then she's come on to this year, and exactly like you said, Kipes, hasn't missed a finals day. She is incredibly consistent, and she's just blown me away with her performance, right? She's kind of, the last 2 years, really, I mean, I say come out of nowhere. It's not come out of nowhere, but just I feel like her performances has just really risen. And right now, I think is she currently 6th on the rankings?
Yep, live rankings, she's number 6 right now.
So if last year was anything to go by, out of still missing 1 event and placing within the top 10, I mean, that's incredible performance.
Yeah.
And then let's break down this. So just the 1 turn here from Nadia. Nice rail work there. But so she's backed up that 717.
And Filippa search. Oh, coming back to live on that right with Nadia Arostabe. That's going to nicely back up that 7.17. She got a 4.43 for the previous ride, but I think she just bested that number.
Wow, that was so well timed, and another big number, definitely. Let's have a look. Beautifully timed on the backhand, winds up. She throws a lot of spray, and I think that comes down to her timing, you know, just precision timing. That was just really well executed, and quick succession straight after that 4.43. So she's choosing to come in now. She's going to do the run around, and she's really going to shore up that lead, that's for sure.
She's looking calm and just in control. There's nothing rushed about her, even her facial expression as she was coming in. Knows that she's really got control of this heat. I'd love to see that calmness. 8.17 for Arostabe. She's in the big lead. Here we go. Filippa set to throw that away, but back to Nadia. 7.17, 8.17 in a commanding position right now. Mitchell, what are your thoughts?
Well, Kaipo, just coming back from the Olympic Games in Tahiti, Nadia Arostabe finished with a 5th place finish over there and had a great result, obviously, but as Flick was saying, number 6 in the rankings on the Challenger Series, only did 5 events last year. Consistency is key for her, but as you said, she's enjoying it right now, smiling through everything and traveling with her partner, Guilla Gutierrez, who's also a great surfer. They always focus on pre-event kind of preparation, and that's really worked out in her favor. She came here just a few days before, after finishing in Tahiti, and guess what? It's paying off, Kaipo.
It is. It sure is, Mitchell. And we saw her with a smile on her face as she was running up the beach. We also saw in that 2 box, we saw Luana Silva with some great surfing too. And Silva, with that last wave, she needs a 6.33 to move into 2nd and kick Sierra Kerr out of that spot. A 6.23 for Luana Silva, just under.
Yeah, really close to getting the score there. Let's have a look. So she gets this first little setup turn, and it's really, all the points have come from this turn, right? It was just really well timed. Once again, just sort of speaking to what the judges are looking for this morning. I mean, Nadia, 7, 1 turn, 8, next, you know, another backhand turn. It's just, here we go, Sierra. Oh.
Going for it.
Yeah, definitely not hesitating, that's for sure. But I'd say, you know, that 6.23 for Luana, she's just got to repeat that again, and she's up into the lead. So
I'm kind of trying to wrap my head around that score.
I think,
because you know, theme was 1 big turn. That was a big turn. 6.23. My opinion,
yeah.
little low. A little low for Luana Silva.
Oh, a little low. You think it
Yeah.
should have been higher?
Yes.
Yeah.
My opinion.
Yeah. I think, yeah, it was great surfing. It was all the points have just come from that 1 turn. I don't think that other turn really factored in that much. I mean, it's just a little setup, but she can draw confidence from that, right? Like, she's just got to, let's have a look here.
Yeah. Let's look at Sierra going for it.
Yeah, so no hesitation. Just the bottom of that wave just dropped out of nowhere, and she just went down the trapdoor.
This is an 8.17.
Yeah. I mean, that was very critical, right? I still do believe that that should be the best score of the heat.
That's an 8.17. This is a 6.23.
You know what? She kind of cut the bottom turn a bit short. Like, if I'm going to be hyper critical here, I think as she was coming down from that little setup maneuver, she didn't quite drop all the way to the bottom. And look, this could be because that's what the wave was offering. But I'm just trying to see where the judges could have got this score from. Is like she kind of cut that bottom turn a little bit short, maybe. I don't know. I'm just trying to see it from their perspective.
You know what? I got my ICs on. Can I see it again, please? The replay. Here it is.
All right. How about you take us through this, guys?
Okay, so right here, and this is committed, stabs it, little bit of a extension there, fist pump. Not that you score the fist pump, but when I contrast an 8.17 and the differentiation between an 8.17 score and a 6.23, that is what I was trying to wrap my head around.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's almost 2 points between it, but I don't know. For me, I just looked to the bottom turn. I think Nadia just had a deeper bottom turn. She did throw more spray. I think it was a bit more. Her turn was a bit later.
Oh, it was a better. It was a better performance on Nadia's, but
should it be 2 points between?
That's yeah, exactly. Well, the heat plays out right now with 12 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock, and Luana Silva now just needs a 4.77 to move into second place. Philippa Anderson's looking for excellence. She needs 8.33 at this moment, but a nice completion would get her back into this heat. Unfortunately, got caught on the heels there.
Yeah, that wave, just wave choice for Philippa at the moment is just not really playing out as we see big lines sort of stacking up here towards the south. So looks like Lulu's could be in position, but I think this could be a big closeout.
Wow, multiple lines here.
Maybe not. Could be a little corner here, or not.
She's gonna have some choices because there's no shortage of waves, and there's plenty of time on the clock. 11 minutes 45 seconds. She likes the look of this one. Here we go. Silva, check turn there, sets up, slashes on the backhand, checks her watch. Just needs a 4.77, so surely that's a 4.77, and we're going to see a change in the situation out on the water.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. It was almost a replica of her previous wave. Let's have a look. Waits for this turn, little setup, and lines up this last section. Really critical last turn there. It really was almost identical to her previous wave, so there we go. You got to be thinking that Sierra has got a little bit of a problem on her hands at the moment, and she's going to need to keep surfing.
Philippa Anderson carves off the top, running wave down the line, a second carve. The surfer from Newcastle, Australia, and a nice completion.
Yeah, she got the completion there, but, well, she's ending up really close to the pier. Or no.
Yep, just go through it. There she goes. Yeah, so once you get through that pier, there is a little bit of a gutter right there that's formed by the outgoing push of the water. Let's check out the replay.
So this wave here, just a nice little snap, then it starts to run off down the line, so she builds a little bit of speed. That was a better turn for Philzy. Eyes up this last section really late, and she does everything she can here to just hold on to this. This is obviously her best wave, little 3-turn combo. So interesting to see where the judges go from here as she looks to make her way in. And I mean, 10 minutes on, just under 10 minutes on the clock, and Philippa is looking to do this run around.
Taking a break. Sally Fitz, she's getting ready. She's gonna be in the next heat. We'll be back after this. Visit Huntington Beach. It's more than just surfing at Surf City. Pacific City, great retail, as well as cuisine there, numerous restaurants, and some classics as well, right out here on PCH. One of the classics, TK Burger. Go check them out. Order a combo. Been there for 40 years, 30 years, whatever, long time. Classic burger joint. Kuiper Girl along with a classic surfer, Flick Palmentier. And Flick, when we went to break, we were assessing the last wave for Luana Silva. Luana did it with a 6.3. Silva has moved into second place in advancing position. Sierra Kerr now needs a 7-point ride. Philippa Anderson had her best score, a 5.47. Philippa needs a 7-point ride. And Nadia Arostabe, she's running away with it. Yeah, we just saw a semi-cake move down on that inside sandbar.
Could have got coned on that thing.
So priority with Sierra Kerr. You can see her in the white jersey there on the paddle. So Sierra does have priority. Again, she needs a 7-point ride to move into second place.
Things are really tightening up in this heat right now, especially with that last score from Philippa too. I mean, she's back in this now as well, so that's good for her, but pressure's on right now for the youngster, Sierra. And yeah, she's really got to make it happen.
If you're just free surfing and not in competition, there's all kinds of peaks. But we're getting scored right now, so you got to make sure you execute on that.
Good news for Sierra right now. Obviously, she's got the priority, but you know what? Luana's sitting right next to her, and I think that's a good choice. You know, you're kind of applying more pressure, just being within her space. You know, giving her something to think about. Like, look how close Lulu right now is to Sierra. I think even though it'd be nice for Luana to improve on her situation too, just being within Sierra's space, it's going to do things to Sierra's psyche. You know, like, better than Luana just giving her all the space in the world, all the choice in the world, and, you know, freedom to sort of be like, oh, okay, I can breathe right now, but really Luana is applying that pressure, so.
Well, Luana with second priority, what she would want to do is wait for a closeout to come through, paddle furiously for that closeout like she really wants it, and have Sierra Kerr use her priority on a bad one. So there's Luana.
I mean, Luana could also improve on her situation though too, you know, like, and she's got to be careful because if she does paddle, she'll lose priority over Nadia as well. So sort of like a little game of chess right now, like on the decisions that she does make, so. But yeah, I think you're right, Kaips. I mean, she can definitely sell a wave to Sierra, but she's got to be careful about what one she is paddling for.
I like that we have also, and this is not any information, this is just my eyes, not any information from Surfline, but it does seem like there is like a little bit of a northwest mixing in. Looking for a barrel there, Philippa Anderson, not finding it, but you can see with the peaks here that this hurricane southeast swell is getting broken up by a cross swell. So,
which is good, right?
Of course, yeah. So
look at that little peak.
That's what I mean. So you can see that there's another swell in the water, and that's really good news for today's competition. It's a lot less straight than it was yesterday. So I'm hoping that this trend continues throughout the day. You can look at that. Crossed up water equals peaks on a beach break. Exactly what you want. Combine that with an overhead swell. Makes for good surfing, good times.
Yeah, it does.
That means everywhere on this stretch of Southern California is probably really fun right now. River jetties, 56th Street, Newport Point.
Want to go surfboard riding.
And this is playing out right now in Luana's favor Flick, just because the clock's just burning down right now, just ticking down, and no real opportunities yet for Sierra Kerr to answer back.
No, I mean, it's playing out great for Luana, right? She's probably like, oh, thank God, the ocean looks a bit flat at the moment. But for Sierra, you know, this is not the way she wants it. She wants opportunities. She wants another roll of the dice here. Looks like we might have one now.
There you go. Sierra Kerr eyes this one up. Couple of choices for her. There's a couple of waves in this set. Declines on the first. Second one's looking pretty straight as well. 7-point ride needed by Kerr. And nada. What do you think, Flick?
Oh, I actually think that Sierra might be looking for a right. I saw her have a little sneaky look at one of those little peaks that came through, the little teepees that came through before, and she was looking right. So I feel like she might have that on her brain a little bit. Yeah, she's dropped the 255s, you know, on her backhand, but I just feel like she does like her forehand. She tends to favor that. I think she might be looking for a little wedgy right. Minute on the clock though, I mean, things are looking a little bit grim out there because it does look a little bit on the flat side.
Now we've been seeing some insiders that have been sneaking in underneath the surfers. Do you pull the trigger, move further in, do an air, 7-point ride?
Look, she's got to give herself an opportunity, right? And okay, there is a couple of little lines, but I think you're right, Kai. It's like Sierra might need to move in a little bit because these lines look a little bit small, so I think they might hit a little bit further in on the bank.
20 seconds, so that's going to be 2 more waves that will go under the board of Sierra Kerr. She needs to pull the trigger. Here she goes. Kerr finds the left. Nice snap to open. Looks down the line. And a little catchy on that finish. Don't know if that's going to be the 7-point ride. Your thoughts, Flick?
No, I don't think so. As we see Lulu behind her.
And Luana trying to take out insurance policy with just 1 more wave ridden. So we'll wait for those 2 scores and see how it affects the standings in this heat. It looks like Philippa Anderson also got a wave. So we're waiting for 3 scores to make this heat official.
Yeah, I don't think Sierra Kerr's score is going to factor in. I don't think it's better than either of her 5.5s, and Lulu's not going to improve on her situation either. His first turn from Sierra though, really well placed. It's just like wave height, and sort of the quality sort of just went downhill here at the end. Obviously a little bit smaller, hard section to hit. So unfortunately for Sierra, it isn't.
Yeah, it's not enough, and this wasn't enough for Philippa either. 2.43. So Philippa Anderson, Sierra Kerr eliminated from competition in this round of 32 is going to be Luana Silva, as well as Nadia Erostabe, moving on to the round of 16. We got a break. When we come back, Sally Fitzgibbons is going to be out of the water.
How good is a Friday morning when you're in Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA? Having a nice chat, a winning chat for Nadia Arostarbe. She is a very strong competitor who has a big future in the sport of surfing. She's already accomplished a lot, an Olympian, and now getting through another big round here in Huntington. I'm Joe. This is Rosie Hodge and Mitchell Salazar. Mitchell, Nadia Arostarbe.
Yeah.
I thought she surfed incredibly well in Tahiti, and looks like she's just fired up after all that Olympian type of prep, taking it right here to Huntington Beach.
Yeah, and during the training sessions that we had in Tahiti, she was one of the standouts, you know, and she really capitalized the opportunity right there for Team Spain, bringing that momentum right here, Rosie. She's number 6 on the Challenger Series rankings right now.
That's what I was going to say, and that was such a stacked heat. So to take the win, that confidence boost, carrying that momentum from the Olympics, she's looking dangerous in the mix.
Check out this heat. Sarah Baum, fresh off the Olympic Games as well, lost to Carissa Moore in round 3 at Te Hupo, representing South Africa. South coast of Durban, but now living in Australia these days. Also, Nanaho Suzuki in the white, representing Japan. Tessa Thyssen from France, and Sally Fitzgibbons, representing Australia. 3-time runner-up in the world. A U.S. Open champion back in 2011 when she was 20 in a final with a 16-year-old Lakey Peterson. Someone that Rosie Hodge got to travel with many years ago. Those memories feel like yesterday?
They do. I've known Sally for such a long time, and this was actually one of her first qualifying series events that she traveled to. Stayed with the Collinses at Seal Beach. We stayed together, so it's great just to see, you know, what an amazing talent she's become and where her career has taken her.
Going for a first turn, a snap and incomplete for Sally Fitzgibbons.
That was Sean Collins? The Surfline Sean Collins? That's
Yep.
rad. That's a pretty big experience for Rosie, being here for the first time and competing there with that family. It's awesome.
What a special celebration it was just yesterday here in Huntington Beach. Sally Fitzgibbons honored as the Woman of the Year. She did get emotional talking about the late Sean Collins and learning forecasting from him. Sean, the founder of Surfline, got to learn about this coastline and global forecasting and her experience at Huntington Beach. What an absolute legend of the sport. Always a big smile, and to see her get emotional, you can tell how much it meant to her yesterday.
She's been coming here since she was a teenager. She's one of the first women out in the lineup preparing for this event, so definitely has a special connection here in Huntington Beach, and what an honor for her.
Sarah Baum up and out. And now looking at Tessa Thyssen. Tessa's got some speed. Wow, a little goofy foot racetrack today, Mitchell Salazar. It's going very quickly. Got to pick your points wisely. But stoked we're seeing our biggest surf here on Friday. And as we saw in the last heat, even one maneuver sections can get you into the excellent range.
100%, and you know, I'd rather be on the side of losing when there's opportunities than not enough, Joe. And today, there's plenty of them. You definitely need to be on the right wave out there in order to get those excellent scores, as you were saying. All it takes is a couple maneuvers, though, to get up into that excellent range. And I feel like we've seen that from all 4 of these surfers throughout the calendar year so far in the Challenger Series. Tessa Thyssen also made a final at the CS level. And Sarah Baum, talk about the Olympic experience. I thought she surfed great, Joe, and was really close to defeating Carissa over there in the 3rd round.
Sarah Baum growing up with her first friend and rival to push her surfing, Bianca Batendock. Interesting story about Sarah, though. She actually ended up taking some time off of pro surfing, where Bianca just continued on and made the tour. And Sarah found her motivation a little bit later.
Well, Sarah was a prodigy growing up. I mean, she was so young and everyone had these expectations of her. She's such an amazing talent. And then, like you said, she's kind of relocated to Newcastle, New South Wales, but by way of South Africa. And I have to say, that's south coast of Durban, where she grew up and where she really honed her skills. The cyclone swells that she would be used to, this is very similar kinds of conditions that Sarah would be remembering from back home and hopefully applying here. But yeah, Sarah's just an amazing talent. It's great to see her success.
Last heat, we had Luana Silva get the second spot over Sierra Kerr and Philippa Anderson. And the winner, Nadia Aristarbe, is now with AJ McCord.
Yeah, Nadia coming in all smiles, catching your breath a little bit because you knew that it was going to be one of those heats that you had to be very active, be ready to run around. You managed to find those 2 good waves though. What was your strategy?
I mean, my strategy was to start really south, try to catch 2 waves before I had to do the run around. So at least I had like 2 scores. And I'm glad I got that first good one, a 7-point and then an 8-point. I mean, I knew like 1 big turn will be a good score, but I didn't think it was gonna be that good, but glad I got those 2 good scores. And I don't know, then try to, once I got to those 2 waves, try to stay calm, try to manage the heat and maybe get a better one. Didn't find it, but happy.
You should be happy, and it's so cool to see you back here in Huntington Beach because you were here last year as a wild card, right? And you didn't surf in the 2 openings Challenger Series in 2023. And in the last year, you have now established yourself on the Challenger Series, made the quarters are better, become an Olympian. You're coming in here with all this momentum to Huntington Beach. How would you describe the last year and what it has done for your surfing?
I don't know, it's been amazing, like surprising. I had like such a bad year in 2022. I thought, I don't know, 2023 I didn't qualify for a Challenger, so I took it as a off year, tried to save some money, do some trips, and then suddenly now here I am after the Olympics, finishing 5th and having an amazing year last year, almost qualifying and fighting for qualifying this year. I don't know, it's been amazing so far. I had a really good crew, everyone at home supporting me. It's been amazing.
It is so fun to watch. And speaking of your crew at home, ¿te quieres enviar un mensaje para tus amigos y familia en España?
Sí, nada, gracias a todos los que me estáis viendo, me estáis apoyando. Ha sido una primera manga buena, pero bueno, todavía queda mucho camino. Con ganas de más, hoy no compito, mañana será otro día y eso es que casco de Nike.
Congratulations, see you in the next one.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, AJ. As we look at a fun wave setting up for Sarah Baum. So much speed and a big off the top. Going for the air drop, but can't control it. Great attempt, though, on a big section. When floaters score, when they're really hollow and it's barreling, that's when you can get a big number for taking a big risk.
Yeah, just flashing back to when Courtney Conlog had success here on one of the chunkier days. That was the floater maneuvers, just a tail drop. But there you saw from Sarah Baum, I mean, just the risk of it. You could tear your hamstring right off the bone when that back foot slips off the board like that.
Gosh, Courtney Conlog, if it's 10 foot, she'll float it.
Yeah.
The queen of big floats. Just, I remember when she won her national title at lowers. It was a chunky, kind of different type of looking lowers peak, and she just sat on top of it, jumped off, stomped it. Never forget it. Doing that at the US Open, doing that at big sections on the championship tour. What a legend of the US Open and Huntington Beach. Courtney Conlog could have a lot of cool comparisons to Sally Fitzgibbon's career as we look at Suzuki on the windup. Cool projection off that first turn. She'll get tangled up on the closeout, but that'll be a keeper to kick things off so far. Tessa Thyssen. Wow, nice clean snap. How cool did the spray look on that one, Mitchell?
It looked great, and you know, Tessa's working with Alain Rioux, who was a very successful surfer out of French Polynesia, and it's really cool to see a lot of the French men and women really travel with a lot of those experienced coaches. Rosie, knowing that Alain has been at the majority of this events the last 15 years, so having that experience in the corner is really valuable, Joe.
Sally Fitzgibbons throws down the carve. And a nice, clean little combination of maneuvers to get her best numbers so far. Yeah, it's pretty cool when you're in Tahiti and you look up to the sky and you're like, what is that flying in the air? It's a flying boat that Alain Rioux' dad made. It's a boat that you can land, but it also flies. He invented it. It's amazing.
It's so cool.
It's really cool. A lot of surfers like Taylor Knox, Mick Fanning, would often stay with the Ryu family. And also Travis Logie, one of his best results of his career at Teahupo, Code Red year semifinal, got the call up late, borrowed a lot of Alon Ryu's equipment back in the day. And Rosie, you got to be fit, obviously, to be a pro surfer, but now you're going to be tested with your runarounds today with a sweep like this.
Yeah, you're very thankful for those days that you spent in the gym when you didn't want to. This is where it starts to pay off, and that's where I think surfing has really become more refined in the fitness department, the type of training that these athletes are doing. I mean, it's gone from being a surfer to really becoming an athlete.
Also on the runaround, Anaho Suzuki. The hope is you can hear a good score while you're running around and not something incomplete where you've got to reset. For Suzuki, it's a 3.17. Tessa Thyssen got to hear a 5.0.
Well, you know, touching on that point right there, Joe, competing here in the past, if I saw that a set was oncoming when I was doing the runaround, I'd kind of take my time a little bit, wave my hands, and make sure that I'm getting the update that I want, knowing that I have to take my time to paddle out anyway. So that's where I think experience like Sally's is going to be valuable in a heat like this.
Sarah Baum, after a big performance at the Olympics, goes down swinging in the closeout. She's had some decent attempts on some big sections. She's identifying the right types of sections to work with for big scores, but she's falling. And
Wow.
meanwhile, the veteran Australian, three-time world runner-up, has found her rhythm today.
Yeah, Sally looking strong on that last wave. Definitely think it's going to be her best, and I don't know how we were able to pry Sally away from watching the Olympics to get her to come compete in her heat. She absolutely loves watching sports. She'll wake up in the middle of the night, set an alarm, and watch some obscure match somewhere around the world. So, yeah, she just probably feeling a lot of that motivation just watching the Olympic Games coming to the US Open.
I remember that year where Sally was the absolute hero, bursting her eardrum, taping her head together to compete, and then winning at Cloudbreak. You know, a few times her dad would be like, you know what, I had to tell her to go to bed last night. She was watching like NBA basketball at the same time, staying up all night. She's so invested in sports. I think with where her mind's at, she loves seeing all types of athletes perform. But sometimes she'll get scolding. Say, time to wrap it up. You've got a big day tomorrow, finals day.
Yeah, I remember one year Sally's birthday. Oh, we'll watch this replay.
What do you think, Ro?
You know, this wave, it went a little flat there, but I love the way that Sally just was able to meet that last section. You can tell that there's a lot of foam on the face of that wave, a lot of sweep. So just the flow in that last maneuver, I enjoyed it.
But what were you remembering?
It's kind of a silly story, but her birthday's in December, and I bought Sally like this beautiful glass ornament for her birthday.
That's really thoughtful.
And then I should have bought her some kind of sports jersey, because I think she has pretty much like, she loves the Lakers, so the Lakers, or like, you know, whatever sport she has, she'll wear the jerseys while she's watching the sport. She's that involved and just absolutely loves it. So there's my silly story.
No, I like that.
Yeah.
But was she kind of like, oh, I would have, how thoughtful, thank you.
No, she was stoked.
She's so nice.
Hey, Lakers fan though. I'll buy her a jersey myself.
Hey, let's go.
That's something that's going to be, you know, clocked in there forever now. Thanks, Rosie, for that info.
But I don't know if that's changed. But I think once you choose your team, you lock it in,
You should
right?
be there for life.
Yeah, we'll find out who Sally's supporting.
14:35 on the clock. Fitzgibbons 5.67 on her last is winning, and now she finds a little right-hander, rare one, on the south-southeast swell. But she'll get clipped going for that closeout hack. Right now she's going for another win at the US Open. She won back in 2011. So that'd be 13 years in between wins. That is a rare thing for an athlete in the sport of surfing.
Ooh.
Oh, Sally better do the runaround.
Yeah, and go through the pilings too. See how that current's sweeping you through the pier? It's just better to go through it right now than try to go straight towards the beach, because that way it's just pushing you towards the pilings the entire time you're just going straight.
Well, AJ caught up with the South African contingent, and they were comparing the sweep to what you see at that left-hander in Namibia called Skeleton Bay. So it's no joke out there. I mean, watch how quickly Sarah Baum gets kind of swept out of our screen to the right there.
It's non-stop. Since we got here this morning, there's maybe been a 2-3 minute lull that we've seen actually without waves. I haven't seen a single moment in this heat where it's just been, you know, calm out there.
This is why we train.
Is Sally trying to come back through the pier?
It's interesting.
Yeah, you'd almost think she just would go
Maybe
for the runaround.
Maybe she doesn't want to get swept further down the beach, so she's using, I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of time for Sally. Good thing for her that she's in the lead at the moment. Let's now check in with Waxhead on the beach.
Got the South African crew down here. We spoke about them just before, Rosie, and they did mention the Namibia reference with that current. But Daniel, you've got Sarah out there. You're all supporting her. What advice would you give her right now if she was on the sand and you were delivering it to her?
I think the biggest thing for Bormy right now would be to commit to one big turn in a section. She went a bit soft in her first 2 waves, and she's been surfing so well in all of the free surfs. Yeah, we're back all the way. She sees one big section now.
And considering she's up against the pier, she can pretty much only go right.
Yeah.
Should she come in and reset?
I think where she is right now is a chance for either one right or like a left with one turn. But hopefully after her next wave she runs around, give us some advice as she's coming past us. But yeah, it's kind of grindy. Lots of paddling.
All right, there you have coaching advice, and there's some action out in the water.
Thanks so much, Waxhead. Great composure while your buddies are trying to throw you off in the interview. Nailed it.
Oh!
What are you guys screaming about?
Nanaho just going for broke on that section. Took a while for her board to resurface after that one.
Big closeout attempt and went straight down. Big windup for a big section. We've seen a lot of falls today. That's a lot of commitment. You're pulling that maneuver off. You're getting a solid score, probably a keeper to move on. You can see how tricky it is because we've had a lot of wipeouts here. What'd you see, Mitch?
Yeah, a lot of speed down the line right here, especially with the bottom turn. Just catches the inside rail a little bit, and it seems like she was off balance coming out of it right there, Rosie. But solid attempt. She makes one of those. She's getting back into the heat right here.
Yeah, that was great. I mean, just the way she coiled up and attacked that section. Lots of respect for her.
100%.
Last score comes in for Tessa Thyssen at a 6.0. Going with her 5, she's just taken the lead off Sally Fitzgibbons. Sally to second because of Tessa's form representing France. Her surfing life began in Guadeloupe and then moved over to St. Bart's and continued her surfing life. Didn't start competing till she was about 10 or 11 years of age, as we see a quick up and out from Sarah Baum. Priority will switch to Nanaho with that decision. And Tessa wants to hear about her total in first. A 6 and a 5 out front with 10:25 to enjoy here in the third heat of the morning in the round of 32. We'll be right back. We're celebrating 5 decades of champions. Frida Zamba, what a weapon. 4-time world champion representing Flagler Beach. 5-time US Open champ. Lisa Anderson on there, all-time hero. Got the cover of Surfer magazine. It said, Lisa surfs better than you. Which is a very true statement. Courtney Conlog, Carissa Moore. being represented there here at Surf City, USA. Sora Lindblad won last year. She was knocked out this morning of competition, but she'll always be remembered for a US Open title. 2023. Taking the whole thing. Sawyer will be preparing for Cloud Break.
Yes, she will. And a South African on there, Wendy Buerta. And I think Bianca Buitendag has made the final here before. But a long time since we've seen a South African winning this event. Wow.
Ooh, I love the attempt there on the backhand of Nanaho. Really going for some big power moves.
Also got to give a shout out to my boy, Clifton James Hobgood, ladies and gentlemen, repping it for the right foot forwards over there. It's been a while since a goofy footer won. 2019, Yagodora, we need one back up there on the men's side.
Here's a goofy foot here. Tessa putting together a great heat, Rosie.
Yeah, she's been dominating this heat and just goes for the flyaway there. I mean, she kind of missed that first section and really just threw off her whole rhythm on that wave. Bomby scratching in here.
And then had to get into it a little bit late, which kept her behind Mitchell.
Yeah, she's struggled to be able to find a good wave out there right now. Doesn't have anything better than 1.2, still 7 minutes. There is a possibility of you getting back out real quick if you're able to get through between the peaks. But with 7 minutes to go, she just needs to get anything really above a 4 to get back into the heat right here, Rosie, because you look at Tessa's heat, 11 points. By today's standards, it's good. But it ain't necessarily going to confirm you to win the heat right now. So even Sally with 10-point heat, Total Suzuki needing a 6.83, that's one turn away from you moving up.
Where is Sally? We saw her in the pier pilings. I thought she was maybe going to take, you know, the road out the escalator around the pier and maybe try and paddle back that way. We haven't seen Sally in a hot minute.
These are those days that it is easy to end up at Bolsa Chica if you're not paying attention. The current is so strong.
Take the bus back, Joe.
Yes.
PCH.
Just got a different area code. All of a sudden you're at Seal Beach.
Yeah. It is moving so quickly. These surfers doing a great job just to be in position, actually get a lot of different waves. Sally's ridden 5 waves, still holding on to second, wearing the red. And we were talking about earlier how she's looking for a win after 13 years, where she won the US Open in 2011. Frida Zamba had a win in 84 and then won her 5th US Open title in 91. So that was a 7-year spread. And really, Frida had about a decade competing strongly on tour and picked up 4 world titles in that span. So very efficient world champion from the East Coast. There's Sally there, still paddling, working hard.
Man, she's fit. To be able to go through the pier like that with this kind of swell, my shoulders would have been done probably 3-4 minutes into this heat right now, but the fact that she was able to get over, reposition herself, and probably establish priority pretty soon, that means that she's in the best physical shape she's probably ever been in.
I think I would venture to say that Sally's probably one of the fittest people on any of the tours. Do you remember when she lost out? She finished runner-up in the world. We'll just watch Nanaho, yeah. And she got home to Australia, and she woke up one morning, and she's like, I'm going to run a marathon, like the equivalent of a marathon that morning. She packed some snacks and, like, ran that far just on a whim.
Wow. Total athlete, which reminds us also that she could have been a pro athlete in a lot of different disciplines. Did the Junior Olympics in Australia as a great runner, loved playing soccer, footy, chose surfing. We benefited from that. 12 championship tour wins over the years. Was in the rookie class with Coco Hose. We look at Sarah Baum stepping out of a closeout. The year that Sally won the US Open, she won 3 events that year. One in New Zealand and her first Bells title. That's when her dad Martin shaved off the mustache, because that was the bet. And her mom Mary here supporting her at the US Open.
Yep, it was a happy belated birthday to Mary. I think she celebrated here a couple days ago, but Sally went back to back. She won Bells and then won Taranaki, right?
That's right.
Waves are good at Bells that year too. Remember, I think Parko beat Mick in the final over there. Waves really good up at the bowl, and you know, just looking at this heat right now, 3:20 to go. How good has Tessa Thyssen surfed so far? The 5 and the 6 back-to-back waves, especially when you look at the 3 other waves that she's caught, really just throwaway. So she's been efficient when the waves have really stood out on the 2 that she's been on that have been counting so far. And with 3 minutes to go, in a position to advance as the heat leader with second priority too, which, you know, I know with all the current and everything, Rosie, might not be a huge factor, especially in your subconscious. But in moments like this, where Sally has priority, you have second priority, you're just looking to defend the top 2 spots right here. Real smart.
Yeah, she's had control in this heat and started off really strong there, like back-to-back waves to see her in the lead.
The sets are just non-stop today, with 2 storms out there in the Pacific providing this solid south-southeast direction. Serious current, but big sections to work with as we are getting very close to our Rad Power Bikes heat to watch. Erin Brooks, Sophia Medina, Sarah Wakita, and Francisca Veselko coming up in 2 minutes. Tessa doing a great job, the Goofy Foot representing France. Coming out of the French Caribbean and representing well. 27 years of age. Was able to actually get the win over Sally Fitzgibbons in the quarterfinals in Bolito, which earned her her semifinal finish, her best of the season. Sarah Baum, who's in this heat too, they had a one-on-one heat in Bolito, and Tessa won that in the round of 16.
Yeah, and Tessa's won in these kind of waves here in SoCal too. ISA Junior Champion in 2015 in Oceanside, really similar waves, maybe just a bit smaller, but as you know, Rosie, Oceanside Pier can be very similar here to HB Southside.
A hard-working athlete, Sally, after all that hard work to get in a position, just has to step off of a closeout. The rights, if we have any, will be pretty rare today. And you can see if Sally's not getting there in time, they're just shutting down, pure closeouts.
Yeah, it's so hard to find that wave with a bit of shoulder. And you think of Nanaho and her run through this this heat. I mean, it has just been that point of finishing off that last turn. She's been going for it. She can be super proud of her effort. And with under a minute remaining and that second priority now, if she's able to finish off one of those closeout moves, Sally might be in danger.
Rolling in now is Suzuki, her second season on the Challenger Series. The 21-year-old goes for the punt. What a cool idea. Unfortunately, didn't land it. But you can tell she's done that before.
Nice attempt though, and going for it. She needed a big score. Probably wouldn't have gotten it with just turns, Joe. So I really like the idea right there of going for that maneuver.
The depth of her repertoire too. I mean,
yeah.
We've seen some nice rail work, and when that smaller wave comes along, she's able to surf it up. So great to see that element of progression.
Great job to Tessa Thyssen. What a solid heat there. 5 and a 6 are her keepers. Got a big jump into the next round along with the Australian US Open champ, Sally Fitzgibbons. 2024 Woman of the Year moves on. We'll be right back.
U.S. Open of Surfing.
It's time for the Rad Power Bikes heat to watch. Sophia Medina wants to get things started. What a smooth bottom turn, but nothing left for her up the lip. As she starts off in the sweeping current here at the south side of Huntington Pier. We'll see if she can hold her position. Got to see her get the call up in her first CT this year in Brazil. Love the post that her brother made about that. Gabriel Medina, the three-time world champ, was so proud of his little sister surfing on the big stage. She left with an equal 9th, losing to Brisa Hennessy. She's in blue. We've got Aaron Brooks representing Canada, the young phenom who's close to qualification. Out there in red, Sarah Wakita surfed great yesterday. A lot of cool like Coco Ho references to her style and approach. She was out there in white, and the world junior champ, Francisca Veselko for Portugal, makes this the Rad Power Bikes heat to watch. Sarah Wakita up and out. And Sophia is already in position to consider this wave. You can see how tough it is with wave selection, because if you're not getting the score you're looking for, you're dealing with a serious current and you could end up on the north side, Rosie. So you have to be really efficient with picking the right waves.
Yeah, wave selection is so important. Having said that, I mean, Sarah's wave and Sophia's wave, as they were taking off, you're like, this is a little nugget, and it's just kind of pushed them down the line. So, you know, it's easy to be an armchair quarterback, but I think when you're in the water, it's a lot harder than we could even really register.
Aaron Brooks gets really barreled, is well-traveled, loves to go to wave pools in Texas. Took out the season opener with one of the waves of the year. Behind the rock, getting blown out after the spit. That was one of the waves that we're going to be remembering for a long time, Mitchell Salazar.
Definitely, and you know, her performance is obviously one thing too. I think the way she's grown up, Joe, in the spotlight and really been able to emphasize her surfing on the world stage has been, you know, nothing short of amazing, and truly feel, you know, blessed to be able to call her not only one of the people that's rising to the top right now, but I think really one of the superstars of the future in the making.
We're able to catch up with Aaron Brooks talking about Cloud Break, where she'll be the wild card.
I'm so grateful because Fiji is one of my favorite places in the world. They have the most epic waves, and as a goofy footer, it's my front side, and Cloud Break on your front side, I feel like you have a bit of an advantage because it's a little bit tricky. You want to have like a really good line so you can go all the way through. It's such a wide playing field, like you can kind of get lost a bit, but I spent the whole month of April just surfing there before I even knew I got the wild card. I was just there for a fun trip, and I got to surf Cloud Break in restaurants, and we got to surf it pretty much all sizes. During the last little bit we were there, it was like almost second reefing, like it was so big, but it's one of the most perfect ways, so I'm really excited to be able to compete there.
Aaron Brooks looking excited. We're excited. Look at the heat that she is in. She has Tatiana Weston Webb and Caroline Marks. That's silver and gold from the Olympics. And she'll enjoy that in the opening round as a wild card. Sierra Kerr also in the event. We'll have Sawyer Lindblad and compete with world number 1 Katie Simmers.
It's a good heat.
No easy heats on the Women's Championship Tour, and I mean, with Sierra and Erin in the mix for this event, it could shake things up for the WSL Final 5.
The Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy kicks off August 20th. Goes through the 29th, the last event of the regular season before the Lexus WSL Finals. We'll see if the wild cards will play spoiler roles in the world title race. Throw in Kelly Slater on the other side as a wild card. Holy smokes. Can't wait to watch that. Watch this. Aaron Brooks racing down the line. Setting it up off the bottom. Crushing the roof with a radical start to this heat. Francisca Veselko. Nice draw off the bottom and going for the combination, she'll get lost on the closeout. Erin talked about having an advantage at cloud break, being a goofy footer. I think today might be a similar type of feeling.
Yeah, it's been fun watching Erin because she obviously won on the backhand at Snapper, went to Narrabeen and won on the forehand, and almost kind of similar sort of conditions to what we saw at finals day at North Narrabeen. Saw Erin walking back from a free surf this morning. She's been down here free surfing every day at Huntington. No doubt staying at home in Oceanside, or one of her homes. Beautiful first little lip line glide there.
So much speed on this one, Mitch.
Yeah, and the projection down the line, as Rosie was pointing out, speed is one thing, but I also think for how small she is to be able to get that kind of leverage and power out of the lip line too, like, it's very impressive.
Is that a little brace on Erin's back foot on her ankle?
Ooh, didn't see that, but could be. I always enjoy her airbrushes too. The flames, to me, like, kind of brings out the speed demon in her, and I think it's something really cool that accentuates her style and her personality.
Rolling in on the right and just going straight down was Erin Brooks. We saw Sally struggle with the right in the previous heat, and Erin right there unable to stomp the takeoff. Tried to airdrop it and go straight down, so 0.27 to go with her 5.67 that she earned on that single maneuver on the left.
See that brace though, Rosie? I did see it right there on the back foot, you're right.
Doesn't seem to be hindering her. I mean, from that first indication of that wave, the 5.67.
Can I see that again in just a moment, because we've got this little roll in. Sophia Medina, whoa, what a cool backside snap that was. Well timed, does the pin drop to get out of there. And that's her best score so far. So picking your points well today. Single maneuver opportunities on these speedy lefts into the pier. The current's shoving you to the north as well, so everything just ripping down the line. Erin Brooks getting a 5.67. Can I see that again?
Whoa.
Boom. Look at that over the roof, but that was that brace you noticed, Rosie.
Yeah, and even just tucking that knee, I wonder if she's trying to alleviate the pressure off the back foot there. She goes through that lip line. Cool art bar rider. You just touched on her airbrushes. I love art bar rider's profile. Matt Barlas's daughter. She's so talented artistically.
Did the artwork for
the
Lexus US Open presented by Pacifico.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and you know, I think surfboard makers, shapers, creators, you used the word builder the other day. The unsung heroes of professional surfing. You have Britt Merrick in the water right now with Sarah Wakita, CI team rider. Sharp eye for both Sophia Medina and Kika Veselko, and Erin Brooks with Matt Bailes, as you were mentioning. Key element, really, of what we're seeing on the world stage right now, Rosie, and just really proud to be a part of this right now.
Last wave for Sophia. Rosie, what'd you see?
Yeah, I like that from Sophia. Just the way that she extended her body to really accentuate that turn, I thought was impressive.
Great snap. 4.83 for Medina. Veselko, 3.17. And Wakita with priority. Her start, just that incomplete wave up and out. Let's now catch up to Tessa Thyssen with AJ.
Yeah, Tessa, another one coming in, having to catch your breath. We've seen how hard everybody has had to work to stay where they want to in the lineup. For you, what was the key to getting the win this morning?
There's not really a key to win this seat in the morning. I think it was just when you have opportunity, just grab it and do your best. We were talking about it with Isabella this morning. We were saying like, oh, where to sit? And we're like, you can't sit at the same place, so you have just to grab whatever it's coming at you. That was it.
Well, it worked out for you, and you're starting to build a little bit of momentum here on the Challenger Series, coming out of Bolito with that fantastic finish. What is your mentality coming into Huntington Beach?
It was a bit of a lot of thinking, because in Bolito I was just like, whatever. I had this feeling where I was like, oh, whatever, and it really went well with me. So I'm just trying to get that energy going on and feel the same spirit and the same state of mind for this. Trying not to care too much, otherwise it's too much pressure and I just can't handle it.
Well, you're off to a great start. Do you have anything you want to say to friends and family back home?
Merci beaucoup à tous ceux qui me regardent. Merci à Martin Boisson pour tout le soutien qu'il a pu avoir envers moi dans toute l'année, tout en général. Je suis très très contente d'avoir toute cette équipe derrière moi. Merci beaucoup et let's go.
Congratulations.
Merci.
Thank you, AJ. Tessa doing a great job there, not trying to get her head spinning about scenarios and qualification as she is moving up quickly on the live rankings. Solid control of that heat and kind of cool. Just a loose game plan, just simplifying it, see what you could do and find a good wave on a day like today. And she did really well, just freestyling a bit and just trusting her instincts.
I love that honesty in the interview too. I mean, there is a lot of pressure and it's okay to say like that can sometimes get to me. And obviously, like you said, Joe, just simplifying it for herself and just sometimes the best thing to do is just go surf.
Driving off the bottom and throwing down a snap is Sarah Wakita.
Oh.
And shutting it down with a beautiful combination of turns.
Rocky Point local, Joe.
Hey, there we go. Absolutely rips. Pretty awesome story with getting her first wave on her dad's big Waimea gun over on the east side of Oahu. Takayuki, one of the most respected surfers in the world, especially when it comes to the Hawaiian Islands.
And a chill brother, too, if you've ever met him.
He's laid back, and he's so humble. Been in the Eddie Aikau event. Here's his daughter right now on the replay. Sarah connecting, Rosie.
Yeah, love her style. Just that low center of gravity, just pushes that back knee in. Super stylish, 2 really good turns.
Brother Ips as well, Tai Chi.
It's interesting. I think the water's been a little bit spicy the last couple of days, but as we've seen that hurricane south swell along with the southerly wind, you'd expect that water to heat up. Sarah going for the full suit. I mean, a lot of paddling, a lot of duck diving. I wonder if there's that chance to kind of overheat when you're so active.
Such a good point. When you're constantly paddling and you can't afford to sit on your board, you can definitely get hot really quickly. And with this new energy from 2 storms in the Pacific, creating non-stop surf, it's amazing. What a big day for competition today. Women kicking things off. The men will be out there this afternoon. Erin Brooks rolling in. She likes to go as fast as she can. Lights up the first section with a big first turn and shuts it down. How cool was that combo?
That's one of the best waves we've seen all day, too. And I'd even have to argue that maybe one of the best of the event, especially when you consider how gnarly it is out there today. So much water moving. The read that she had right there, Rosie, especially with the composure, that little time that she spent in between turns, to me, really shows the experience and the maturity that she's proven the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, love, you know, she had an opportunity to kind of hit that first section, ups to go around it, and it was a good decision. And then I love the way she shuffles her feet. I mean, she really starts to tweak that foot back on the tail pad in order to get her feet in the right position to meet that lip line and stay low for the finish.
Erin Brooks just earned a 6.33 to build her lead out front. Sophia Medina right behind her in second. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. Flashing back to the brilliance at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro. Erin with a perfect 10 on her first wave in the semifinal. Still one of the waves of the year.
I showed everyone this wave on replay. I think I watched it about 80 times, Mitch. I was just so impressed. Yeah, I think I was at the Costco checkout. I was like, have you seen this?
A defining moment. And basically like a big sister to her, Isabella Nichols, got to share that semifinal together. They're staying together, hanging out, surfing. She was able to get a Yeti Tundra 110 filled with Yeti products. Well deserved. A 10-point ride, went on to win the final over Luana Silva to kick off the season #1 on the Challenger Series. But it was a redefining moment, just keeping to the theme of what we started off with at Pipeline with Katie Simmers, Molly Picklum in the final. Molly Picklam's turn heard around the world at Sunset Beach. And then the Challenger started. Erin Brooks just keeps that momentum of the best headlines coming from the Women's Tour.
Oh, definitely. The Women's Tour right now is just the most exciting surfing you're ever going to see. And I think this young generation, Erin, we've been waiting for her to make her mark. And she's had some tough losses, but to see her kind of link it all together, get event wins. I know the Rip Curl Padang Cup, the waiting period is starting, and Erin did so well over there, beating the men in maxed out Padang. So she's a legend already.
Want to bring up a point too, Joe. The last 3 event champions we've had right here, Caitlin Simmers, Betty Lou Sakura, Jonathan Sawyer Liblud, they've all had major success on the CT eventually too. So this event, with all 4 women in the water being 25 or younger right now, it's obviously major for them to get the exposure, but it usually leads to bigger and better things, Rosie. So it all starts right here, Joe.
What a springboard to jump off and just catapult your career. You know, Erin Brooks would just be identifying this event as a moment to launch herself onto the tour.
She can qualify at this event. She needs a major result, but it could happen here, and she could just kind of relax for the rest of the season.
And prepare, Fiji, not have that in the back of your mind anymore, not knowing that there's a potential injury or anything heading into Edeseda or Saquarema. So if it's within your realm of control, might as well do it right here, Joe.
Erin Brooks will automatically qualify if she wins the event.
You used your best sportscaster voice there just to just really let that sink in.
I never know if that's going to make an edit later, you know?
It probably will. It probably will.
EVS is like, yep, big cat.
Cut it.
Cut it. There it is. Erin Brooks will automatically qualify if she wins the event. That was more natural.
More surferish, yeah.
It's a crazy concept though when you are at stop 4 out of 6.
So she's got a win. She's got a second. Bolido, she had hit a bit of a bump. So she's, possible.
Her friend Isabella Nichols will automatically qualify if she advances to the final. So what a moment they could have, 2 good friends, if they get to share the final and qualification together. Sarah Wakita stretching this one out. Now off the bottom will get out of the closeout. Next wave setting up for Sofia Medina. Quickly off the roof. And she'll get stuck. Sofia dropped to 3rd. Francisca Veselko's up there now, with her last being a 4.2. So that was an important wave for Sofia.
Yeah, and I've seen Kika do very well out here in amateur events before. The Summer Classic event they have right here at HB Pier next month in September. Kika scored a 10-point ride about 7-8 years ago, I want to say. Father Joe right here from HB. Brother Joey just graduated from chiropractor school over there in Wales and going to be practicing in Portugal very soon. Younger brother Jamie, also an excellent surfer, coming through the junior ranking. So a lot of different kind of professional surfers in the mix right now on this event. You're probably going to see even more siblings eventually get to this point to be able to compete on the biggest stage too, Joe.
So true. You love that. Siblings push each other, sometimes brothers, sisters. I think the best story there, we have Tyler Wright, Owen Wright, Mikey Wright. Talk about representation. We've seen certain events where Mason Hose had a wild card when Coco was full-time on tour as well. For Francisca being the world junior champ, she'd probably have a lot more confidence, even though you've got a big name like Aaron Brooks in the water who's been dominating the season. When Francisca won World Juniors, she beat Aaron Brooks in the quarterfinals, then beat the other Fiji wildcard, Sierra Kerr, and then got past the Rookie of the Year this year, Sawyer Lindblad, in that final. Giant names on the way to that World Junior Championship.
And very similar conditions,
Yeah.
just roping left-handers, maxing out swell. Yeah, Francisca definitely opened my eyes at that event to her talent and just her grit, because that was a marathon
Yeah.
event.
It was huge, too, as you were pointing out, Rosie. Like, that's probably the best and biggest seaside I've ever seen.
Sophia on a wedging right and able to lock in a turn. So a rare opportunity to see a little bit of northwest mix in and wedge it up for herself to hit the lip. Well done. She's looking for a 2.54.
I think she easily gets that number.
So sometimes tricky going against the grain when the current and the flow is going towards the pier. Has a nice bottom turn as well, Mitch.
Yeah, no, then excellent use of positioning, too. As Rosie was pointing out, there's no doubt she's going to get the score, but, you know, just to be able to be aware of where your surroundings are right now. I just looked over my shoulder. Everybody's kind of in between Middle Peak and closer towards the pier bowl right now, but they're not necessarily on one specific peak out there, and that's because the current's just sweeping. I mean, look at the energy coming all the way from the south into the pier right there. It's tough. So capitalizing on the few chances that you're going to have is obviously one of the biggest keys out there. But as Tessa Thyssen was saying out there, you need to go in with such an open mentality. Those 30, 35 minutes need to be the best 30 minutes you've surfed this week.
Sophia Medina's older brother might have had the most viewed surfing moment in history on the kick out of the 9.9. Pointing to the sky, board flying behind him.
I was looking at it on Instagram yesterday, and I think the numbers, it was close to 10 million people liked that photo on his Instagram profile.
And that's just on his, right?
That's just on his.
Because his good friend Neymar posted it. That's in the millions. Veselko heading on the left and finds a way to turn off the top. Nice clean re-entry. Sophia did get the jump into second on that right. She got a 5.17. Veselko now needs a 5.8 to go back into the top two.
I like this wave. The extra little swivel right there at the end throws the tail around Rosie. I know it's close to a 6 what she's needing, but with 5 minutes to go, if she doesn't get it, it's got to be very close to the score.
Yeah, watching it on the replay here, she knows she's been relegated into that third place position. Whoa, very nice use of that section. Very extended that maneuver as much as possible. Even got that extra emphasis, like you mentioned, on the tail there. Good release.
4:35 remaining. Looking now is Francisca Veselko. She will check out the right. Gets through her first turn off the top. Little whip on the softer shoulder. Trying to work quickly to move back into the top two as she paddles back out. Let's get a tide report from Waxhead on the beach.
Yeah, guys, tide's coming in really fast. A lot of the photographers on the beach actually got swept up with the incoming tide on those last sets. Now, as we look through the pier, you can see someone paddling out in between. It is possible, but it's pretty dangerous. We have a jet ski just on the other side for support. It's just dangling over there in the deeper water. We are seeing the surfers condense closer to the pylons. There's that inside sandbar that they're starting to choose, the old school pier bowl. No one is up the beach like they were about an hour ago. Just little things to consider that these surfers have to adapt to.
Thank you so much, Waxhead. Doing a great job down on the beach, breaking down the conditions. 3:30 on the clock. And just corduroys to the horizon, Rosie.
Yeah, if I was competing today, I think I would definitely get down on the sand to watch the conditions before my heat and be watching a few heats before I went out. You know, you can look at it from the competitors area, but it almost gives you that overview. But I think to get down on the sand and really get a look at it would be pretty important.
And both Kika and Sarah right here needing something in the fives, Joe, with 3 minutes to go. And Wakita, older brother Taichi, has competed at this event too, and you know, she's looking to gain that knowledge of seeing him, previous knowledge of competing right here in these types of waves. And with just under 3 minutes to go, it's doable. 5.01, 5.77. And if you're both Medina and Brooks, be aware of where everybody else is right now, especially Brooks with priority.
Big matchup coming up next with a U.S. Open champion, Lakey Peterson, is the headliner in heat number 5 with Yolanda Hopkins and Teresa Bonvillatte, Team Portugal from the Olympics. And also Nora Laiota, top 2 moving on to the next round.
Maui no Kaoi right there.
That's right. So scores in from the last couple from Francisca Veselko, 2.5 on her wave previous, and a 5.0 as her best so far. But that kept her in 3rd. Sophia still hanging on to 2nd. And Aaron Brooks sitting comfortably in the lead. He's only looked at 3 waves, fell on the right, but 2 really solid lefts, and she'll hold position with priority.
Oh.
Paddling hard, and she will get it. Sarah Wakita drives into the first section. Super clean backhand re-entry, and I felt you, Mitch. She almost missed that wave.
Yeah, she was close to not getting into it. Luckily for her, the left backed off a little, needing still the 5.77. Especially when you look at Kika's one turn, Rosie, I feel like this one's going to fall short. Still a nice attempt, though.
I agree with you. I mean, that scale of the 5.17 for Sophia, and we think about the deep bottom turn and the very critical section. Luckily she gets into this wave, but it just didn't have that same kind of dynamite effect that we saw from Sophia's 5.17.
Yep.
Sarah Wakita getting a 4.10. Staying in 4th, needs a 5.77.
I swear that angle, you just look outside and it's like line wave. Like we went from barely having any waves a few days ago to having too many waves right now. Gotta love good old HB, Joe.
Oh, it's non-stop. 2 storms in the Pacific providing a ton of surf and a crazy current in the south-southeast direction. Aaron Brooks enjoyed some just racetrack lefts. Her best is 6.33, but she's really been in total control, and she'll take this one into the beach as a victory lap, but the judges are scoring it, and it hammers the oncoming section.
Talk about finishing on your feet. I mean, she had the lead, she had priority at the end there, and then she takes off on that wave. So yeah, just pretty much a competitively perfectly surfed heat from Erin.
Erin Brooks one step closer to clinching. She's got to win the event to guarantee her spot on the championship tour as early as top 4 of 6 here on the Challenger season. We'll take a break. We'll bring in Kaipo, Flick, and Waxhead for the call.
Scenes from the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. All part of the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico Living Life. Anchors up, Kuiper Grove, Felicity Palmentier, the Waxhead, that's Matt Chinosky. And we're really excited to be here because we got some great surfing here. We got a lot of swell, Matt. It's pumping out there.
Yeah, that groundswell's really come from the hurricane, made its way up the coast, and it's just pouring in right now. A long period, up to around 16 seconds, but there is some of that northwest peaky swell in amongst it, so we will see some right-handers as well.
Well, Flick, we have a past champ out in this heat in the way of Lakey Peterson. She took a win here in 2012. She's joined by Yolanda Hopkins and Teresa Bonvalot, so two surfers from Portugal, and hailing from Haiku, Maui, the youngster Nora Leota, making up this four-surfer heat.
Yeah, this is another stacked heat. I mean, we're through to this round of 32, and no heat is an easy heat. I mean, we've seen some great surfing already this morning, but looks like, yeah, we've had a couple of scores already on the board. So Yolanda, opening wave here on the backhand, little jab in the pocket, gets a second turn. So nice little opener there for Yolanda. And Lakey, Matt.
Whoa, just goes vert on that first turn, carrying a lot of energy into this next one. A bit of hung up there, but that first turn looking activated. She's been on the beach for the last couple of heats, checking it out and really getting that that angle to adapt to the conditions, and it's changing every single 30 minutes.
Yeah, Lakey Peterson, 29 years old, from Santa Barbara, California, spending 12 years on the championship tour. Did not make the mid-season cut this year, but was granted a wild card into the 2025 season. So we'll see more of Lakey Peterson on the big stage, Flick.
Yeah, we are. We're going to see more of Lakey. And, you know, she posted to socials, you know, the moment that she was awarded that wild card, and she had a couple of cool things to say. You know, she's like, I want to take this year to really, like, focus on my surfing and get it to the level where I want it to be. And so it's going to be cool to see her come back and see what she's worked on. And, yeah, I mean, she's already off to a good start in this heat.
Teresa Bonvalot out there in the white jersey, goofy foot out of Portugal, represented Portugal in the Olympics, nearly made the championship tour in 2022, Matt. Heartbreak year for Teresa, one spot out of qualification.
Yeah, and she was vocal about it too, and it fired her up for that next year. And right now she's carrying this air of confidence, finishing the Olympics. We spoke to her in a post-heat interview yesterday, saying relatively the pressure is off, having to, I guess, achieve that Olympic goal. She's coming here. The first thing she actually said was the LA Olympics were on her mind. So that's someone who's motivated and moving forward, and a good showing here is going to put her in good stead for the rest of the year.
Yeah, another Portuguese surfer representing the Olympics, Yolanda Hopkins, 26 years old, already has 2 scores on the board. Here's a second wave, Flick.
Yeah, so let's have a look what she got done here. So looking pretty similar to that first one, maybe a touch better, a little bit more critical there on that second turn. So Yo-Yo getting to work pretty early, and a couple of scores on the board already. Oh, wave number 3.
And just gets compressed there on the landing. Yolanda Hopkins, she's number 15 on the live rankings coming into this event. Teresa Bonvalot, also in this heat, right behind her at number 16.
It'll be interesting to see what Yolanda chooses to do. She's like Sally, a really keen runner. She runs every single morning. She already had a surf this morning and a jog before the contest had even begun.
That does not surprise me.
And I mean, I was speaking to her before the heat, and her and her coach were, John, were discussing, I mean, these are the sessions that you want to be doing the run around, but she's opting for the paddle. And having that in your arsenal, though, with the fitness would be incredibly helpful in days like today.
Yeah, she's incredibly fit, man. I mean, such a weapon. She went to Hawaii a couple of years ago, and she's just spent basically every waking minute then when she was there surfing 3 times a day, training and just really honing her skills. But she is a hard worker, man. Like, I would say on this Challenger series, probably one of the hardest workers, trying to dot all those I's, cross all those T's, no stone left unturned. And yeah, she just has this like tradeswoman-like approach, you know. She's getting in there, she's getting dirty, she's getting the job done, and you know, she's had some success. She's even had a wild card on the CT, had some success over in Portugal.
Yeah, nearly beat Chris Amor in a really, really tight heat as a wild card over in Portugal. Yolanda Hopkins, they call her Yo-Yo. We haven't talked about the Maui girl out here yet. Nora Leota, 20 years old, out of Haiku, Maui. Leota, first time making it to this round. She's had a string of 33rds this season on the Challenger Series, Matt.
Yeah, but I mean, there's already so many competitive heats in the round of 32, and just to get to this point, you can be surfing up against almost world champions and CT surfers, as we see Teresa up and riding.
Oh.
And that wave giving Teresa Bonvalot not a lot of opportunity. Unfortunately, just rolls down the line. So we'll see what she decides to do at this point, whether she paddles back out up against the current or takes the runaround. Erin Brooks was tremendous in her heat. We're going to see her in the head-to-head competition in the round of 16. Erin's with AJ.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. Yeah, Erin, coming in here, first and foremost, we see the ankle brace on your left foot. Can you walk us through what you're dealing with?
Yeah, I hurt my ankle right before I went to Bolito, and then again I have 2 small tears in my ankle. But since Bolito, I've been rehabbing at the Red Bull APC Center, and all of those guys there, they're the best, and they've helped me get better, and I'm feeling good.
And it certainly looks like you're feeling good here to start the campaign at Huntington Beach. Walk me through just what you learned watching the heats this morning that determined how you wanted to surf today.
Yeah, today's a little bit tricky because it's a bit bigger. I mean, there were some really good scores thrown out early, but during the last few heats, the heat before mine, there wasn't as many big scores, so I knew I kind of had to get some work done early and then I could build. But I'm so glad that I made it, and Sophia as well. We've been hanging out together. It's been really fun.
Well, you made it here in Huntington, but you've got a few other things going on as well. You got to keep an eye on the rankings. You're making your championship tour debut in a few weeks in Fiji. Just how are you balancing all the different things that you have going on?
Just keep training and practicing and surfing, and I'm so happy to be here and feeling better, because in Bolito I was like really bummed on my result, but it was probably just because I was like really injured and I couldn't really do too much. But now I'm feeling good here, feeling good for Fiji, and I'm excited to be able to compete against some of my heroes on the CT.
We cannot wait to watch you in Fiji. Cannot wait to see what you do here in Huntington Beach. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, Erin Brooks on the live rankings. It's on the top right now. We'll visit those live rankings after some live surfing here. Yolanda Hopkins able to weather the storm and go complete on that ride. Now she's going to take the sleigh in and then the trot up the beach to reposition herself back up current. Let's take a look at those live rankings with Erin Brooks on top, nearly tied with Isabella Nichols, but being the live rankings, Isabella, she's coming up. Heat number 8 of this round, so that could shift. Keep track of all the rankings on live rankings on worldsurfleague.com. You can see Nadia Arostave with a heat win and up 2 spots to above the cut line in number 4.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Erin and Isabella right there. They've had such an amazing start to the year, and you've got to be thinking, okay, you know, I know they haven't clinched. I know it's not done, but with that start, you've got to be thinking that those 2 places are almost well and truly locked in. There's only those 5 spots. Let's have a look what Yo-Yo got done here. She goes up for this big belt and gets a little bit hung, but she does ride out of it. But yeah, back to those rankings. I mean, there's only 5 spots there for the women, so incredibly tight there. So we see Nora having a look on the backhand.
Yep. Isabel Nichols, she makes the final. She's back on tour. Erin Brooks, she wins this event. She's back on tour. It can happen for either of those surfers here at Huntington Beach, Matt.
Yeah, and we have some world-class conditions right now at HB. A little different to what we come to expect. The Huntington hop to make those reform sections is not required today because we have bombing sets.
Lakey Peterson opens with a 6. This is wave number 2 for Peterson, the veteran of the bunch, and just gets that 1 turn in before the wave overcomes her.
They were saying to Flick just off camera, this is almost a swell event for California, a long time between swells, and you only get this less than 10 times a year as well. So there's a lot of spots firing right now, and on any given day, typically you just don't see HB like this. So these surfers are relishing for the opportunity, but half an hour goes very quick.
Here we go, Lakey. This wave, when she took off, looked really good. I was like, okay, this thing's got a taper on it, but it just hit that shallow sandbank, ran off down the line. She couldn't get a second turn in. So when that first turn was really well done. You can see her, she's going to make her way in here now. But I think she's going to want something a little bit better just to really solidify that first place.
Backup score of a 3.93. Lakey currently in first. A quiet heat so far for both Nora Leota and Teresa Bonfala, down to 17 minutes and 55 seconds on the clock. There's Teresa. And she has priority, Matt.
Yeah, I think Teresa would have been watching that heat before and seeing what Erin got done on those lefts, but just hasn't been able to find any corners. Just a two-turn combo will be enough to get you a pretty considerable score. In fact, some of the heats this morning, a single turn could get you up into the excellent range, as you saw from our fellow countrywoman, Nadia, just that one big backhand wrap. So just trying to be, patient, I suppose, trying to pick the eyes out of it, where Yolanda on the other hand's got 4 waves already out of the gates and a 5-1-0. She's, in a workman-like fashion, working her way up with 2 keeper scores. But I think that 4-3-3 of Yolanda's got to go soon, because if you get the feeling that Teresa and Nora are going to gain momentum.
Here comes Nora. Finds a right. And quickly up there to a lip glide. So Leota with a 1.77 currently in her score line, but made fast work of it on that right-hander.
Yeah, I think, let's have a look here. So just the one turn, she was really late to that section. Does well to get that chest over her front knee, really compress right out of it. But, when one of your competitors already has a 6 on the board, she's going to need to keep moving. She did go right, so I think she's just chosen to paddle straight back out. Yep, she has. So for me right now, Lakey's still in the driver's seat. She's sitting out there, sitting pretty with that 6-point ride.
It's 9:52 a.m. local California time. Matt, we have an incoming tide until 1 o'clock today. How do you think that's going to affect the conditions, the surf, and the situation out there?
Well, right this time, it actually seems to be dying off. We see a free surfer way up the beach, struggling to get back out. Good luck with that paddle style, buddy. And then you just see, who's that? Lakey duck diving. So she's using that Travelator rip. That is so far up the beach, so that's a long jog. But yeah, it will start to set in with that high tide. It's going to be really difficult to get back out with that increasing energy. We may, towards the end, we're going to see that wind pick up, but it's going to be tough, and these surfers have to take the opportunities when they come. If they sit there and try and wait it out, it just ends up looking like Closeout City. And the people who've had success today have just been rolling the dice, and hopefully they can get their work done, pin drop, and get back out before the current sweeps them down towards the pier, and they have to do the run around. So a fair bit of luck, I think, in it today, Kaipo.
Yeah, luck comes into play in the sport of surfing because of a playing field that's ever evolving, ever moving. Tides either coming in or going out, swell rising or declining.
There's no other real sports in the world where you have to go to your field or your training ground and actually prep on that training ground in particular for days or weeks to try and learn the sand, to try and learn the changing rhythm. You may have surfed this place thousands of times, but if you don't surf it in the lead up to it, it'll be a changing variable, and that's what makes it unique.
Yeah, I agree. And these surfers, some have come here, straight after Bolito has stopped 3 and really camped out. Others went home and reset and then came here to adjust to the conditions. I think Mitchell Salazar's got a Hurley board breakdown for us.
I do, Kaipo, and this is Lakey's backup board right here. It's a Rook 15, and as you can see, it has a double concave. It's just easy to get into the lip with this double concave right here. She's riding a 5.8.5. That's a CI 2 Pro out there, one of Merrick's best models. But just speaking about a lot of these boards that have been ridden so far this week, a lot narrower than usually for a beach break, just because we're seeing so many varied conditions. As you can see right there, super broad in towards the nose. But we go back to the tail right here with the Rook 15, same thing, kind of more width towards the middle, then broad in towards the end, just a bit more control, especially with the honeycomb fins from Futures. These are the AM1s right here, Kipes.
older, more established models, right? The Rook from Channel Islands.
Absolutely, and it's one of their most successful models, so been around, I would say, about 10 years now, if not just a little bit more, but so far, still one of the best ones they have out there for CI.
Thanks for the report, Mitchell. As we see Teresa Bonvalot just explode off the top there, Matt.
Yeah, perfect timing. We're waiting for Teresa just to really fire some shots in this heat. You can see her trying to get back out. You can see the current pulling her left to right. Two-turn combo, that's going to get her right back in this heat.
Solid surfing from Teresa. And the number comes in at a 5.23. So now she's right back in the game, Flick.
Yeah, she is. She's definitely in the game. She's only going to drop a 0.9, so she's easily going to do that. She's just going to stand up and do a turn on her next wave. I think, you know, I just rewind the clock back to this morning, that heat with Nadia, and I still believe that, I mean, she got through that heat with just 2 turns. On a, you know, 1 turn on each wave. It was pretty incredible, right? And I still feel like the same goes in, you know, the conditions have ever so slightly changed. However, judges are really just paying attention to that one big maneuver.
Hopkins. Now Teresa. Both struggling to find some open face out there, Matt.
Yeah, priority error for Yolanda before. She paddled when Lakey was having a look at the wave, went back to 3rd priority, and typically this happened to Yolanda in Narrabeen. She went into kind of like a self-explosion scenario where she just got so many, I think she got 17 waves in the last 10 minutes, and it was just crazy, just trying to pull the trigger and make stuff happen. If you think back to what we had on the Challenger at Narrabeen, some of those heats were single turn waves, so these surfers actually dealing with tricky conditions after the Gold Coast and lefts as well. So I feel like we'll see a pattern for those surfers that did really well, Isabella and Erin. They'll probably enjoy these lefts because they did great at Narrabeen, but Yolanda, see if she's worked on that the mental approach, because at the moment she's got that 0.57 throwaway and she's starting to self-implode again, but let's hope not.
On our way back with more action, Lakey Peterson. She's out in the lead. Shiseido Project Blue teamed up with the Surfrider Foundation and WSL One Ocean at the Santa Ana watershed to do a cleanup of the Santa Ana River. Running 100 miles, the Santa Ana River traverses through Southern California, exiting in the Pacific Ocean. So anything upstream affects our beaches. Thank you to all involved with that cleanup of the Santa Ana watershed. And thank you, Shiseido and Surfrider and everyone who showed up. You would be surprised, Flick, how much stuff we found in that riverbed. Tons.
You know what? I don't think I'd be surprised. I believe it. I believe it. There's a lot of people getting around with sometimes not a lot of sense or intention.
Yep.
For awareness.
That's right. Pick up trash, even if it's not your own. You see it around, it's all a group effort. Yolanda Hopkins happens to be doing a great job there. That was well timed after a misfire on her last wave. Here's Lakey Peterson, our heat leader. Looking smooth, solid. Peterson shows why she's a championship tour surfer, Matt.
Strong surfing from both Lakey and Yolanda. This is going to be a great fireback. Both first and second at the moment. Veteran move there from Lakey, but Yolanda, that'll be interesting to see what that score count comes in compared to what we saw with big single turns earlier in the day. Obviously the scale changes. The judging criteria remains the same, but given what the conditions are on offer, the judges do adjust that scale. This will be a really telling tale. See, goes to the bottom, lines up, it's good for one turn. Trademark low off the bottom, kind of frees the fins a little bit and comes out free of the whitewash. So just a pretty simple re-entry there, and a little bit more power into that one for Lakey. Lines up this one, tapers a bit, got a good wrapping turn and hammers that end section so that she'll get the better of that experience. Drops to Yolanda.
Great score for Yolanda Hopkins, a 6.53. Waiting for the score for Lakey Peterson. There's Yolanda. One of the few competitors that has the full grip deck, front pad and back pad. The only other one I noticed is Nolan Raposa doing the same thing. What's your thoughts on full deck gripped, Flick?
I usually don't get around it unless I'm wearing a full suit because it does hurt my legs. Just paddling, you know, like the rash aspect. But you know what? I will say, I'll get around it on a big wave board. Yep. Like we're talking anything from like 9.8 to 10.0, I will get around it there.
Why is that? Why do so many big wave surfers use a full grip on their boards? Well, we're going to get back to that. I want the answer to that question, though. But after we enjoy Teresa Bonvalot, now you can answer.
I honestly think it's, look, each to their own, right? Some people like, I still have boards with wax on it as well, but I also have boards with the full grip. But you know what? Kai Lenny started doing it, and then everyone starts to follow. But grip, you know, I think the wax on a big wave board depends on the location. If it's cold, you know, sometimes it can't be as sticky. Sometimes you're wearing booties. It depends on the location. But that grip, it's just always going to be there. We'll get back to that as we see Yo-Yo with her full grip. But yeah, the grip's always there. You never... I just feel like wax sometimes can get slippery. This sounds like very odd, but I feel like wax can get slippery, and I feel like grip just will never fail you. And sometimes big waves, so much power, so much energy, so much movement, you don't want to be thinking that you are going to slip. I think, yeah, anyway, I'm yet to be decided. I've got a couple boards with full grip, a couple with wax.
I think all of Yolanda's have full grip, and she's gripping and ripping against the grain with a nice finish there. Yolanda Hopkins.
You know, even sometimes when you're riding those big waves, it's like riding a buck and ball. Looks really clean, looks really smooth those days at Jaws, but it's Maui glass. There's lots of rivets, bumps, lumps. Your feet might disconnect. Just get that little bit more connection as we see Yo-Yo just lay into that turn there. Another little wrap in the pocket. So she took off on the pier bowl here, and she looks to get the finish and a little layback hack.
Yolanda's boards are very unique as well. They actually look really wide, but they're not, because the grips make them appear to be more cumbersome. I always thought they were up around 19 inches wide, but they're not. I think they're even at 18 or 18, even a tad narrower, which is unusual. But yeah, it just looks like they carry a lot more volume. But my question for you, Flick, and not to catch you out, but so does that mean we plan to slip when we ride a shortboard without grip?
What is this?
Because, no, I'm just wondering, because Yolanda's reasoning is to eliminate the variables. The surfing, we have so many variables. The ocean, of course, and changing elements. We see her running up the beach right now.
Yeah, I think it's each to their own, right? But, you know, think about big waves, the energy that comes with those.
Yeah.
Think about how much energy is displaced at a wave like Jaws, Mavericks, you know. That's a lot more energy than surfing Huntington, and I think you're just trying to eliminate a variable. And look, if that works for Yo-Yo, I think it works for Yo-Yo. And if in her brain, that's what works for her, that's what works for her. But I mean, personally, I like wax. And you know what? It's a lot easier if you're changing location from cold water to warm water. It's a lot easier to take the wax off a shortboard than what it is off a 10.0. You changing locations from, if you know, you're spending the winter in Hawaii, Northern Hemisphere, chase the swell to Mavericks.
You might not ride the board for 6 months too.
Yeah, but then you're re-waxing that thing. That's a bit of a mission. I just, you know, you could eliminate that with a full deck of grip.
I presume you like wax, Waxhead.
I love wax. I don't even use tail pads where I mean, on my standard 5.9, I'll use a tail pad, but apart from that, I won't on a fish or a step up, or I love moving my feet on a step up for sure, forward of the fins. Anything in barrels, yeah, pad. I'm never on the over the fins anyway. But that's not why my name is Waxhead, but I do like good wax job. I mean, Taj Barrow did that tutorial when I was a kid, and it was like gospel how to do the bumps with the wax. And
oh, he did a tutorial. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. It might have been in a magazine or one of those little DVDs you get from
How
the
do you
magazine.
get the best wax job?
You start off with crosses. You can check out, I mean, I'll send it to you on Instagram.
Thanks.
You can do the crosses, and then you do the circles.
Yeah.
And then you do, crosses and circles, and you keep going until you build up the base.
Regardless of your waxing technique, if you want the stickiest wax, I want you to check out the magic Brazilian formula of Fu Wax.
Hey.
That's just my opinion, my choice. My brothers over there at Fu keep it all gripped up.
You know what the secret sauce is? Do a little bit of the sex wax on the bottom coat.
Yeah, just
and then
top
you just
coat.
do a very light top coat of the Fu. Hey,
you can over Fu for sure.
You can over Fu.
You can easily over Fu, so I love that. You just do a little brush top layer of the sticky.
Yes, that is the secret sauce right there.
Yeah. Teresa grips that one and takes a bow. She needs a 6.41 right now to go into second place. Replay of this, Flick.
Yeah, so she's got the one turn here, and she obviously likes the feeling of it. Felt good. The hair flick, look, it doesn't score points, but I give it a 10 out of 10. I don't think it's going to come close to this score. It was a smaller wave, but yeah, she's going to need to get a bit more work done.
Yeah, you're right. 3.3 for Teresa Bombola. Still needs that mid-range 6.41 is what she needs. Nora Leota in the green jersey with priority has a minute to score a 7-point ride, Matt.
Yeah, I'm watching Yolanda, who's made it out, absolutely beelining in the middle of the screen over towards Nora. You can see her just paddling really fast over there because she's paddled back out. This time last year, at this exact event, Yolanda got the better of Nora in the round of 64 as well. So there's Yolanda just going over to put some pressure on Nora here and try and close out this heat. But I think this is a shock result. Teresa was looking good this season so far, and I thought going into this event, these lefts should be looking really spicy. But it's Yolanda staying really busy and lakey at the moment.
Yeah, and then you remember when we looked at those live rankings, Yolanda and Teresa, one spot apart. So it'll be a big advantage for Yolanda if she makes this heat and if Teresa is unable to advance. You'll kind of get two for one there result. Lakey Peterson just coming in. And here comes the horn. So it will be Lakey Peterson and Yolanda Hopkins moving on into the round of 16. When we return, Vahine Farrell, Bronte McCauley, Kiala Tomoto Banner, and Laura Roth in the lineup.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By IC Polarized, anchored in style for under $50. By Nissin Cup Noodles, the original instant ramen. And by Tractor Beverage Company, organically farmed beverages.
New heat out in the water here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Vahine Fierro, Bronte McCauley, Kiala Tomona Bannard, and Laura Ropp. Look at all the flags on the bottom there in an international field, Flick.
Oh, completely international field and stacked heat. I mean, we're probably going to get into this, but I mean, Vahine and Bronte, I mean, they've both had stellar careers and they're coming up against two younger surfers. As we see Kiala just going to the town there, but fortunately just getting detonated.
Well, boards are flying everywhere. So I'll be waiting for some scores to catch us up, but all of them are going to be throwaway efforts for Bannert, Fierro, as well as Laura Ropp. Or Matt, it could be Laura Hop in Portuguese.
Yeah, Laura Hop. Mitch, the language technician, would have to correct us there, Kaipo, and do it properly. But Vahine, just have a look at this one, knifing it down the line as she does so well, but unfortunately maybe looking for the barrel on that. But not too many tubes here this morning. Well, there's a couple that opened up, and I like to see this playing field with that long period swell in between. It's allowing some of that mixed up northwest swell, so a big interval right now. The swells, it is peaking during the day, so we will see some of these, we'll see 10 minutes of sets, and then we'll see it go like this for a little bit, which is typical of long period swells. But Vahine, she's more used to long period swells than most people.
There is our 2024 Shiseido Tahiti Pro champ, comes in as a wild card, takes out the entire field. The 24-year-old out of Tahiti, Huahine originally, now lives there on the main island of Tahiti Iti, that section of the island, in Taupo. A great talent, and sitting number 6 on the rankings coming in here, Vahine Fierro, right below that line for qualification.
Yeah, she let's have a look here. This is Laura. Oh, that was Kiala, and then down the line we've got Laura, who got the one turn in there. So
yeah, Laura Hop, 18 years old, from Florianopolis. She's part of that new Brazilian female energy in the surf world, along with Taina Hinko, Sofia Medina. I like the young Brazilian movement right now coming for the women. Matt.
Well, it's only about time. I mean, we've seen the male dominance over the last 3 decades and really make their presence felt in the last 15 years. And I, for one, have been wondering where that push is being, because it's not through a lack of women at the beach, that's for sure, but just to see with equal pay and equal play that influence coming through, and the regional qualifiers giving them the opportunity.
Look at Kiala, found a nice wave with a lot of opportunity. The surfer from the island of Kauai making her way in to do the runaround. Kauai's nickname in the Hawaiian island chain, the Sandwich Island chain, Flick, the Garden Isle.
you know why? I know you know why. It's very green there. It gets a lot of rain, but it's very beautiful.
From Gracetown in Western Australia, up and riding, that was Bronte McCauley, former CT surfer. And here goes Vahine Fierro. So nice exchange there, Matt.
It was, yeah. 2 goofy footers starting to tee off in this heat. Kiala did complete her wave. She was so relieved to get through that round yesterday as well, a Hawaiian competitor. But yeah, very different lineup to what these surfers had on day 1 of competition, now resuming with it all being males yesterday, what a big change-up. Knee-high, waist-high waves when we kicked off on, what day would that mean? Wednesday.
I
don't know.
Yeah, there's Bronte paddling, 30 years old. I talked about Gracetown, Western Australia, where she hails from. Second-generation professional surfer. Her dad, Dave McCauley, had been pretty successful right here at this very venue, Matt.
Yeah, I don't know his exact results, but it's this type of wave where Macaulay would have done extremely well. We talked about the hips of a lot of those surfers in the 80s and the 90s the other day. I think it was Joe who brought that up, but it was more so because of the small waves on tour. Those surfers had to keep active all the time and really going rail to rail, and Macaulay is one of those, and definitely passed down quite a lot of his surfing characteristics to Bronte.
Yeah. Hop. Already has a 4.83. This is her second ride. The Brazilian almost has that finish there. That was unfortunate. Looked like she had it the whole way. So she decides to paddle back out rather than do the run. Let's get through some replays here, Flick.
Yeah, so this wave here for Vahine, you know, a couple of nice little taps there. I don't think that score is going to go too high. And then behind her, Sciala on her second wave. So a few little turns here. She gets a little bit hung up. And let's have a look. Bronte here takes off, has up this first little section, nice little snap, and gets the finish there. So nice little two-turn combo for Bronte.
All the scores in, and it is Laura Hop out in the lead. Bronte McCauley looking strong with that 4.93. Kiala Tomona Bannard, 3.5 and a 1-point ride. And Vahine Fierro still needs to activate. There's Bronte on the paddle. Bronte's actually, it's been a tough journey for Bronte trying to get back on the championship tour. On the Challenger Series in 2022, she finished 8th, just 3 spots out of that cut line. In 2023, she finished 7th, just 2 spots from that cut line.
With an event win.
Yeah, tough,
Which,
right?
Right, it's just crazy to me. It just goes to, there's only 5 women that qualify, guys. It baffles me every time, and you can still win an event and not qualify. I mean, it is so baffling. The talent is just, it's so high. It's right there. I just feel that the level of surfing is so high on the women's side of the tour, and I mean, wouldn't it be amazing if one day that could be, you know, 10 women going onto the tour, because the level of surfing is just so high.
Well, one woman on tour is Lakey Peterson. She showed her world-class surfing, and she's on to the round of 16. Lakey's talking with AJ.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. Yeah, Lakey, so good to see you here at Huntington Beach, back in New Jersey. How did you sort of shake any cobwebs off this morning and perform so well?
There definitely feels like there's a lot of cobwebs still, actually. I was pretty nervous. I just had a rough competitive year this year, so just trying to get some confidence back in me and just surf a smart heat and get some waves. So made a couple decisions, but yeah, it's a good start. I'm stoked to make it on the next round.
You're one of the veterans here in women's surfing, so I know you've had your up and down years before. How have you navigated this one, and just sort of give us an insight into what's been going on mentally for you in the last few months?
Yeah, great question. I mean, it's hard. Like, you know, I've been doing this a long time, and honestly, coming into this season, I felt so good in Hawaii. I was like, I think this could be my best year. I feel like I'm outside the jersey doing the best surfing I've ever done. So just funny how you can feel that way, and then, you know, a couple of small decisions and little things don't go my way, and then obviously falling off. Yeah, it was like an eye-opener, and I'm really just grateful, though. I do have a wild card for next season, and I'm super thankful for that for the WSL, and I think it's been a break I didn't really realize I needed. So, yeah, I'm just trying to take the time to enjoy and learn and better my surfing, and also just have a break, not get on an airplane every week is pretty nice. So, no, it's been good, and stoked to be here competing at home.
Yeah, no airplane required for you here in Huntington Beach. Excited to see the rest of it, Lake.
Awesome. Thanks, AJ. Thanks, everyone, for the support.
Lakey Peterson. Flick, you like Macca's?
Oh, mate, I love Macca's. I love a Macca's hit. Why not? Life's about balance.
Do you know that Lakey Peterson's grandfather invented the Egg McMuffin?
Hey, this is the tip of the cap right there. They're great after a few beverages from the night before. A couple of those, they'll set you right.
I didn't know that you could patent a sandwich and invent it, but Lakey's grandfather did that. And so everyone You know, when you take a bite of your Egg McMuffin, tip of the hat to Papa Peterson for that delicious combination of Canadian bacon, a well-formed egg, all on an English muffin. Here's Keala, Matt.
And you caught me off guard there. I was thinking about looking in the mirror after a bacon egg McMuffin, and a second turn there. So just a 2-turn combo. She'll make her way back out. The good thing about that is because of that interval, these surfers haven't had to deal with the runaround yet. So able to tee off on a couple of waves, and it really isn't as victory at sea as it has been in previous heats. And we see a rare right now.
Oh, Laura Hop. Waited for that nice carve. She's going to have a little oncoming section. Soft snap there for Hop. Right behind her, Bronte McCauley. McCauley staying busy on the backhand. And Bronte has actually a vicious backhand, just like her dad, Dave. We're talking about her dad, Dave. Back in 1994, Dad, Dave McCauley, made it to the quarterfinals. Went down to Shane Beschen that year. Beschen went on to win the event back in 1994. All part of the history here at the U.S. Open of Surfing.
Yeah, Dave is an incredible surfer. I mean, I know he'd be probably up right now. It'd be really early hours of the morning in Western Australia watching Bronte. I mean, he's finished runner-up, third in the world in 89 and 93. You know, that just goes to show you the kind of caliber of surfer that he is. And you know what? He's also an incredible strategist. You know, every time he's worked with Bronte over the years, we'll get back to that. See Laura opening up here, beautiful carving maneuver. He just struggles to get a really nice finish there, and then out the back behind her is Bronte, Matt.
Yeah, nice wrapping turn there. Eyes off this little section, dissipates with a lot of energy, but that'll be good for just a little 2-turn, but looking to drop. Well, that one was a 2-2-3, so that's not, at the end of this heat, you're assuming that that's not going to stay in a scoreline, because the other surfers just needing a marginal requirement to move up into the placings.
Yeah, here we go with a paddle back out with Vahine Fierro, and this is what went down.
Yeah, let's have a look on the backhand.
Ooh.
We know she's got a deadly backhand. She got second in Bolito. And throws it up for a third. So, am I right in saying that? Second
Yeah,
in
she
Bolito?
did. She
Yep.
sure did. Yep. Vahine Fierro. Oh, let's get to Bronte McCauley. And Bronte is going to be part of the biathlon today. Actually, it could be a triathlon. It's paddle, surf, and run.
It's true.
All in a day's work as a professional surfer. Here's what Bronte did.
Yeah, up into the lip. Let's see if she gets this nice little finish. Times it well, right near the pier there. So another little 2-turn combo for Bronte. You got to be thinking she's getting rid of that 2-3-3. We haven't really seen, I mean, just as I say that, a set in this heat. Like, you know, the women have taken off on quite considerably smaller waves compared to the heats prior.
Well, they're adapting to the conditions, but unfortunately for Vahine, didn't quite get under that first line. She'll make her way back out again, and it's going to be a reasonable score. It'll be enough to get her into second, but 15 minutes until something of substance there, so she would have surfed the last couple of days when she got off the plane from Tahiti, but a real change of pace to the preparation going into after Bolito, then over to Tahiti, and now here, so adapting.
Team effort. I love this. Bronte on the run back up the beach. Board getting caddied. Saving some energy. Talked about the triathlon, the running event in this heat. Looks like Bronte has a real good strategy, Flick.
Yeah, that's her boyfriend, Will, running alongside her there. And yeah, I like that. He's taking the board, taking the load off. Why not?
What a gentleman.
Yeah.
Chivalry still exists in 2024.
He's a good bloke, Will.
Good on you, Will. Setting an example. Sees more gentlemanly acts today would be great. Bronte is in the lead right now with a 4.23 on that last wave. Laura Hop is in second. Vahine Fierro needing a 3.47. Keala Tomoda Banner's got first priority. She needs that 4.64. Keala looking at this one, decides she's going to pull the trigger. Here we go. Keala, up, down. and quickly gets out of there, Matt.
Yeah, I was just thinking what the strategy would be for these surfers at this point. No one's really run away with the heat at the moment. Not a single wave over 5-point ride, but the judges scale, perhaps understanding there's bigger waves out there. They haven't seen many of those sets, but Kiala, the right moment. I think that's could be the best single wave score of the heat so far, and using a priority wisely.
Yeah, it was an aggressive turn for Kiala Tomono-Bannert. Take another look at it, Flick.
Yeah, I agree with you, Matt. This turn was really lofty, really big, bigger section. She timed it really well, and I think that's going to play out nicely for her.
Sure does. 6.5. Kiala goes to the lead. Bronte drops to second. Laura now needs a 4.34. Vahine a 4.5-point ride. Laura with first priority, Vahine with second priority right now. So just a back and forth heat, a really tight heat so far is what we're seeing, Matt.
Yep, and these surfers, I said it again, adapting to the conditions right now. It's such a tricky round. These two, Vahine and Bronte, are seeded into this round, so they haven't had a jersey on here at HB, and awkward conditions. This is just not what you expect coming to HB's size like this. Although it has been forecasted, you typically think your small wave grovelers, your epoxy boards, and you're going to have to catch a lot of waves. Day one of competition, we saw some heats with nearly 40 waves ridden.
Yeah.
And that's more typical to what we have to see. It's a bit of a waiting game out there right now.
All right. Decision time, and Laura, bumps the shoulders. And we're going to see what happens. Okay, so that situation, Vahine had second priority, Laura had first priority. So Vahine really needed to kind of yield, if you would, to Laura. Wow. Okay, well, you know what? Kiala doesn't care about any of that right now because our heat leader just found a nice right-hander. So we'll wait and see if there was any ramifications for that paddle between Laura and Vahine.
Looks straight away. It perked my interest, that's for sure. But we'll wait and see. Let's have a look.
I wouldn't be surprised if Vahine didn't even know what occurred or how close that was, unless there was her feet touched the ball.
Well, here it is. Here's the moment.
So paddling, she looks away. Ooh, and she's shocked at how close that was. There's no like malice or intention there from Vahine. Vahine's trying to get in the way or anything.
She's not that kind of surfer, you know. She's not going to be going out trying to do something like that.
Yeah, and it appears that there's been no call on that. So if play continues here, and we're going to take a break. We'll be back with the conclusion of this heat. It's a tight heat. Right now, Kiala, she's out in front. Take a look at this. Green with first priority, red with second priority. A bump of the shoulders We're waiting for a decision on that when we went to break. One more look here as Laura Hop bumps off of Vahine Fierro. Laura with that first priority, and bad news for the Tahitian Vahine Fierro. The judges called a priority interference. So Vahine Fierro's score line will only consist of a single wave score, and that is tragic for the Tahitian, who is number 6 on the rankings for the Challenger Series, right below the cut line. Really, really tough break.
Look, this is really devastating, right? Let's have a look. This is after this whole incident. She takes off, one big turn. And look, if that hadn't been called an interference, I mean, that would have been great for her right now, but she's lost one of her whole waves. So, yeah, really difficult moment for Vahine and disappointing.
And just to talk about the math, Matt, if Kiala's already in double digits, if Bronte McCauley or Laura Ropp end up with a double-digit scoreline, then all of Vahine's chances are done with. As it stands, she needs a 9.16, but if anyone goes in double digits, it's going to be done for her. Here's Bronte. McCauley with a nice carve to set up here. Steep section on the inside, whips it off the top, and that will improve upon her scoreline. Hop. Lip line glide on the backhand, kicks away the board. We'll wait for those two scores. And the effort from Bronte McCauley, impressive, Matt.
Yeah, I think Bronte's going to improve on her scoreline, but so will Laura as well. I think Kiala's going to be okay, still out in the lead with that 6.5, as we just saw Laura making her way, or perhaps Bronte through the pylons there. I mean, it's a reality what happened with Vahine and Laura. It's the gamesmanship. And we just have a look at that replay of Laura here. So knowing she's already in third, just good for that single turn. Looking to drop a low of 3.3, so she'll do that. And this was Bronte's flick.
Yeah, so Bronte just carving her way through this first section, lines up the gear, gets the tap. Exactly like you said, Kaipo, it's only going to take Bronte to move up into those double digits, and it's all over for Vahine. So
yeah, it's tragic.
Yeah.
And just a lapse of judgment for Vahine, especially sitting so high up on the rankings and such a talented surfer. Oh man, I need a break from this drama right now, so I'm gonna go to the beach with AJ. AJ, what do you got going?
Hey Kaipo, I'm down here at the WSL One Ocean Activation, a really cool project just getting underway this morning here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing at Huntington Beach. They are building these oyster shell strings, and it's a way to sort of supplement oyster restoration here in Southern California, a really critical way that we can help stabilize our coastline, fight rising sea levels. So public down here getting a really cool opportunity to get involved and help keep our beaches healthy, clean, and the ocean stable here in Southern California.
Thank you, AJ. You can temporarily hold that position, but you will not take my job with WSL One Ocean. But I'm glad that she's taking care of the oysters. Of course, oysters being filter feeders help filter out some of the toxins in our Pacific Ocean. So that's why it's important to restore those oysters. They make oyster beds, and then they put them back out into the ocean so the oysters can help clean our waters.
Love that, Kaipo. Love learning on the broadcast from you. Thank you. It's not just equipment and history and technique and the analysis aspect. We're learning about the environment.
Now, if you want some oysters, on the end of the iconic Huntington Beach Pier lies the Broad Street Oyster Company. Used to be Ruby's, but now it's the Oyster Company, so you can crack some oysters out there as well. Slurp them down, if you choose to do so. There's also delicious lobster rolls out there. I personally don't like oysters to eat. I like them in the ocean. You like oysters, Flick?
Yeah, that and some champagne,
Oh,
thank you.
Yeah, that's very classy of you.
I know.
Really classy.
I know.
Look at these sets, Matt.
Starting to pulse in again, but it has been a quiet heat. An hour and a half off the high tide. We do have Vahine, who's still not in full combination situation. If anyone in this heat could pull an excellent wave or close to it, is Vahine, but yeah, it's going to have to be something very special that we haven't seen today.
4 minutes remaining. Vahine does have second priority. She's out there. And she can still do it, like you said, Matt, a 9.16. I would love to see some heroics from the Tahitian.
Big old
Takes
air.
a look at that one.
One big old air, a big grab, and landing in the flats. That'll do it.
Big off the top, disappear in the white water. Maybe a couple of those. 330. And an impressive, really workman-like, work-person-like performance by Keala Tomoda Banner. She's been so solid on her board in, we keep on saying challenging conditions, but the explosions that she's been surviving on those backhand re-entries, really impressive.
Yeah, the single turn for me stood out. I think she's obviously watched these previous heats before, identified that, and she's just relying on it. She looks very solid on her feet. Yeah, you're right, Copes. I think technique and timing is everything today too. I mean, you miss time one of those big end sections. I mean, that can end really ugly. You miss time it, you get caught at the top. It's all about timing and pace. You don't want to oversurf this. Like, we're not trying to fit in, we're not scoring like number of maneuvers here. You can literally get big scores just for that one big turn.
Yep. There was a day though where they were counting turns out here in the dark ages of surfing, professional surfing. And length of ride, everyone was riding them to the beach.
Points per maneuver.
It wasn't pretty. I was there. It's much better these days. Trust me. Here we go. Laura just needs a 4.3. Oh. That was it.
I think it was. It's kind of like she drew out that first turn just that little bit too long, and therefore she was a bit late to that last section, but I mean, she gave it a good crack. She was close.
Well, you said it, Flick, before, trying to fit maybe too much in and just...
Is this it, right?
If we just paced on that, she would have got the 4.3.
One big crack here, like...
That's all she needed, was...
It was a hard wave to surf, though, but I understand what she's going for. But yeah, the one big turn.
One big turn and then wait, just a beat, and then get around.
Yeah.
And then you got the 4.3. Yeah. It's under mid-range is what you need. And it comes in as a 3.3.
Yeah, see, she definitely had the opportunity there.
So, but Laura's still in the game. I mean, we got a minute 20 on the clock. Still needs that 4.3 if Bronte doesn't improve upon her scoreline. And Vahine still can do a Wonder Woman, Matt, and just fly to a 9.16.
Well, the other surfers haven't capitalized, and Laura's really only dropped the 4.2 the wave before last, so she hasn't had a tremendous heat by her standards. And Vahine's still in it, 9.16. She's got the priority. As we said, it's going to have to be best wave of the day so far. It's certainly possible 2 big hits on a big old left, or just one. The biggest, it'd have to be the biggest ride of the morning, or an air.
40 seconds.
And that is something that's changed in the last couple of decades in surfing, where you can't get a score like that with one maneuver.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Shane Horan kind of did it back here in the 80s with a backside 360. But at the time, that was like it was a huge maneuver. I think that was.
But he also got.
I think that was 82 or something.
He was also top 3 or top 5 waves then. Too.
No, tough. Top 14 waves. Here we go with Laura. It was.
He's had to get it back up 16 waves.
Oh, here we go. Big off the top for Vahine. Needs a 9.16. Gave it her all. So we'll wait for that score. And I want to see this again because this is important. Big, controlled. It's a great wave, a great performance, but probably not that 9.16 Flick.
No, it's not the 9.16 for sure. It kind of also looked like to me that she just sort of placed that turn. I feel for her here. I think she's coming off a tough loss at the Olympics for her as well. You know, that would have really stung, you know, obviously winning the CT event, wanting to continue the momentum, get a win there. And obviously, you know, that was hers to lose the Olympics. And now she's come here and, you know, unfortunately made that decision.
Keala Tomoda Banner, Bronte McCauley move on. Laura Hop, Vahine Farrell out of competition. More action after this.
Open of Surfing.
You are watching the round of 32 here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Thanks for being with us. Another great heat's getting started with a California superstar named Bella Kenworthy. Joe Turpel with longtime CT standout Rosie Hodge, who now lives in Southern California these days. Rosie, waves are pumping. It's still building. This heat is basically paddling out close to Newport because they are anticipating a big sweep right into the contest area.
Yeah, they've definitely learnt a lot from the previous heats. You know you have to have your fitness in check. We do know that the swell is peaking today, but there's a lot of southerly sweep moving down the beach. We've seen some great rides as well as some pretty impressive wipeouts, Joe.
Well, they already got started during the break, so we'll get you caught up as we see Louise Laprante just going down on her second wave. Had a 177 before that. And Bella Kenworthy, the top seed, representing San Clemente, California, picking up a big win this season. Already got this wave, Rosie.
Yeah, Bella getting her campaign started early. Beautiful, fierce turn off the top there from her. So carrying a lot of confidence after that event when Alyssa Spencer down the line on her backhand. She's been looking sharp this season. Had an unfortunate result in Bolito, so let's see if she can tidy that up. And then this young lady, Louise, just showing us what she's capable of. Good turn off the top there, a little bit of a smaller wave, and unfortunately she goes down on that one.
The top 5 of the Challenger season is led by Isabella Nichols, Aaron Brooks, Sally Fitzgibbons. 4th is Bella Kenworthy, moving up 9 spots after the victory in South Africa. A place called Bolito. Kind of a holiday town to a lot of the people that live in Durban. Really fun surf around the Bolito region. And a long history of surf contests from down the road at New Pier. A contest called the Gunston 500 for many years. And then shifted up the coast a bit to Bolito, and we'll never forget that year that John Florence and Pat Gadauskas were in the final and really got to see how good of a wave that is.
Yeah, and we've also seen that wave on some of the Taylor Steele movies. Surfers Point has featured in a lot of sections for the surfers in the campaign era.
That's right, and also Dane Reynolds got a big part there in a movie he made years ago, as we have Alyssa flying down the line representing Southern California. She is able to fit in a couple of nice moves down the stretch.
Yeah, Alyssa really getting her campaign started. We saw her earlier on that smaller right, going through the motions of the turn, but like her game plan right here, get an early start, back yourself up. Beautiful wall, a lot of speed. She really hammers into this first turn. Almost, you know, catches that little rail, and then she regathers herself. So 2 really solid turns. I like that from Alyssa.
Such a solid athlete. Has had some big results, represents Encinitas, so not too far down the coast. Should be very familiar with the south side of Huntington Pier, having amateur events here almost once a month. And with these fast, speedy lefts, she's going to be set up quite well throughout this matchup. 5.83 for the previous of Alyssa. And Rosie Smart from Australia sets up a big first turn with a drift, but she disappears.
That was good intentions there from her.
And now Bella Kenworthy, the high seed, throws a nice turn off the top, and now attacking the next section. Got a lot of her board out the back on the finish.
I mean, you can tell how much Bella has evolved as a competitor. Just watching her last season, she had a lot of success. Obviously, she's had that breakthrough win on the Challenger Series, but definitely matured so much in her approach with contests. I'm sure with those good results, her confidence has built, and that's key to competing, Joe. Nice little swap off the top there. So 2-turn combo it wasn't, I don't think it's going to be a massive score, but it's going to be that kind of mid-ranger that sees her in a comfortable lead. Or maybe a lead. I mean, Alessa's got those back-to-back waves.
Bella Kenworthy, the oldest of 5 kids. A lot of people in surfing circles have met Bella's dad, Jason Kenworthy. Great photographer, filmmaker, surfer, skateboarder, and got the kids out there early. And Bella was all about the pink helmet posse.
Oh yes, I remember that. And also Jason was instrumental in filming that Leave a Message movie, the all girls surf film.
That was amazing. Lakey Peterson, Carissa Moore. A great film if you haven't seen it. Yeah, Leave a Message. Laura Enever was a standout for sure, showing signs of her future of charging big waves. She was always fearless. So yeah, Bella was just right in the water at a very young age. And they aren't afraid to travel a bit. They'll park it in the winter months on the North Shore of Oahu, run into Bella and her siblings all the time. And I'll be like, okay, how long are you guys out here for? They're like, oh, months. Like, they're just learning as much as they can, and it's really paid off.
Well, an interesting connection there is Carissa Moore's dad, Chris Moore, was helping coach Bella during that event in Bolido. Just from the sidelines, just sending a couple messages, probably chatting on the phone.
That's what I love about Chris Moore. He loves coaching. You know, it's obviously he has a great resume with his daughter being one of the all-time greats, 5-time world champ, gold medalist in Tokyo, Chris Moore. But you'll see Chris at like Koalas, and he's teaching all these young girls how to compete. Breaks it down so well, and he's got a clear path to success. Scores are in now from those last couple of rides. Alyssa Spencer, 5.83 and a 4.17 is in the lead. Bella Kenworthy is in second. 5.5 and a 4.33. Louise needs a 7.83, and Rosie Smart is looking for an 8.66. Here comes Alyssa Spencer from Encinitas. Nice, tight, compact snap. As that wave shut down quickly, but she got there in time.
Yeah, that could improve her 4.17.
On the windup is Bella Kenworthy. Nice, clean backside vertical snap.
Yeah, she wants that lead. Only looking for the 4.51. We'll see if Alyssa can improve on that last one, but I really like that move from Bella.
So the surfers in the top 2 waiting for their scores of those single maneuver sections. Let's catch up with the winner of the last heat. Keala is with Waxhead.
Keala, a board change, strong conditions, very different to first day of competition on Wednesday.
Yeah, definitely a complete change on the conditions, but yeah, it's, you know, surfable, but still pretty hard.
Yeah. And you did a couple of runs around, you did 2 just then. No more running for the rest of the event?
Hopefully no more running. I'm definitely not a runner, so that really took it out of me. But yeah, hopefully no more running.
And beautiful new, well, you got the Ghost. You rode the High Line the other day, and some artwork. Who did the artwork on your board?
Yeah, that's all to my sister. She's a beautiful artist, and I finally got her to be able to draw my boards. It took a long time, but thanks, Tiana, for drawing on my boards. Definitely feel like it gives a little magic to them.
Well, at this point, it's looking like a lucky board, and we'll be seeing you through to round of 16.
Thanks.
Thanks, Waxhead. So it's cool to get some cool artwork on your equipment. Sometimes it's good luck, especially if someone in your family did it. Rosie, you been doing artwork lately on your equipment?
I've been doodling. It's been a lot of fun. My little boy Hayes has been helping me out, so yeah, it's always good to put a splash of color on there. It's a good little relaxer too. Get a little artistic flair going. Felicity, our co-commentator, she's an amazing artist. You should check out some of the stuff that she's doing on some of her boards and even canvases and crazy stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, some surfers, you always see them with just clear boards. They're always just clear or white. Some surfers, you'll never see them without artwork done on it. Remember when Kolohe was growing up, he just never had a clear board. He was so into spraying his own boards. He got really good at it. As he got older, sometimes you'd see him on a clear one, but there was those younger years where you never saw him without some real detailed artwork, and he was going through boards so quickly. It's like, talk about dedication.
Yeah, it's so fun. I mean, Kalohe, I saw Ian Crane's been doing it a little bit, and then I know Aaron Brooks will sometimes go in with Art by Ryder, Ryder by Alice, and help paint her designs.
The airbrushing's been going on for a long time. Our good friend, 89 world champ, Martin Potter, his airbrushing designs are just world famous. Like if someone has like a model that looks like one of Potts's these days, you can tell right away it was inspired by Martin Potter's ideas that he wanted to put on his boards.
Well, even like obviously there's the iconic green and yellow kind of box shape, but the flames that Erin has on her boards, I mean, that's right there with a Potts inspiration, I would have to say.
For sure. Bella Kenworthy, 6.37 on that backside snap, took the lead. Alyssa Spencer, 5.47 on her frontside snap. Uses that as a keeper, and they're building their scoreline in the top two. Isabella Nichols coming up next. She's got one of those scenarios where she could potentially re-qualify for the championship tour right here at the US Open. Louise Lerpont up now and setting up a bottom turn. Didn't really have a first section to work with, so she'll be patient and knife it down the line.
Nice. I like that turn. I mean, takes to attack that section like that. Just coming into it with a lot of foam, a lot of chop up that face, gets through all of that water, really snaps it up in the lip. You see that little air drop into this wave. Like I said, there's a lot of chatter on the face of this wave. It doubles up nicely. She does that little disappearing act and then comes out clean. So that was nice from her. Bella Kenworthy, this is the 6.37. So the high mark of the heat, Alyssa Spencer, that is the 4.57. So just the comparison of the of that one turn option there. You could tell that Bella was just that tiny bit more critical, more height on her wave there for a bigger section.
It's like that's when you just break down the backhand advantage.
Yeah.
Of being able to really frame it vertically. Judges always are going to eat that up, and oftentimes for surfers they can say that's almost easier than the feeling of accomplishing a vertical turn backside over frontside just with body mechanics.
And you just get that bit of projection. As you wait on the bottom, the judges really like it when you touch the bottom of that wave, do a deep bottom turn, load up and spring into action on your backhand.
So the Pink Helmet Posse was a skateboard crew. Bella was basically the team captain, all invented by Bella's dad, Jason. There's a bunch of young girls just ripping at skate parks globally that were wearing the pink helmet, as we see the big blast there and a bigger wind up for Bella's backhand. It looked to ditch a 5.5.
Yeah, that was looking very reminiscent of her 6.37. Let's see if she can extend her lead. She's really had incredible wave selection, but also the selection of maneuver has been pretty good, Joe. Like I really can't fault Bella's game plan at the moment, and the surfing she's doing and just the way that she's applying herself to this heat.
Yeah, not an easy setup. As you've heard some of the post-heat interviews talking about the challenge of dealing with the current, but when Bella is surfing like this, she's simplifying it all, making it look easy. She's picking a great section to throw down a backside snap and being rewarded for it. Louise connecting on the backhand and trying to get a bonus turn on that rare right-hander opportunity.
Yeah, impressed with this young woman surfing. It's so cool to see her in the mix here at the US Open. This is a huge opportunity, a huge moment for her. We'd love to get her see a few more wildcard entries into events. Let's just get that experience up. You know, it says on her WSL bio she's from Skopje in South Africa. As we take a look at this replay, wow, just snaps it up vertically there, places the board, almost rides out of that move. Unfortunate that she didn't, but the waves, I think that's the same hometown as Sarah Baum on the south coast of Durban. This is kind of what you would expect in Scarborough. And you mentioned Dane Reynolds filming for his movie. A lot of the sections were filmed in her hometown.
So a lot of great waves in her backyard and taking that skill set here to Southern California. Louise waiting for a score from her last wave. We'll give you the complete update of Heat 7 of the round of 32 right after this Bonsoy brew break. Already starting to notice some incredible matchups into the round of 16, and now we've got some decisions to make for the Rad Power Bikes Heat to watch. Will it be Aaron Brooks versus Sally Fitzgibbons? Next generation taking on the Australian veteran and a US Open champion? Or Heat 5, Lakey Peterson, a US Open champ, taking on West Oz Bronte McCauley.
Wow.
A lot in that one as well.
No easy heats, that's for sure.
Lakey Peterson and Bronte competing with each other on the top 17 in the world for many years.
And surely this season on the Challenger Series, Aaron and Sally have met up somewhere in competition. Just looking at how consistent they've both been in making the final series. Yeah, really looking forward to those round of 16 matchups as it heads into those head-to-head heats.
And you love that when you've got Aaron taking on Sally, because a long time ago, Sally was Aaron, you know, the 16-year-old in Huntington, being like, who is this young all-star that's going to take over the tour? And so Sally will know exactly what Aaron's going through. That one's coming up in the round of 16. Still 2 heats to complete those rounds. We'll be setting up the men for the rest of the day after the next heat with Isabella Nichols, Macy Callahan, Zoe Benedetto, and Amuro Suzuki. Bella's still out in front of this one. Alyssa hanging on to second. Waves on the way, rolling in. Alyssa Spencer a little bit deep on it, so she'll throw away her priority.
Oh, that's a bummer. She's just that split second too late on that wave.
There's been some cool representation from her area lately, especially with Jake Marshall on the championship tour. Nice cool wind up. What a big snap that was from Bella Kenworthy. And she's going to be able to combo it up down the line. 2 cool turns to shut it down and give the judges a different feel. She's had these closeout sections where she's gone straight up vertical. This time a more stretched out left with 2 clean snaps.
Yeah, this is, wow, Bella is just so impressive. I see her a lot down at lowers, always surfing the right. So to watch her in her backhand is really refreshing.
Bella Kenworthy talks about one of her early rivals being the rookie on tour, Sawyer Lindblad. Remembering a couple of seasons when they were young where she was just trying to figure out a way to beat Sawyer, but gave her a lot of inspiration to try harder, train harder. Yeah. Those rivalries are really a gift to your development.
For sure, and then just looking up and being inspired. I mean, Caroline Marks has spending a lot of time in San Clemente now, the world champ and the Olympic gold medalist. Then you got someone like Sawyer Lindblad, who's just made such a big impression on the championship tour this year. It really creates that awareness that, hey, I can do this. Like, I have that ability, have that self-belief, and gets you amped up.
Last wave for Bella Kenworthy, a 7.5. The best number of the heat so far. In fact, she has 2 of them in her top 2. Alyssa on the beautiful wind up and absolutely drills the pier bowl right. Carve and then a cool redirect on the finish. Still swinging on the white water. And now Bella on the answer. Throws up a nice cool connection. Lays down the rail, super smooth. Keeping it to 2 turns. Just comparing the wave itself, Alyssa locking in, just a gem of a right with a lot of scoring potential and made great use of it.
That first turn on her backhand was potentially my favorite of the heat so far. A bit of a smaller wave, but I feel like we're in the sweet spot of the conditions right now. We know that that swell's gonna kind of peak. We got 2 hours until we hit the high tide here at Huntington. I just feel like that swell's settled in. It's easier to identify a good wave as we watch this one from Alyssa Spencer. Look how she looks over her shoulder, just finding that lip line and gets aggressive with it. Stays low and close to that white water. The only thing is that wave tapered off a little bit, but I really, really think that that impact on that first maneuver, there we go, it's well rewarded, Joe.
8.17 for Alyssa Spencer. Well done to be in position for a rare right today and taking complete advantage of it. Excellent surfing from the Californian. Last for Bella Kenworthy on the wave behind her ends up being a throwaway 4.27, even though she surfed it well. But Alyssa now needs a 5.93 for the win. Still in second, even with the 8.17. The tough story is for 3rd and 4th. It's just been a runaway heat for Bella and Alyssa. Rosie Smart from New South Wales in Australia, combo to move on, and Louise Leprant needs a 9.93.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a tricky heat for Louisa and Rosie. They definitely haven't found their rhythm and been on the better waves. We've seen some good surfing from both of them. Or Rosie, I mean, there's a little bit of room for improvement there, but I've seen a little bit of intent from her. She's a good surfer, but it seems like just the experience of these 2 women that are at the top right now is paying off. But Alyssa, that first turn, this wave deemed the best of the heat, going and reaching into excellence. And Bella, love the way that she waited on the bottom before meeting that lip line, Joe. Just so critical. So this is really, is this the comparing the 7.5 and the 8.17? So those both are comparable because they backhand waves.
Love it, Rosie. That 8.17 from Alyssa Spencer ties the 8.17 for best wave of the day that Nadia Aristarbe threw down earlier in this round.
There was no downtime in Alyssa's wave either. It was like bang, bang, close it out. You know, Bella, she had that great turn. She had to go a little bit of a length of the wave to meet that last section. So you can see a bit of the contrast between the 2 waves.
Can I see that again? We love watching excellent surfing. Judges save it for big moments, and that was well earned. Here it is, Rosie.
Yeah, just, you know, as Alyssa's paddling in here, she's probably like, this is an absolute gem. I'm going to belt it off the top here. So just really good timing. You know, spending time with Maddie Myers, her coach on the beach, probably identifying what kind of wave she'd be looking for. But doing a good job. But she's not in the lead, Joe, even with the best wave of the heat. So, but both Bella and Alyssa are in pretty commanding positions.
Yeah, they're running away with this thing. Maddie Myers right there at the yellow hat. It's interesting for coaches, you know, they live with the results of their competitors that they're working with, and he had a tough day yesterday, and now he's happy that Alyssa's enjoying this lineup so much. 8.17, 5.83, still in attack mode. Spencer kicking out of her 6th wave, still 3:20 on the clock.
Yeah, Maddie would be feeling that emotion of seeing Nolan Raposa fall out of the mix, especially after that big result in Bolito, the runner-up finish from him. But now watching Alyssa do this kind of surfing is probably making him pretty proud. I mean, they've had such an emotional journey to get Alyssa on the championship tour.
Now watching Rosie Smart. Can tell her form's great, just been a little bit out of the mix.
That's what I was gonna say. I mean, great surfer, just unable to find a wave that has a bit of a hook to it. It's just run out to sea on that one.
It's good to have another Rosie in the surfing world. You don't mind?
No, I
kind
like
of a compliment.
it. But every time you say her name, I'm kind of like, whoa,
hey.
I've got to answer back. No.
It's a great name.
Thank you.
Right now she's comboed, Rosie Smart, and down to 220. A tough order ahead of her to try to make the round to 16. Same with Louise, who has priority and needs almost a perfect 10. And Spencer, with all of her experience on the Challenger Series and the Championship Tour, turning in the 817, and Bella Kenworthy looks like she's heading to the CT quickly with a huge win in Bolito and a dominant performance here in the round of 32. Two peaks popping up, about halfway out and just going straight down was Louise Vaprant.
I was almost going to say a rare pier ball right. We haven't seen too many pier ball rights being ridden, even through the longboard events when the swell was smaller. That usual consistent peak that we see at Huntington hasn't really been working, Joe.
Yeah, different type of setup for positioning and where you need to sit, what kind of waves you're working with. Just building south-southeast, predicted to bring us the biggest size for the U.S. Open today on Friday. It'll start trimming down tomorrow and the next day, which might make things a little bit easier for high performance and getting a lot of waves and finding a rhythm. Saying that has been a problem for Bella and Alyssa in this matchup today.
And you think we're also going to get a little bit of a touch of west in that swell direction. When you think of a south-southeast on this coastline, that's sweeping out to sea.
Alyssa Spencer, wow, what a wind-up and an absolute knife blade of a snap on the closeout. Made that look really fun. Trying to replace a 5.83. Alyssa Spencer ripping in this heat. Priorities with Bella. She's just gonna hold her lead and priority to shut it down. Well surfed heat, representing the top 5 on the Challenger Series here at stop 4 of the season. You can still get points at Ericeira, Portugal, and Saquarema, Brazil for the season finale, but you keep your top 4 results to try to qualify in the top 5. So now officially Bella Kenworthy and Alyssa Spencer advancing on to the round of 16 as we set up heat number 8, led by Isabella Nichols and Macy Callahan. We'll be right back.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Visit Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA. By Hoag Health, the official healthcare provider of the WSL in California. By Eventbrite. On or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite.
Bella Kenworthy, you little shredder, you. 14.10 combined total, and just looked like she was in control the entire heat. Alyssa Spencer was ripping right behind her in second. In fact, got second with the highest single score.
Thank you.
Bella's got a lot of new fans. Every time she performs, she's going to build that fan base at this prestigious event. The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. This heat is a solid one. Isabella Nichols leading the tour into stop number 4. And she's got a clinching scenario where she makes the final. You can see her back on the top 17 where she's enjoyed some solid performances already. Let's get caught up here. Zoe Benedetto getting a wave during the break.
Yeah, these women aren't going to make it easy for her as Zoe finds some nice connection on this wave, nice bit of flow.
And also Macy Callahan.
Great hit out the back for Macy. Starting to see a few more right-handers come into the playing field.
Macy Callahan surfed on the top stage in the world. Rosie, what's your favorite aspect of Macy's surfing?
I love her style. She's very, very stylish, and then she has this little added bit of aggression that I think she's added in the past 2 or 3 years that I'm really enjoying.
I love that. Has a cool swoop carve with that style like you're talking about. She could frame up a real good power carve on the open face.
Didn't she get really, really barreled in the snapper event?
Really barreled.
Really barreled.
And she got really barreled in the movie Surfing.
Yes.
How good was that film?
It was so great, and it came out at such a perfect time during COVID. It was just like something to kind of get your mind off what was happening globally, just watching a bunch of friends make a surf movie together on the Gold Coast of Australia.
Last heat, Victor. Bella Kenworthy getting a high five from Sierra Kerr.
Was Sierra in the pink helmet posse?
Gosh, I bet. We got to pull up some old photos because Sierra was shredding in a skateboard. I'd almost guarantee it because Sierra's got a cool life of Carlsbad mixed in with the Gold Coast of Australia. Sarah's mom, Californian. Her dad, a famous surfer, Josh Kerr, from the Goldie. Last score for Macy, 167, but opened with a 4.5. We also have Amuro Suzuki out there. Well known for her bronze medal performance in Tokyo 2020. We also got to see her get the call up on the championship tour that crazy year where there were 7 events. There was the Aussie Quaddy where everyone had to fly into Australia on a jumbo jet that the WSL was able to get people into the country. It was such a wild roller coaster of just getting competition started, and Amuro went along for the ride, not even sure she'd get into an event, just waiting to see if she'd get the call up as an alternate.
And then you had to spend 2 weeks in quarantine in a hotel room. So that's a big commitment by Amuro.
You kind of had to plan your day accordingly.
Yeah.
I got really into Yellowstone.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't allow myself to watch it till 5 o'clock. I needed something to look forward to. By day 10, you're losing your marbles, but I always had Yellowstone, you know, waiting for me at 5. And also a Caught Inside podcast series that Milby Shannon came up with. But yeah, it was an amazing feat just to get back into real life, and Amuro was so happy just through all the paces. And then, unfortunately, for Lakey Peterson, she got injured, but that did open up the moment for Amuro's just dedication. She got to put the jersey on. Up and out for Macy Callahan, but still has the lead, opening with that 4.5. Let's catch up with Bella Kenworthy on the glass with the wax head.
On the same board, you rode to success over there in Bolito. That board must have some magic juju because you're through to the round of 16.
Yeah, this is my new favorite board. It just goes so good in every condition. So.
Yeah. And coming in ranked 4th, this is a really important result. If you can make one more heat, it's going to make life a lot easier for you. But any nerves coming into this, knowing that it's almost a hometown event for you?
I'm trying to just take it heat by heat, so like I'm not feeling too nervous right now. I just want to like do the best I can in each heat and just see where it goes, but happy to have fun waves.
And seated into this round, seeing the small waves the other day, you knew this was going to be big for a little while, but did you expect it just as powerful as it was?
I've grown up competing here, so I kind of like knew what to expect like with these conditions, and yeah.
So well experienced, moving through with a lot of confidence. I mean, given we're going to get smaller conditions, are you looking forward to more of those rights popping up maybe in the next few days?
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what comes, and yeah, hopefully there's some more rights.
All right. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you in the round of 16.
Thank you.
Thanks, Waxhead. Great job. Bella Kenworthy taking it heat by heat, Rosie. We hear that saying a lot, and there's meaning to it. Break it down. What's that whole phrase all about, taking it heat by heat?
Yeah, I think it's all about not letting the pressure of the moment get to you, not thinking too far in advance, staying present. As we see Macy, beautiful backhand turn.
Gosh, so much range with those turns, and she can just swoop into them and hit it even higher off the top than you imagine. Bella on the wind up, and a cool little power stab on the end section to get her first wave scored. Yeah, it's a very common phrase. Sometimes it might just be like, okay, I'm just trying to move on, just keep my focus, but heat by heat, you're trying to stay in the present, right? And as we know, presence is a gift.
Oh, Joe, that was like, because heat by heat is so cliche, but it's hard not to kind of regurgitate that because you're trying to stay calm. You're trying to just brush it off. And you can brush that one off, Joe.
A lot of these surfers get media training as well nowadays as we look at Isabella's start.
Yeah, we're watching Izzy on this wave. She had to wait a long time before she met that section. That wasn't the best wave. You can tell in her body language that she was just going to give herself a rev up on the way back out. I love the way that Macy took the high line on this wave. She kind of hopped on to that double up section and really gained a bit of momentum through it.
Yeah, a lot of surfers get the media training now, and you can see how polished they are because it does take practice as we look at the live rankings. Erin Brooks moving up a spot because she won her heat earlier in this round, already in the round of 16 with a matchup with number 3, Sally Fitzgibbons. So Bella came into stop 4, number 1, and basically if she makes this heat, she'll overtake the lead once again.
Yeah, this is so fun watching this live rankings happen. Vahine Ferreiro, that was heartbreaking in her earlier heat, suffering that interference. But yeah, this is so fun. We're at the halfway mark of the season, and Alyssa Spencer just made her heat, so she's trotting up the leaderboard there too.
Little cup for Murrow. Cool style. There's a top turn carve and just a cool paced, well-timed finish, and she'll just play with a few little rebound whitewater snaps. Used to count turns back in the day in the old criteria when everyone was working out what the system would be for the judges. So surfers would actually just wiggle all the way in the whitewater and get as many turns as they could because they're adding points to their score. And everyone's like, hang on a second. We want quality turns, not just little windshield wiper turns in the whitewater.
Well, here we go, white. Well, it's so funny because there's so many things that we've kind of ironed out to get to the criteria that we use today. I remember when it was 4 waves counting, when there was the priority buoy back in the day here at Huntington that the guys had to paddle around. That got extremely competitive. I think Potts would tell us about times when the guys were like paddling over each other and kind of water polo style hitting each other on the head when no one could really see as they were going around that buoy.
Those stories are amazing.
So
yeah,
good.
Ross told us a few too. Williams had to paddle around that buoy. He said he had a classic one with Louis Egan.
Oh, nice.
In the past. But yeah, all of that just created a better system. Like, wait, we're paddling. It's not we don't want to focus on paddling out to sea and miss sets. We got to really take on the quality waves.
Yeah, I think, you know, the addition of priority has been such a good involvement in surfing. Top 2 waves, that's really nice. Head-to-head matchups. Pretty cool.
Pretty cool. Any new ideas you're thinking of?
I don't know. I think I love the locations on the tour at the moment. So
yeah, it's great. I was
maybe
always
a
wondering about
mobile?
like a shot clock with priority.
Oh,
you know,
that-
like in
yeah.
basketball,
Oh, that would be a good one.
where at a certain time it would expire. There's probably a lot of people going, actually, this would happen if you did that. So who knows? But it's fun to think of new ideas. I always feel like the commissioner's office is wide open, really open-minded to always improving the sport and always talking to the best surfers in the world to see if they're in agreement of those changes. But every time we start a new season, there's usually one little update that they've thought of. Macy Callahan's last, the 4.9, she kind of stretched out the left and got a cool finishing move on it. Improved her lead. Last of Amuro Suzuki carved a snap finish with a few rebounders. Got a 3.6. And Bella Nichols, just that one wave, but a 4.47 as she holds priority. And Zoe Benedetto from Palm City, Florida. She's got a great competitive track record in a really short period of time. She's that rising star representing the United States.
She did so well in the World Junior Champs that we held in January at Oceanside Pier, Joe. She was impressive to watch.
Yeah, it seems like she's got a lot of confidence, believes in herself, and started off as a younger name, and she can take down some huge established veterans. Right now, Zoe's in 4th, just chasing a 1.21, wide open here in heat number 8 of the round of 32. Thanks for watching the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. What's that boat doing out there? Oh wait, those are our friends at Boat Setter. Boat Setter, it's that online marketplace for boat rentals and on-the-water experiences. You can find everything. They've got pontoons, wake surfing boats, luxury yachts, even boats with a licensed captain. So they'll take care of the driving, bring all your friends. That boat actually right there, you can rent it. You go to boatsetter.com or use their app. Thousands of boating experiences, even filter the boats and the different captains that you want, different price points, and you could be actually on that exact boat.
Do you know what? I've never been to Catalina.
Oh, you gotta go.
My 40th coming up. Maybe I
Boom.
should hire a boat setter, and that could be a plan.
I think that's a great idea. That's a fantastic idea. Check out Avalon. People drive golf carts out there.
Yeah.
No cars, but golf cart's important to get around. As we look at a nice flowing turn from Amuro Suzuki and ejects out the back. Kickouts are trending right now.
Oh, wow. Yes. I was saying earlier today that viral shot of Gabriel Medina. Almost 10 million likes on Instagram when I looked yesterday on Medina's profile.
And just increasing by the moment. I think he's getting close to 2 million extra followers since that shot was taken. Zoe Benedetto throws a little turn on the oncoming section. She'll use that in her top 2. And Amuro trying to protect second because that's what Zoe's surfing for at the moment. Transitioning into the men's competition, round of 32. Heat 1 coming up next. Here's Zoe's wave.
Yeah, Zoe, beautiful crack off the top. That's gonna help her scoreline. And second at the moment. Not much in this heat though, Joe, and we've gone past the halfway mark. Let's see if, here we go, Macy, our heat leader.
Little setup turn, there's the end section, and look how quickly she goes a little bit more vertical. She can respond to that in a really tight space and make a kind of a softer section look much bigger just on her performance.
Yeah, she does have that technique that just is so beautiful to watch.
Judges like real hollow sections that are guttering out with some height, but with Macy's ability, she can surf a wave up.
Yeah, I almost feel like those first few seasons that Macy was on the tour, she was almost making it look too effortless. Like they wanted to see her almost dirty up her surfing a little bit more. She's added a bit of aggression, but hasn't sacrificed the style and technique. So really enjoy watching Macy surf.
Yeah, it's an interesting process if you're trying to change anything and you're already on the top level, and make little adjustments with your technique. And kind of reminds you, once you get to the top 17, it's like you can't just relax. You've got to improve because you've got all the world champions to deal with. What a nice looking frontside carve flowing through the next one. Bella Nichols been very patient waiting for this wave, and she picks off a really fun extended right when it's been the day of the lefts. Another right to enjoy from Amuro Suzuki on the same set.
Wow, nice quick transition between those two maneuvers. Yeah, I'm sure Isabella, that's going to settle the nerves a little bit for her.
Those two surfers in third and fourth. We'll see if they can both take the top 2 on the same exchange.
Yeah, I think so, Joe. I think the situation's going to change. I think Zoe's going to find herself in the 4th place position.
Jarvis Earl coming up next. Miguel Pupo, Edgard Goggia, and Joao Chianca. 3 Brazilians and the Australian World Junior Champ Jarvis Earl coming up in about 10 minutes from now. Isabella playing such a veteran's game out there. Super calm, not rushing, not catching too many waves. Really efficient. Opened up with a 4.47, waited with priority so until she identified a long right. So it took some patience before she got this wave.
Yeah, it's really a beautiful wrap that she does on this wave. There's a lot of foam on the face of this wave, so not a clean ride. The surfing was just so smooth. A little bit of spice. So she's got the 4.47. Like you said, she waited a long time. Beautiful wrap. Just the caliber of Bella's surfing is just so fun to see. Just, yeah, we've watched her on the championship tour. She's kind of had to, she's saved her spot on the tour as we watch Amuro. Wow, beautiful layback there. Just such a great show of variation and power in that 2-turn combo at the end there. It's going to be a really good wave for Amuro.
Really different types of turns as well. Really cool lines that she chose.
Interesting with Isabella's wave. I mean, you saw Zoe drop to 4th place, but Amuro taking that lead. Izzy still needs to do a bit of work, Joey.
Yeah, so Amuro doing a great job. The 6.0 to first. And Isabella Nichols will get stuck in third. chasing a 4.58. Looking at Murrow's work.
Yeah, no doubt this was the best two-turn combo of the heat. Just the layback, something we haven't seen, and then quick transition into that top turn hit.
Angles are always so important in surfing. You just tell by that angle. It looks cool. Then the front on, you can see how much rail she actually used in the open face.
And I think for Isabella's ride, if I am really critical about it, it just wasn't that same impactful maneuver. There wasn't too much of a critical section for her. Man, she's just been a little bit out of rhythm. This will be a massive upset if Isabella is knocked out in this round of the competition. So hopefully Isabella can find a better wave. Her wave selection's been a little bit off, Joe.
Well, it's interesting now. You could probably feel her game plan, Rosie, of Isabella Nichols started off with a score, waited with priority. Her intent was to then go into the lead with her second choice and then prepare the back end to shut it down with some defense and wave selection. But since she didn't accomplish her goal, now she's got to adjust to plan B.
Yeah, that's right. And that's what you got to do in a heat. You have to have backup plans. I mean, you've gone out there, you kind of get to the midway point of the heat, and you recognize that you have to adjust on the fly. And that's what surfing is, having that backup plan to fall to when things aren't working out.
Isabella Nichols got into an event at Newcastle. Got a huge result as we look at Zoe Benedetto from Florida, not finding what she was hoping for. She's dropped to 4th and used priority on that short left-hander. I was just thinking about Isabella's performance on the CT, though, and how fun her post-heat interview was. She finally got to surf against her heroes that she looked up to, from Stephanie Gilmore and Carissa Moore in that same event. You could tell it was like her dream was fully realized that day of actually being able to share the same space with the legends of the sport and even have a victory over them. 6:15 to go, and Bella's gonna wind up off the bottom. Nice fun looking right. She's kind of had to keep that one short because it was bending away. She'll still celebrate those 2 turns to show the judges that she liked it. But it's hard when it's kind of cornering and the open face is going away from you. And the comparison with a Murrow's wave where it had a real solid wall going more down the beach.
Yeah, Bella really had to manufacture these 2 turns. Like you said, Joe, shouldered out so quickly. You can tell that there's no critical section as she gets through that bottom turn. Nice selection of maneuvers on that closeout turn. We'll see if Bella gets the score. If she gets it, I think it'll be right there.
Needing a 4.58, a 2-turn combination. Macy Callahan's the one in second. That's also very curious about what Bella just did on that last wave. Macy and Bella and Amuro have been the same CT events in the past, where Zoe Benedetto's the young rising star from Florida. Still building her profile on this Challenger Series. Last year's champ, Sawyer Lindblad, out of the contest. It has been all about the youth in the last few years. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, Katie Simmers, the last 3 U.S. Open champions, but we've got some solid veterans into the round of 16. Sally Fitzgibbons, Lakey Peterson, Bronte McCauley. Trying to take another U.S. Open title for Lakey and for Sally, being past champs. 4:15 to go. First priority with Amuro Suzuki. And scores in from Isabella Nichols on the 2-turn combo. She felt it, she celebrated it, and she'll take the lead, a 4.87. Amuro at a second, Macy Callahan to third. Macy needs a 4.71 to get back to the top 2 now.
Such a tight heat. I mean, look at the scoreline. Everyone's totals, the top 3 there in that 9-point range. And and Zoe in the 6th, so it's anyone's game at the moment. Even with 3 minutes 40 remaining, I don't think Isabella or Amuro are feeling safe just yet, Joe.
Yeah, it's so close. Hard to make the separations at the moment. Best score, Amuro 6.0. So much great talent in the region from Japan. And for some good years there, their championship tour would land in Japan every season. Great surf culture. Very competitive JPSA series as well. Makes them really well prepared for the whole world. And we've got a lot of past champions on the men's side for Japan as we look at Zoe Benedetto tapping the end section, but she's chasing a 6.27. That's not going to be enough.
Yeah.
Rolling in on the right, Bella Nichols with an aggressive closeout snap that she lets go of.
I think that would have been a nice little add to her scoreline if she made that maneuver, Joe. Potentially.
Legend Seed tomorrow.
Ooh.
Snips is going to be in it as we watch Macy Callahan on the backhand, attacking the lip, closing it out, but she gets a little bobbled up and she can't hang on. That was surprising.
Oh, that's heartbreaking, Joe. As you see, there's a lot of water coming at you, just so much to contend with. Macy's been knocked down into that 3rd place position. She needs the 4.71. I feel like if she had landed that maneuver, that would have been it.
Wow, it just looked like she was coming down with a finish, and then next thing you know, she was breakdancing.
It's so tough. It's so incredibly hard out there. There's so many little things happening in this lineup. I mean, look how much chop is going up the face. Those are 2-foot chops that you're trying to work through. Just so close to hanging on to that maneuver. She gets bucked off her board, and this one from Isabella. Same situation, that board just gets gobbled up.
Down to 1:15 on the clock. Macy Callahan's last score, 3.2, not enough. And she knows it. Taking a look at that one, she couldn't catch. Now just over a minute, Bella Nichols in front, Amuro Suzuki might be trying to find Macy to play some defense. Bella Nichols, a surfer that has a chance to get her spot back on the championship tour if she makes the final. And we'll see her on the top 17 again. Kicking off at Pipeline. A lot of hard work today with this current. All 4 surfers catching a lot of waves, doing what they could with their opportunities, and it's the frustration from Macy Callahan falling on a 2-turn combo that could have been the difference. And now Amuro is playing a smart game, shadowing the Australian to close out this heat in the countdown. Bella Nichols will move on to the round of 16. Look at the live rankings and see if she takes her lead back over her good friend Aaron Brooks. And Amuro is able to close it out. Smart use of priority to shut it down. We'll lose Macy and Zoe Benedetto here in the round of 32. Men's round of 32 coming up next. Jarvis Earl, Miguel Pupo, Edgar Grosjean, and Joao Chianca. We'll bring in Kaipo Flick and Mitch for the call.
Look at that. Huntington Beach, California, the site of the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. We just got through the round of 32 for the women, so we're all set for head-to-head competition for the women. We're going to do the same thing for the men. I'm Kaipo Girl, Flick Palmentier. Mitchell Salazar is looking gorgeous in his new yellow Hurley button-down. Looking good, Mitch.
Hey, thanks, Kaipo. Yeah, I feel good right now. It's just nice, loose, kind of good fit.
Okay, that's enough about you. Flick, the men are out in the water right now. We got a great opening heat with Jarvis Earl, Miguel Pupo, Edgar Grosjean, and Joao Chianca.
Yeah, this round right here, I've been looking through the heats and all of them are stacked, especially this first one. I mean, wow. I mean, 3 surfers from Brazil, 1 lone Aussie, and looks like we've got a paddle.
Jarvis Earl, former world junior champ from Cronulla. This is Miggy Pupo, the veteran of the crew. Miguel with a big slash, Mitch.
My goodness.
So he opened up with a 2.83, and there's the backup for Miguel Pupo.
Well, first time we've seen the men so far today, and truly conditions appealing very much right now due to the high tide, Flick. Feel like we're going to see a lot of good action right here. Kashianka, former runner-up. Same thing for Miggy Pupo and Jarvis Earl. He's won both of his heats so far this event.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a great heat. I think back to the opening round, that last round of women, and there was big one turn scoring massive, right? You're only going to see the same thing from the men, maybe some big airs as well.
Earl on the backhand this time. Pretty paced approach for Jarvis. And a nice finish for the 20-year-old. This is Edgar Grosjean, Egi, with a layback, but gets a little too loose there. Pretty heavy that in this heat and the next heat, as we go into this men's round of 32, Flick, we have 3 Brazilians in each heat. Just how much depth there is out of Brazil, like that guy right there, Joao Chianca.
Yeah, there's so much talent there, all the way from, this next new wave of generation coming through to the guys that have been at it for a long time. We've got guys, even Rafael, who's been at this for almost 10 years, coming up in that next heat. So, I mean, yeah, you're not wrong, Kipes. There's a lot of depth there.
Yeah, Miggy Pupo out there, 12 years on the championship tour. Looking to get back onto that championship tour after falling off of it this year. I think he came in at number 9 on the Challenger Series rankings. We take the top 10 and move them on to the championship tour. Had that semifinal finish, Mitch, over at stop number 2 in Narrabeen.
Yeah, and he's looked good ever since, too. Right here at the Open, former runner-up, and knows this way very well. It seems like his equipment's great, too. Just the one snap, and then a lot of speeding down the line, and once he made it to this one big section where it's really the pier boat right coming towards him, he laid into it. That should score well. Might not be as critical, but still beautifully done, Kipes.
And Jarvis Earl, Flick.
Yeah, so Jarvis getting to work on the backhand here. Really different kind of wave when you're going right out here today. It's got a different sort of bowl on it. And then we've got Edgar going right as well. Nice little 2-turn combo there, and just can't get the finish.
And lightning fast on that turn for Chumbinho, Joao Chianca.
Yeah, just the one right there, but strong stuff by the kid from Saquarema, Brazil. And, just talking about the Brazilian presence in this round, it's noticeable, Kaipo. The experience to me is even more noticeable by a lot of these high seats, too. You mentioned Miggy right now coming off of a good performance over there in Narrabeen. Have to shout out that Joao Chianca has been kind of all over the place this year outside of the injury, done multiple Challenger Series events, went to the Olympic Games, also surfed in El Salvador as a wild card. So props to him. He's been, doing things well and road to recovery right now.
Yeah, Joao Chianca surfed to the quarterfinals as a wild card in El Salvador, Punta Roca. We'll see Joao. He's going to have an injury wild card for the 2025 Championship Tour season, and that's going to be great to see Chumbinho back full time. Jarvis Earl, 4.1 on his last wave. And that one turn for Joao Chianca of 5.27. Here we go with Grosjean up And down, just a short space to get a turn in.
You hyped me up too much, Kaipo.
What's that?
You hyped me up too much.
Yeah?
I felt like I'm looking good right now. And
You
then
are
I got a text from my roommate Patrick saying that I look like a canary bird right
Oh,
No, don't listen to the roommates.
don't listen to the roommate.
Yeah, no.
What's your roommate's
you look
name?
good.
Patrick.
Nah, tell Patrick.
No, yellow's a good color on you.
It
Mitchell.
is, I know. That's what I'm saying. Shout out to Hurley.
Yes.
Simple came through.
Yeah, 2-time U.S. Open champ gave you a big bag of Hurley gear. Now you're looking good, Mitch. Love it. Jarvis Earl from Cronulla, Flick. You got any favorite surfers from Cronulla other than Jarvis Earl?
Yeah, I do. I've got a couple of favorite surfers. Let's just break down this one.
Oh.
Holy, okay. Wow, just the one big air there for Jarvis.
Yep.
Kind of like I said at the beginning of the heat, you know, I think, and then just the one turn there from Edgard as well.
Is Aki originally from
Yes,
Cronulla?
I was literally about to drop the
Ah, sorry. But everybody associates him with the Gold Coast, though, is the thing.
Wow, that was a great lip glide there by Edgard Grosjean. I'm going to go also with Richard Dog Marsh at the Dogs Pound. Here we go. Currently the pride of Cronulla, Jarvis Earl, getting slicey on this one. And a banging finish. So judges owe us 2 scores for Jarvis, I believe. And I think he's going to be putting down some pretty big numbers.
Yeah, I think so too. Really, really smart surfing. Just trying to get ahead at the beginning of the heat.
Yep.
We know how much water's moving. We know how much this right here chews up time. Kipes and I were talking about it this morning, probably, you know, anywhere from 3 to 5 minutes to get back out the back now. So he's already got a couple of decent scores on the board, and when he gets back out, he can sort of reevaluate on the context of the heat, where he is, ask himself a couple of questions, and, you know, kind of formulate a game plan from there. But really strong start for Jarvis.
Yeah, cool looking Channel Islands board running up. You can see some foot dents, so that means that board, Mitchell's glassed very light.
That's like my board after the first session right there. All those dents, and, you know, the air reverse was sick, but the combination maneuvers right here was just as good in my eyes. And, you know, the 2-turn combo right there, sped down the line. I really like the way he's able to regenerate speed right here to get the finish right there at the end. You know, and last year when we were at World Juniors, there was a who's who of junior competitors in that field. And for him to beat all those guys in dominant fashion, Kaipo, you witnessed it yourself. He had a score that was near a 10.
Yeah.
And in those kind of waves to stand out that way, like, props to him. He's really catapulted himself into stardom now.
So a 6.5 for Jarvis for that air reverse, the multiple turn combo wave. We're still waiting for that score. And the feeling in the room is that it's going to be a good one. Edgard Grosjean just skips down on the left, doesn't find anything to his liking. 6.73 drops for Jarvis Earl. Earl in the lead. Here comes Chumbinho, Joao Chianca. Oh, and then he kind of pearls there on that last snap. Isabella Nichols won her heat. Let's hear from her. She's with the Wax Head.
Isabella just asked me off camera if I'm getting any waves, but I haven't this week because I've been watching you rip. That was an awkward heat by your standards. You came in, you thought you got 3rd, but you won.
Yeah, I was stumping up the beach going, yeah, oh well, it is what it is. Like, I fought hard and it was tough, and then Danny Nichols comes up, he's like, oh, Pier ball rights, did you well? I was like, what are you talking about? I got 4th. And it took me a long time, up until maybe a minute ago, to realize that I actually won the heat. Yeah, it was a bit of a confusing one, honestly. Like, it's going to be one of those ones I look back on at the end of the year and go, that was a grind, but now I can hopefully snowball and keep the ball rolling. And yeah, it's funny when I start with heats like that, hopefully, or it tends to be that it just maybe keeps getting better and better. You really can't do any worse than that. But yeah, it was tough.
You know where you're sitting on the rankings, so does everyone else. Coming down to Surf City, a lot of atmosphere. How do you, are you absorbing it, or are you just sticking off to your own game?
I love it. I love the atmosphere. I love the people here. We're staying with the Nichols family, Danny Nichols, Aaron Nichols, and the girls, and we've been staying with them for three years now, and it feels like family and it feels like home. and I'm just excited. I'm embracing the atmosphere. I'm embracing everything that comes with the US Open because it's such a unique event and we don't really get this vibe anywhere in the world. So to do well here, I think this year I came into the challenges with a goal of doing well at the US Open, and yeah, hopefully we can keep the ball rolling.
And a board change up, you also had a step up, but you might go back to another board when it gets a little bit smaller.
Yeah, Darren made me some really good small weight boards before I came here, some Utopias and 3DVs, and it's felt the most lively that I've had in a really long time. And I was actually kind of bummed that I couldn't ride it out here today because I took it out and obviously it was meant for smaller waves. And I went back to my trusty steed over here that got me 2 results at Snapper and Narrowbean, and it feels like it's part of me, so I just know how to jump on it and adjust quickly. But yeah, it should get a little bit smaller over the next few days and I can get back on my faith board.
Well, that board's looking good, you're looking connected, but you might be on a new board. Thanks very much.
Thank you, cheers.
Isabel Nichols. So going back and forth for #1 on the live rankings. Isabella, again, she makes the final here. She qualifies for the championship tour. So this is a huge event for Isabella Nichols.
Yeah, massive event for her. Also a massive event for Erin Brooks as well. They're sitting 1 and 2. So let's go, Miggy.
Miguel Pupo on the JS. Wow.
That was...
How was that, Mitchell?
Well, dude, he's had 4 waves now, and the one air reverse before this that is still to come through as a score. This wave right here, I'm agreeing with you. The equipment, the JS looks incredible right now, and that seems to be an epoxy that he's riding. This is the one that I was talking about. Larger wave flick. I mean, a lot of commitment and risk right there. It's going to be heavily rewarded. And then this last one, to me, just as good. I mean, this is the air reverse again.
Wow.
Projection down the line, just the altitude, the height, especially off of the first bottom turn right there when he's dropping in. That's tough.
And then this one.
Yeah, straight out the back and into this one, into the lip. And I just love the finish. He just timed it so well. And then he didn't just place it, he really powered through it. So like it was timing and it was power. It was just so well done.
On the paddle back out, we're waiting for that last wave score. The previous for the air was a 7.13 for Miguel Pupo. A 6 drops right behind that. Pupo in a solid second place. Jarvis Earl up ahead. Big numbers needed by Joao Chianca and Edward Grosjean. Chianca needing an 8, Grosjean needing an 8.5.
And Chianca on a 5.10.5 CI Pro by Britt Merrick. He's looked good so far this event. Still looking for something close to an 8-point ride though.
So both Jarvis Earl and Chianca on those Channel Islands.
Yep.
JS under the feet of Miguel Pupo. Now, I don't know if you know, Mitch, but I think that Miguel Pupo and his brother, Sammy, are both on JSs, right? But I think that their dad still works with JS now in Brazil. We'll get back to the board conversation where we can continue on. Is that their dad, Wagner, former Brazilian pro, also a great shaper, had his own label called OHP, Ohana Pupo, right? But I think there's a collaboration going on right now between JS and Wagner. Is this correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
All right.
Well, that's how he opened the market down there in Brazil. He was, bringing that association with Wagner, and as he said, it's been huge for them. It took him a long time to be able to get into that market, which, TH had already done. We had already seen Sharp Eye, obviously, from there, too.
Yeah, shout out to Sammy from JS Industries, mate. I'll be ordering up a couple boards.
You're getting boards from everybody nowadays. You got the Dark Twin, Duke IPA. You're getting your JSs.
It's all research for the Vizsla CT Shaper rankings. So it all ties in together because when we're highlighting the shapers, we're also highlighting the surfboards. And how you get to know a surfboard the best is by laying down, paddling, and surfing on it.
They're better when they're free, too.
Jarvis, look how quick he is. Oh, that was a little bit too cooked, though, in the end, but he'll remain in first place for the moment.
Very
Jarvis
Australian of you. A bit too cooked, mate. Oh.
Joao, kind of struggling in the conditions right now, Mitch.
Yeah, he definitely has. His best wave came off of the right, which was the 5.27, and I remember when he made the final against Zeke Lau a few years ago, he was actually going left the vast majority of that event right there, especially towards the Pier Bowl. We had a couple of big days that event, but it eventually got smaller like we're going to see this weekend.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, it's the wind. It's picking up right now. You can see that chop on the face right here, Kaipo, and especially that front-on wind,
Yeah.
which should be decreasing the swell later on this afternoon. It's going to make things real tough for the men right here.
Yeah, that was a bunch of speed bumps on that last wave for Edgard. And to what you're saying, Mitchell, is that the conditions are kind of deteriorating before our eyes. Look at this one, Flick.
Yeah, so this is the last of Jarvis, and pretty sure he's pretty far down in the priority rotation here when he took off on this one. Goes for that little reverse, doesn't stick it.
So Jarvis still remains in first, Miguel Pupo in second, and Edgard and Joao still searching for some big numbers to turn this heat.
And Grosh is coming off of a great event in Bolito, too. I mean, he had a couple amazing heats over there. Had the Slawberry reverse yesterday for the buzzer beater, too. Hasn't found his rhythm so far in this one, though.
Well, you know what, you guys? Time to tap into a Bonsoy brew break. I'm drinking passion fruit. Come on over and visit Huntington Beach. Walk on the pier. Go out there to the Broad Street Oyster Company on the end. Or stroll up Main Street. Variety of shops, restaurants. Jan's Health Food's way up there, but go check it out because, ooh, that's some healthy eating.
Variety of people too.
Yes.
Interesting characters.
Jan's Health Bar, though, chicken salad sandwich, you got to check that out.
Yeah.
It is amazing.
And you're semi-local, I know. You know, Jan's has been around, I want to say, for probably 40 years.
At the minimum.
No, probably more than that. Yeah. Here we go. Edgar Grosjean needs a big number, needs an 8.5.
There we go.
Couple of snaps from the Brazilian. Always quick on his feet. And look at him. The wave's almost like a standing wave, if you would. He's going right.
Man, that looks hard.
But he's almost moving backwards.
Oh, wow.
Especially when you got to that inside where there's a ton of current.
Yeah, definitely that reverse grip running through that right-hander.
What I like about him more than anything is how cool he is. You know, you just see him and your day automatically gets better. I mean, his day is going to get better after this wave right here, the first big snap. Combos it up with the second one. But remember the first year? We had the Challengers 21, came out of nowhere, won a couple QS events in South America. Still, here he is.
Oh, my.
Whoa. That was a giant throwaway there. by Joao Chianca. I'm always amazed on how good these guys are at bailing airs, because a normal human would definitely be landing on his board and having a maybe a nose through the calf or something.
Oh yeah, injuries are rife, I think, when you just get this wrong. I mean, let's have a look here. He grabbed that.
Yeah.
Did you see that? He had that in his hand and just sort of kept it away from his body. So good spatial awareness.
I have an injury like that, though.
What?
Yeah. My nose went through my ankle.
That sounds
I'm
nice.
sorry about that.
Yeah. But I can attest to it, so it is true.
Yeah.
You gotta get good at kicking the board away when
Not
you
that
can.
I'm competing for injuries, but I actually broke my tibia and fibula.
Guys.
My foot straight off of my leg doing the air.
Ouch.
Guys,
The
I snapped my foot in half 7 months ago.
Yep. You're back.
Yeah. Don't call it a comeback. You've been here
Yeah.
for years.
Do you got any? Do you have any hardware in there?
Yep.
Cool. You're in the club.
I know.
I got a ton. I got all kinds of pins and screws in me.
Every time Kaipa goes through an airport, it's like stop. Extra security all the time.
It's true. It's 100% true. All right, so we're under 7 minutes, and we'll look at the number 4, Edgar Grosjean, 5.83. So Grosjean lessens his requirement. Our heat leader, Jarvis Earl, scooting down the line on this one. Lots of speed, looking for something.
Oh.
Wow. That's youthful exuberance, Mitchell.
Ooh. I like that. Miggy right here.
And this is veteran know-how with Miguel Pupo.
What?
Talked about the veteran know-how. Look at this guy. Yes, Miguel. Yes, we love it.
Pretty tweaked out right there towards the end, too. I know he probably didn't get the kind of pop or release he wanted, but like the way he angled it towards the beach made it even harder.
Guy's 32. Popping airs like that.
12 years on the CT, like,
yeah,
underrated.
Yeah.
You know? Like, been there a long time, won at Lowers, 6-star prime, won at Waddell Creek, Coldwater Classic.
Yeah.
And then you can't forget about the win in Tahiti a couple years ago against Kali Voss, who just won the Olympics.
He scored a perfect 10 at Pipeline. He's got a lot of accolades, and that's why we would love to see Miggy back on the championship tour. We want him to have a successful run here in the Challenger Series because we love surfing like this, Flip.
Oh, we do. I mean, look, he jumps down into this second little section, and what I liked is he didn't really have that much speed, but to what you were saying, Mitch, is because of that, he then made it more inverted. And like just the read and being able to react like that, and that's not thinking, that's just reacting, you know, which is super impressive. And then we have Jarvis here, nice little tap, another little fun little foam climb. And this last turn's impressed me. Just able to get that pop, that fin release there, that tail really high.
Let's see what Joao did.
Yeah, on the right here. Went for the nose pick reverse and pulled it this time, Kipe, so that'll score well. He'll get back into the heat with that one.
So we're under 5 minutes and 3 scores owed to us from the judges to set the situation.
This has been a good heat. Good way to start off the round.
Jarvis is up and at it again. What's he got for us? Pops it up, straight air, and goes down.
Solid attempt, though, and as Flick was pointing out, he's been much more proactive than reactive in comparison to Miggy. Miggy's 5 waves. This is Jarvis's 10th already, Kipe, so been having a good heat. He's in the lead, but there's a good chance that Miguel moves up into first after his last score.
Yeah, waiting for number 4, Miguel Pupo, a 6-point ride. Takes Miguel out into the lead. Again, this round of 32, 4-man heats, top 2 advance on, and then in the round of 16, that's when we start our man-on-man competition.
Yeah. You know what? I feel like this round on both the men and women's side is the hardest round. It is,
crazy.
Right? You've got the seated surfers. It's 4 people heats. It's just so contestable. You make it through this, and it almost feels like you can take a deep breath, a sigh, like a, what's the word I'm looking for? Like a
sigh of relief.
Sigh of relief. Thank you. It's just, yeah, you make it through to the man-on-man, and you're just like, okay, I got a bit of room to move. Personally, I like that, as opposed to competing with 3 other people.
Hey, you know what? Oh, let's check this out. Into the pier goes Trombino. Tosses that away. And we'll drift through the pilings after that.
Oh, look at his last score, though, Kaipo.
Last score for Joao Chianca, 7.2, straight back in. He's a 6-point ride to get into the top 2. And talk about making it to the round of 16, making it to the man-on-man competition. If this man makes that, he is on the tour. I'm talking about Ian Gouveia. He's coming up next. He's #1 in the rankings. He makes it through this upcoming heat. We're going to see Gouveia, the second-generation pro, back on tour.
Yeah, and he's been looking great so far. Excellent decision-making. The win over there in Bolito over Nolan Raposa, who had an excellent event too. Going to be a big heat coming up against Jadson Andre, Rafa Teixeira. Biaruitu, who scored an 8-point ride yesterday too, Kaipo. That's a tough one coming up.
Yeah, here we go. Looks like we might have a paddle here. Everyone all in the pier bowl. And we've got Miggy on the backhand. Just a bit of a slower wave here. Gonna take it through to the inside. But he's definitely not improving on his situation.
It's a defensive move right there, though.
Jarvis.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Wow. Oh, my. He's going to shoot the pier.
Yes, and go through.
Stop it.
Big air, pier shoot, the whole thing. Jarvis Earl wants the maybe Nissan Cup Noodle wave of the day. I don't know, but it was exciting.
That's an important wave right now too, because Chianca's only needing a 603 before this last one, and Grosjean mid-7 is the requirement. So massive, massive result right there if he's able to capitalize on improving a 6.5, Kaipo.
I want to see a replay of this, Flick.
Yeah, wow, this was massive. Throws it up into the air, so tail high. Lands smoothly, great transition there. Little carve, snap.
In front of the pilings,
I
that's
know.
crazy.
I would never.
Piling snap, that was beautiful.
Hey, that was pretty cool.
You gotta have some guts to do that right there too, like literally right in front of the piling. Not many people would do that.
Number coming through for Jarvis, a 7.67. Jarvis Earl goes to lead. Miguel Pupo into second. Joao needs a 6.8. Edgar needs an 8. Well done by Jarvis Earl.
No doubt.
And a busy heat for Earl. 11 waves ridden. That's
11.
a lot given all of this current.
And look at the 3 heats. If he ends up winning this one in the next 40 seconds, look who he beat in this heat.
I know, big names. Really big names. Got to be great for his confidence moving through into this next round.
Yeah.
Now remember, Joao just needs a 6.8, so he's not out. He's paddling against the current right now. He's got 20 seconds. Oh, that means he's got to go on that second wave. He's not even going to get it.
What a great heat, though. Earl, Pupo, well-deserved. Chianca had the 1 wave, and Grosjean was making a comeback, Kaipo. It's going to be Jarvis and Miguel moving through, though.
Yep. And just to ride in for Joao Chianca, eliminated from competition. We'll see the Goofy Foots move on. Jarvis Earl, Miguel Pupo. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Enjoy this brew break. We're back right after this. Coming off of a great heat, Jarvis Earl on the beach, taking selfies. He is into the round of 16 for the men, as well as Miguel Pupo. That was heat 1 of the round of 32. Making fans on the beach here at Huntington, Jarvis Earl. New heat in the water. Number 1 in the rankings, Ian Govea coming up against Jadson Andre, Rafael Teixeira, and Ryaru Ito out of Japan, Kaipoguro, Flick Palmentier, Mitchell Salazar, all here. How you like this heat, Mitch?
It's a big one out there. Govea right now looking for a chance to make it to the CT. Jaddy up and riding, though.
Here goes Jadson. Wow, he forced that to some messy water. Jadson Andre on his opener.
So Jadson has been competing at this event, I would say, at least 14, 15 years now. A good amount of experience out here. He's made it into finals day multiple times, Kaipo, and looking for his first victory right here at the Open.
Yeah, Jadson Andre came on to the championship tour back in 2010 and really was a guy who started bringing the whole recipe of air reverses into competition. 2010, he used that air reverse, which was a new move at that time, to win the Santa Catarina Pro as a rookie, beating Kelly Slater in that final, Flick.
Yeah, I mean, that's big moves for your rookie year on tour. And, you know, Kelly Slater's always in his heyday. However, back then, you know, he's really in form. So what a big, big victory for Jaddy. So to come onto the scene with, you know, and he's still surfing great. He's still surfing so good. A couple of injuries in between now and then.
And that's when you really want to beat Kelly right there,
Yeah.
too, when he came back
Yeah,
and beat everybody.
Exactly.
That's Rafael Teixeira. And then just getting some information from my statistician. The first year that Jadson surfed this event here, the US Open, was way back in 2006.
Oh my goodness. Almost 20 years.
No way.
Pretty cool, huh?
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Could be the year, Kaipo.
Jaddy. Yeah. He's always wanted to win this one. He's got to get through this heat, though. He's up against some tough competition.
What do you call him? What's your nickname for him?
Jaddy Baby?
Yeah, Jaddy Baby.
Jaddy Baby just had a baby, a little boy named Philippe. So he's a new dad. And here's his replay of his opening ride.
Yeah, I feel like I agree with you. Just really, really forced that. And I don't think it's going to be a big score, but behind him, Ryaru, up and riding, one big belt on the forehand, sort of similar surfing to what we saw him doing yesterday, and yeah, releasing the fins there, so nice single maneuver for him, and straight out the back, Ian.
Yeah, so that was Ian's opener. Ian Govea opens with that wave right there. That's a 4.33 for the rankings leader, Ian Govea, and second generation pro, dad Fabio Govea, won a world, basically an ISA world title back in 1988. He went on to the championship tour, Fabio, Ian's dad, to make the first major win internationally by a Brazilian. That was at the Sunset World Cup in 1990. Ian just replicated the feat that his dad also did. His dad won the Bolito Pro. Ian just coming off of a win at the Bolito Pro.
That's pretty awesome. And as you said, replicated the speech over there that his dad gave a long time ago.
That's
and
really cool.
He's from a part of Brazil that's kind of underrepresented too, Recife, up in the northern east part. And Kaipo, he's looking good right now. As I said, consistency has been key for him so far this year.
Let's take a look at our live rankings right now. Ian Govea, look at that, 21,000 points, so close to qualification. Alejo Muniz, George Pitar, Mikey McDonough, up 5 spots. Miguel Pupo making it out that last heat, and Michael Rodriguez all above the cut line of number 10 and still in competition, Flick.
A lot of Brazilians right there. That's a lot of Brazilians all within that top 10. And some big names already out of the draw as we see Jaddy just trying to make it work on that right. But yeah, I mean, big losers. I mean, Sammy losing yesterday, Jordy Lawler losing as well.
Here's Rafael Teixeira, a long-time qualifying series surfer, fast on the turns there. The 31-year-old Rafael Teixeira, over a decade on this qualifying series and still at it, still looking quick, Flick.
Yeah, I've said it all week, but I just take my hats off to, just how resilient this sort of older generation is. It just you got to stick at it. You look at people like Jacob Wilcox, Ramsey Buchaim, they've cracked it after 10 years.
Let's hear from Jarvis Earl. He's on to the round of 16, Waxhead.
Yeah, speaking of veterans, taking out a CT veteran and up against Zhao there as well. That's a huge win, maybe the biggest in your Challenger Series career yet.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be a tough heat going into it, like some really good Brazilian surfers in there, and yeah, I was stoked when I came down and saw the conditions this morning. It was running lefts, and yeah, really stoked to come away with the win on that one.
And that board, brand new, you surfed it twice, but you've won every heat on it, turning into a magic board pretty quickly.
Yeah, I guess you could say it has a 100% win rate, but yeah, I just board from Brit that I picked up here about last week, and yeah, it felt really good in the free surf this morning, and definitely felt good out there, so yeah, I'm stoked.
Being here at Surf City, obviously you got the pier. When you went through that, everyone on the beach lifted their hands up. I couldn't even see if you made it through. I had to look to the screen. Were people yelling out from the top down?
Yeah, Huntington's like really unique for that. You get so many people down the beach, and when I landed that air, I just heard the whole pier screaming, so it was a pretty special moment for me. It was sick.
Well, you're channeling all of that emotion. A shout out to early morning back home to everyone who woke up to watch.
Yeah, thanks to everyone who woke up this morning, probably mum and dad and the fam, and yeah, anyone else back in Cronulla. Thank you.
Thanks, Jarvis.
Awesome. Well, that's an accomplishment for Jarvis Earl. It's the first time this season that he's cracked through this round of 32. So he's on to his best result of the year this year on the Challenger Series, Mitchell.
Yeah, and he's got an excellent smile too. The kid's always just enjoying life, and as you said, making it into the round of 16 right here with a lot of confidence. He's won all 3 heats he's surfed so far, and let's see if he can turn in a replica of the cash cow that Stephanie Gilmore makes off of the DHD and turn that CI into something like that, Kipes.
Yeah, you find a magic board, it's just you and the board sync and click. Just love it first ride sometimes. Teixeira's quick on the backhand and the forehand. The veteran Brazilian looking sharp here, surfing against the grain. S-turn in here. And just finding more and more opportunity. That wave kept on giving. That was Christmas time for Rafael Teixeira.
Yeah, I think it was interesting, right? He took off right in the pier bowl, and really we haven't seen too many guys and women sitting up in that pier bowl, and that wave just kept having this beautiful bowl to it, obviously, pier bowl, but yeah, it looked difficult to surf, but he strung together some nice time turns.
Sets rolling through here. Priority sitting with Ryaru Ito, our Japanese competitor. Ryaru has a 4.73 so far. On the paddle there. So replay here. So this is same wave, but different peak. Ian Gouveia.
Yeah, the 2-turn combo right there. Got stuck on the second one. And just going back to this one, as Flick was mentioning, his timing was so good. And, on the replay, you can just tell it wasn't as critical. The score is going to be kept down because of that. But I just go back to his technique. 31 years of age from Espírito Santo. When it comes to him just being in the right place at the right time, Kaipo, I don't know if there's anybody as good as him within the entire event.
Well, yeah, the judges pretty suppressed. The 3.77 for Rafael Teixeira. So maybe I was just enjoying the 90s style surfing there and multiple maneuvers, but it's not quantity, it's quality to get the big number. So still in the lead though with a 3.77, a 3.93. Rafael Teixeira. Ian Gouveia got a 2.73 on that last ride. Gouveia in second. And the soup of Huntington Beach is getting stirred up right now, Flick.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, look at just, in that lower half of that screen, you can just see how quickly that whitewash is moving across from the left to the right. And it's just such a good indication of how much water's moving here. And Jaddy also a little bit of a mistake before he paddled for the previous wave. He lost priority. So a little bit of a set rolling through.
Gouveia looking down the line, pops it.
Ooh.
Up and out, catches that outside rail, gets whiplash on the way in. Ito-san.
Oh!
That's all we have to say. Let it breathe right there. That was tremendous from Ryaru Ito flick.
Oh, wow. Beautifully done. He eyed off that little coping, that perfect little section he wanted to hit. Hit it, got the beautiful loft throughout the air. Let's have a look. Lines it up, couple of little pumps, and perfect timing. Gets beautiful projection there. Almost a full rotation, but lands so crisp, so clean. And he knows it. He's stoked.
I did not see that coming.
I didn't see it either. 8.33 just drops for Ryaru.
How rad was that?
So
hey, he's dropping excellent scores in his heats now. He's got momentum.
That's the great part about the Challenger Series is you see the new talent. Ryaru Ito, just 21 years old, coming out of Japan, a new name for the globe, and now he's showing us excellent surfing. 8.33, there's all the numbers, Mitch.
I like that 9 thrown out too. That was well deserved.
Who's
right
the
there by
7.5?
Ito. But
who's the 7.5?
I'm just gonna say, if he's not part of the mob team after this event, like, you know, being the underscore mob is even better than having the blue check mark on Instagram. Like, you know, you made it by then.
I think that's the highest score of the day, that 8.33. Pretty solid.
Dude, and like the way he's done it with just 2 waves, he's in the lead, Kaipo. More than half of the heat too.
Yeah, AJ's out there somewhere doing something. What is it, AJ?
Kaipo, I'm over here at the Rad Power Bikes group. We are having an athlete signing. So these are some of the best local surfers from here in Huntington Beach, LA, Orange County. Bjorn, Serena, having a great time meeting the fans here at Rad Power Bikes. Serena, what's been your experience down here in Huntington?
It's just awesome being in such a rad community with all the surfers, especially all the young kids that just push each other, and seeing the kids, you know, even in the Challenger Series now, it's a really rad thing to see.
Bjorn, what about for you? What's been your favorite part so far of the Lexus US Open of surfing?
Well, I grew up here in Costa Mesa, so I've been coming to this thing my whole life, and it's just always fun, always a good time to see all the excitement. All the good young pro surfers nowadays are super fun to watch.
A good time indeed. Rad Power Bikes also, you can buy them, you can rent them, and we know when we have that WSL, that Lexus WSL Final 5, those things come in very clutch. So come on here down to the Rad Power Bikes and check it out.
Rad. Rad Ryaru Ito is doing some great surfing right now in this heat. 8.33 for Ito. We're halfway through at the 15-minute mark. Waves were pretty stirred up, but things have now changing a little bit more. I'm seeing, am I just imagining this? It's getting a little more glassy.
You know what? I think you could be right. Maybe that wind is backing off ever so slightly. It definitely clicked up a few notches earlier.
Neil Gouvet clicked off a couple of turns there. Just needs a 3.37 to move into second place. And that is an advancing position in this 4-man heat.
He'll get that for sure. And 14:30 on the clock right here. Ito been very efficient, recovered priority outside too. And Jadson's kind of the one that's being left out of the heat right now. Just the 3.33. Doesn't have anything better than that. Teixeira also with just a couple of high threes in their scoreline. So it's, you know, attainable to at least get into second place right now, because you got to be expecting that Ito's going to be improving on his low score pretty soon.
Yeah, you're right. It's definitely a battle for second at the moment. I think Jaddy's actually kind of made a couple of mistakes in this heat. He's lost priority. Felt like he's been trying to manufacture stuff and really produce a score on a wave. You can kind of see it. So let's see if he can turn it around in the back half.
Well, we
of the
got to
heat.
step away for a moment. Ryaru Ito in the lead, but we'll be back with the conclusion of this heat. Check this out. The new Lexus GX 2024 exemplifies the juxtaposition of a tough exterior with a calming, luxurious, modern interior. Massaging seats available on the Lexus GX, an all-new body style for 2024. We're at the Lexus US Open Surfing, presented by Pacifico, and we have seen some great surfing in this heat, namely by our Japanese competitor, Ryaru Ito, the 21-year-old, scoring an excellent ride of 8.33. We also have the #1 in the rankings on the Challenger Series, Ian Gouveia. He's just moved into the second place slot and is aiming to advance out of this heat. Kuiper Guerrero, Flick Palmentier, as well as Mitchell Salazar.
Kipes, stoked to be here once again. Awesome event. Love this place as always. Got good vibes this year. I'm telling you, Sunbender, they're going to be playing in 30 minutes over there on the Hurley stage.
Hey.
Got the break, so going to check him out, see what the hype's about. Just kidding. I've already seen Sunbender live. They're awesome.
Good stuff. Well, we got another heat coming up after this, which is going to be a great one. Rad Power Bikes Heat to Watch, featuring Mikey Madonna, this guy, Mateus Hurdy, Alan Cleland Jr., and Crosby Colapinto. Woo, talk about a stacked heat.
Wow. I mean, Mateus yesterday, let's just go from his performance. It was incredible. It was like we were just watching a surf movie. It was just like it was free surfing out there. 2 excellent rides, coming up against Mikey Madonna, who, you know, got that win on the Gold Coast this year. He's looking to shore up his place on the CT. Al Cleland, absolute charger, underdog, cool character. And then Crosby, also rookie on the CT. It's a massive heat.
Oh yeah, it is. I'm looking forward to it. That's a gnarly one. That could easily be a final anywhere. Crosby Colapinto, last year's runner-up. Al Cleland had a great heat yesterday. Mateus, obviously one of the best performance yesterday. But Mikey McDonough, just want to shout him out. He also had more than 15 points in his heat yesterday afternoon, Kaipo.
Yeah. So it's actually when I see a heat like that, I understand. Hey, it's a Rad Power Bikes heat to watch, but it almost makes me feel bad because we're going to lose 2 really good surfers in that heat.
For real.
It's inevitable. And I don't want to lose any of them.
Neither do I.
This whole round, though, you know, like this whole round, even heat 6, Cole Hauschman, Winter Vincent, George Pittar, and Dakota Walters. You know, every single heat here is so stacked. I feel like I've said it already. This is the round that you make it through, sigh of relief. Like, oh my God, thank God I made it through that one. You know, it is so tough. It's so stacked.
Can I ask you something, Flick?
Sure.
I made fun of it the other day myself because it sounded like my career. You know, you travel all this time, you go to your first round heat, you end up losing. Like, what kind of went through your head when that happened? I know it happened at least once during your career where you went to an event. It's like,
At least once.
I gotta leave.
What happens once I lose?
Like, what do you kind of think about? Like, what goes through your head in a moment like that?
Oh, well, it's only surfboard riding.
Oh. Your take is much more positive than mine.
Well, I don't know. It's probably just because I've gotten older now, but I don't know. Different perspective. There's a lot. Yeah, okay. You can take this really seriously, and of course a lot of these people are, but at the end of the day, you're just going surfboard riding. It's not that serious. You know, there's a lot more bigger things going on in the world.
We should just have Felicity as president.
Why not?
Like,
hey,
definitely not.
Let's keep politics out of surfing right now. Don't even say that. No. No. 7:45 on the clock, and there's Ryaru paddling against the current, and he's happy. He's happy for the conditions to deteriorate. He's happy for there to be a giant lull. He doesn't care because he's in first place right now.
Surfed a great heat too. 3 waves. Didn't improve on the last one, which came through as a 4.17. 7:20 right here though, Kaipo and Jadson. Nothing better than a 3.33. And the heat's still open. Look at Gouveia's heat total, 8.63. Just has a couple of 4s. So I wouldn't necessarily say that he's guaranteed into the next round. I'd put Ito almost right there though. But Teixeira too needs a 4.7, basically a 5. Like, you got to be very aware if you're Jadson right here that you're still within this heat and not get desperate, try to misuse priority.
Here is Jadson using his priority, snaps off that section, building up speed down the line, snaps against the oncoming section, goes for a redirect, and we redirect your attention to Ian Govea, who throws it away off the top. So wait for a score for Jadson and Ian, and it looks like Rafael got a wave somewhere out there, but I think it was just up and down for Rafael Teixeira. So the only real effort that's going to come through is the score for Jadson. Andre, a 5.3, takes Andre into second place.
Yeah, Jaddy has just had a bit of a Betty Crocker out there. Do you know what that is, Mitchell?
I don't.
You don't know
You
what
don't know what a Betty Crocker is?
Oh, I know the crock pot, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Look.
No,
Yeah.
it's a shocker.
Oh.
When you're having a shocker, it's
Duh.
a Betty Crocker. It's Australian slang.
Dude, every time she says water or something like that, like, I already get confused. So you expect me to know what Betty Crocker is.
Here's a 3-3-3, Mitchell, for Jadson Andre.
Yeah, well, you know, I would just mention that he didn't want to misuse his priority, but at that point in the heat, he probably felt like he needed to go on something. In his defense, it was a really tough wave to surf. Had the two-turn combo right there, redirected towards the whitewater, and really tried to gain as much points as he could, but it just wasn't really a good wave, Kaipo, so it comes in as 3-3-3. He still needs the 5.
Riaru. Don't tell me he's going to come up from that. All right. Oh, and it's a lot of crashes going down right now.
This heat's been interesting in that way.
That was Ian. Rafael. 4.7 is all he needs is to displace Ian. So kind of on his way straight through the pilings, no problem.
Oh, he's going to get a refill.
And went the wrong way.
Spoke too soon. Hey, Mitchell, got another one for you.
Oh my.
Do you know what a dog and... Can you pass me the dog and bone?
What's that?
Can you pass me my dog and bone?
You're like, water bottle? Oh, your phone.
You see, what happens down under is they like to rhyme things. They like limericks. They like rhyming things. It's all part of the culture of Australia.
I thought we were already bad over here. It seems like it's even worse down there.
It's just talk us through this replay, Mitchell.
Yeah, well, the one layback right here, 4.7 is what he's needing. Pretty strong turn right there. I feel like if he would have been able to get the double up on the other side of the pier, which, by the way, is still a continuation of the same ride, they'll score you as long as they're able to see you. I don't know if it's right there, though. You know, 4.7, especially when you look at the 4.73 of Ito, like that was a real committed turn. So
Yeah.
I'm seeing a split decision right here.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, judges are contemplating it as well. It's taking a while to get the number in. Under 4 minutes here.
They're having to think about it for sure.
Yeah, so oftentimes that means it's at least going to be close, right?
Well, they're comparing waves, and especially at this point of the heat, it could really determine the outcome of this heat, Kipes.
393, not enough. Jadson, not enough there either. So it's still going to remain with Ito in the lead and Ian Govea. We did the math before this event, and if Ian gets into the round of 16, he'll be on the championship tour, locking it up here just at stop number 4 on the Challenger Series. So had a great year, Ian Govea. I mean, 2 quarterfinals and a win in 3 events. That's a run, Mitch.
Definitely is, and not just that. We talked about him having a great mindset coming into this year too. Seems like he's just enjoying every single moment of it, and as of right now, he's not safe in this heat, Kaipo. Rafa just needs a 4.7 and Jadson a 5.3, and Govea right here with second priority needs to be very smart in these next 2 minutes.
You see Ian there. Red jersey, breakaway by Jadson Andre.
Yeah, he's giving Jaddy some space.
Maybe too much. Hard to play defense out here too with such a big playing field, especially with the rip. All of a sudden you try to paddle over to your opponent, you get caught on the rip yourself.
Yeah.
You don't improve on your low score. Like, It's a big deal out here with just 2 minutes remaining, Kai. So I'd like to see him improve on the 4.3, make sure that he gets that out of his system. But Hoffa, once again, needing the 4.7. That's a piece of cake for him if he's on the right wave.
A potential breakthrough 2 minutes in the career and professional surfing life of Ian Gouveia is happening right now. He's 90 seconds away from being back on the big show.
Seems like a couple waves rolling
really
through.
Giving Judson some space to operate right now.
Well, it seemed like he's trying to take away the right now. He's on the other side of him, yep. Looking at the pier bowl.
Ito finds a right. Loading up for something on the inside. Smashes oncoming section. Wants to throw it into reverse. Not able to right out of that. Here comes Jaddy. Oh, fist pump there. Remember, Jadson just needs a 5.3 at this moment to go into second place and advance into the round of 16. Jadson Andre, he's not going to give up on this one. He's going to surf it till the fins scrape the sand. Flying away.
Okay, wow.
Oh, you got to love him.
5.3, Mitch.
Well, it's tough. There's really not a whole lot to compare to in this heat. All you have really are the fours, a lot of them just being single turns. This was actually a combination of maneuvers. The 833 is so far-fetched and out of the way of everything else. Just going to have to watch the replay multiple times if you're a judge and make the right call right here. 5.3.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm sold on it. I think I think him walking up like that, disinterested, tells me he's scored it himself as well.
Yeah, yeah, he knows, he feels it. And it's a 4.13, so it's under the gun. Ian Gouveia looks to the crowd. Ian Gouveia got the job done, and he's got the celebration. He knows what was on the line. He knows he's on tour right for 2025. Big moment for the Brazilian Goofy Foot. Congratulations, Ian Gouveia, and great surfing by Ryaru Ito. We'll see Ito and Gouveia in the round of 16. Look at the celebration in the water.
Yeah, big moment for him to bring up the Aussie slang. He's as happy as a quokka out there right now. Look
As a
at that
what?
smile. As a quokka.
Quokka?
Yeah.
A quokka. A quokka.
A quokka.
And this is the celebratory surfing of Ian Gouveia when he wins. That's right. The comic relief of Ian Gouveia. Congratulations, Ian. More action on the way after these messages.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Hurley, born from water. By Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. By Eventbrite, honor off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. And by Rad Power Bikes, the official e-bike partner of the US Open.
Ian Govea, welcome back to the championship tour. What a run he's had this year on the Challenger Series, but never giving up. Got to enjoy a couple of great laps against the world's best, but it's been a while, over 5 years since we've seen him back on top, and the smile says it all. And we've seen that celebratory kind of stink bug stance before when he does something great. He's awesome, man. What a great addition to the tour. Once again, Joe Trappell, Rosie Hodge, and local boy Brett Simpson. Brett, you know what that feeling's like when you know you've got the work done and you're back on tour.
Yeah,
What's
well,
Ian going through right now?
He did it pretty darn early. You know,
Yeah.
there's still 2 events left. You can hear the Brazilian people, they're going crazy. But yeah, I mean, gosh, he's had a wonderful year. He's put it together. A couple of those moments in the Gold Coast. Everywhere has just been super consistent, you know, and then winning in Bolito. So congrats to Ian. He's, you know, just to see a journeyman like that kind of fight back. Sometimes it's hard because you get a taste, and you know, talking to Kolohe and knowing like Nat too, like you get a taste and you know what it's like, but then you end up, sometimes you have kids and there's things that go by and you realize like, is this my #1 thing? You know, and it's cool to see Ian clamp down and do it.
I love it. Ian Govea back on tour. Parabéns. Congratulations to the whole Govea family as we got to our Rad Power Bikes heat to watch starting now. We've got Mikey McDonough, the champ of the Gold Coast, wearing red for Australia. And we've got Mateus Hurdy, who put on a show in the earlier round. Big airs, took control early, still feeding off that momentum. Al Cleland Jr., one of the heroes of the Olympic Games, representing Mexico. And Crosby, Colapinto, runner-up in this event last year.
And he had an impressive showing in the previous round, up and riding.
Blowtail trying to get started. The cross ends up incomplete. You could already see a 6.33 next to Mateus Hurdy's name. So he's already finding some open space. Crosby, though, still enjoying his rookie season on tour. Be battling with Cole Hausman in the season finale in Fiji for that honor. And also Al Cleland Jr. paddling out. So 4 great stories in this heat. Top 2 move on to the round of 16. As we get caught up with nice windup and a backside attack from Mateus, Rosie.
Yeah, this was that mid-range score that we saw come in from early. That was a nasty looking section, Brett.
Super committed. Yeah, and that's what they want to see. Like there's been a lot of sets. Like I think last heat too, it was surprising a lot of the scores were lower. Here we go. It looks like Mateus again.
Throw tail incomplete.
And that's tough downwind. We got the northwest wind, as you can see, that's kind of up the face, you know, ribbed on the left, but that's why the guys are getting to do those airs. So typically you want to go left. There is the little underground rights that you can kind of piece together, but there haven't been big scores.
A lot of dominant left-handers throughout the day on this south-southeast. Mateus, though, happy to get a 5.33 early. He's been pegged to be on the tour for a long time, and he's come close, but one guy that can already celebrate his return to the championship tour, Ian Govea, is with AJ.
That's right, Joey, and the celebrations are beginning for Ian because after 6 long years, 2018, your last time on the CT, you're officially back. For 2025, what does that feel like?
I don't know. My voice is gone already. I don't know, just gotta thank a lot my family and my sponsors that kept believing in my surfing and in my career, and all my team and everyone. I don't know, man. That was a long 6 years. And yeah, in the beginning of this year, I pretty much told myself that this was gonna be the do or die year. I wasn't feeling like I was frustrated or anything with my career. I was just like, maybe it's time, you know, to do another thing and enjoy family and enjoy free surfing or something like that. But I had my spot in the challenge series, so, you know, I gotta take this shot. And since snapper, every heat, my mentality was to go full send in every maneuver and you know, like not afraid to fail, to fail. So yeah, I just went for it and it worked for me, and just super stoked that I can provide this, you know, to my family, to my sponsors, and to all my team.
You have been on the grind so hard, not just in the Challenger Series, but so many QSs around the world to get ready for these types of competitions. How did that set you up to be ready for what you're going to face in 2025 on the CT?
Yeah, definitely it's going to be a new chapter. I always joke with my family and my team that I like, my first 2 years on tour, I was just like a kid, like having fun, you know, all that fantasy to be on tour. And that time with Mick, Kelly, Joe, and all those guys that compete against my dad back in the day. So I was just traveling with the family, enjoy life, you know, eating a lot of chocolate and doing hits and really fat. And after I fell off on tour, so I became an athlete. And so it will be fun to see what I can do on tour, like being an athlete.
We cannot wait to see it. Before we let you go, para o Brasil, pode descrever seus emoções neste momento?
Cara, tô muito feliz, né? Realmente agora que foi confirmado matematicamente, né? Dá aquele alívio enorme, a gente fica sem palavras, já perdi toda a minha voz lá fora. E amarradão, tenho que agradecer a toda a minha família, meus patrocinadores e todo o meu time, todo mundo que sempre acreditou em mim e continuou me ajudando para que esse momento chegasse hoje.
Parabéns, congratulations, we'll see you on the CT.
Thank you.
We are big fans of Ian Gouvet as a human being and as what he calls now an athlete. Oh, what a legend, man.
That was amazing.
The best speech ever. My favorite part of this event so far. Ian Gouvet back on tour. Congratulations. We've seen a lot of his airs this year, his backside, real vertical and amazing combinations to get to this point. But what stands out to me is his semifinal at Pipeline when he had to re-qualify one year with his back against the wall. He's got the whole package as we watch stretched out left, setting up for the cross. Cool patience, great timing, one big hack there, Simpo.
Yeah, they're gonna love that. You know, I think Mateus, he got a 5.33 on that one we saw. So that wave, one of the taller waves, kind of found it a little bit cleaner, didn't rush, set it up beautifully and just tagged it. And, you know, we've noticed like through the years in this event, it could go seven, you know, you can get up into the sevens sometimes with one major. So we'll see. That was my, you know, favorite wave so far.
Using the size to his advantage, real cool patience to get there. Crosby turning in one big move. That's his best so far and should get him out of fourth place. Rookie this year got to enjoy a heat with his brother Griff over at Winky Pop and Bells. The waves kind of went quiet for it, unfortunately. But Crosby was devout. He wanted to get another heat with his brother. As we look at this turn again, Ro.
Yeah, so finding clean water, finding that lip line, and just belting it off the top. I mean, you can tell as the day has gone on just how challenging it is. Matthias Hurdy's been impressive in this heat, starting early, whipping that tail around. Almost a contrasting style to what we're seeing from Crosby, just tight whips in the pocket there from him. Crosby, just that powerful, one impactful maneuver.
Brett, at the start of the year, you kind of wrote down some notes on the rookie report and kind of forecasting, you know, what we expect in 2024, kind of reviewing what Crosby's turned in. What has surprised you in a good way, and what do you think he might need to work on, if anything, in your mind?
I think I said all of them were going to make the cut because I do back all those guys, and I felt like, hey, they all have the ability. Two of them came out a lot stronger, you know, in Cole and Crosby, but Crosby just, I think, learning from his brother, you know, he was a little bit immature for a bit, and he's really come around to where he's smart heats. He, you know, he asks questions too. He's very like on it, like with that stuff. So, and he understands, you know, how to take his losses, you know, and I think that's a big battle, not carrying that stuff on your back, you know, through those seasons, and it's really showing right now, his consistency.
Right there, Crosby throwing down a 6.83, takes him from 4th to 2nd. Mateos with now 2 scoring rides, a 5.43 is sitting out in front. Big wild card performance for Mateos in Mexico. Couple of wild card opportunities on the championship tour in Brazil, but a lot of times he was fighting injury, so he was so satisfied to almost go all the way in Mexico that year. Jack Robinson ended up winning the event over David Silva as we look at Al Cleland Jr. from Pasquales. Cool.
He's got one of the, I love his timing, his backhand, so compact, not a lot of body movement, but his timing is just precise. He was here for the Jacks Pro, and I think this is the Timmy Patterson that he said he didn't ride it beyond that. He didn't put it in the bag for some events. So it's back here. It looks pretty good. That was well served, Rosie.
Yeah, and just noticing Al around the competitors area, finding a bit of space, really checking out the conditions. He's got that positive mindset, talking about how fun the waves look. He just has a lot of energy about him at the moment, and it's really translating in his surfing.
He's basically stretching for a few hours before this heat, right on the deck at the podium. He's just staring at the lineup. Rosie, what'd you see here?
Yeah, just really like the fact that he started midway through the face of that wave to really project out onto that piece of lip that he identified. So just really good, just rolling with the punches of the wave.
Mateos gets out of there.
You know he's looking for a ramp. And like you said earlier, Joe, he has been riddled. He's been a phenom, you know, from a young age. Like, when's he going to qualify? You know, all that talk. And wow, that was really well done there too. Big up and under. That kind of was like a la, remember Carlos Munoz's one? Wasn't as big of a wave, but had that. That was the craziest maneuver maybe ever at the Open. That was nuts.
That one had like little shades of Bruce Irons to me.
I love that. There's something about his body mechanics where everything's really still and comfortable. It's even the section's bigger. He's not getting overexcited. He can really just hammer it. Let's see it again, Brett.
Like here, look at that. He's actually under the lip, you know, and that's a well overhead wave, dumpy section, and that's, you know, it's going to score really well. That'll be interesting how they compare, you know, Crosby's timing and, you know, that wave compared to that. Like what, and I think it'll be fairly close.
Al Cleland Jr. made a statement in the Olympics, charging so hard, taking beatings, and loving every second of it. And there were certain rounds where you got to see him do this real cool style of backside snap where you realize like how unbelievable he is with his technique. He'd be great for movies, he'd be great for the tour. He could go a lot of ways with his career, and judges love it. A 7.5 in the lead for Al Cleland Jr.
I like that number for him. I definitely felt like that was the best move of the heat, even though it was one section, it was a bigger wave, and it was just something about how critical it was. I think the judges identifying that degree of difficulty in that maneuver.
Little left popping up here and getting started on it. Nice turn to get this one going. Crosby on the wind up and finds another section to ride away. Just needed a 3.93 to take Mateos to third. And I think he's done that there.
Yeah, that was nice. You know, he picked out like a little, he seems like was a little closer to the pier, and that wave was definitely cleaner. It was, you know, these, like you said, Joe, south-southeast, they're tailing away from you, but he did put it together well. It's going to be, you know, it would be interesting to see it again, but probably he's definitely getting that score.
And he'll just make the switch, 4.67.
Yeah.
Moves to second, Mateos down to third. And as you're breaking it down, Brett, are you thinking, did he need that wave at that time? Was it purposeful to go into the top two? Or should he have been waiting to look for something bigger?
Being in that situation where you're advancing and you're putting the pressure on third and fourth is better than being in that situation. So gets a score, he's going to get back out there and, you know, hopefully build upon that. You could definitely look at it both ways. Maybe sit a little bit longer and find something. You know, you can drop into a bigger wave and do a big turn and get he got a 6.83. So I think he'll adjust his plan now accordingly, and he's in an advancing position.
So now we enjoyed the celebration for the qualification of Ian Gouvet, who got second in that last heat, but the winner was Ryaru Ito. Ryaru is with AJ.
Ryaru, congratulations. Making it through today means you have already guaranteed yourself the best finish of this 2024 season. What does that say about how you're surfing right now?
Yeah, I'm feeling so good, and I was nervous last heat, but it's okay. I made it huge air.
You did. Let's talk about that 8.33.
Yeah, 8.33 was, good wave. So good.
Would you like to say anything to friends and family back home?
ちょっとまた買っていきます。ありがとう。
おめでとう。
ありがとう。
Arigato. Well done. Thanks for another excellent score, Ryaru. That was just a real fun air to watch. So much hang time, covered so much space, deserved every bit of that excellent score and the win into the round of 16. Japan's had a great history here at the U.S. Open. Kanoa 2 times, Hiroto Ohara, both out of the event this year, though, as we catch up to the finish of Crosby Colapinto, mixing things up. Rosie on the right.
Yeah, getting a couple slashes done on that. And yeah, it's been interesting because, like we touched on, even with the 4 that he got that got him into contention, it's almost like in a heat of this caliber, you really want to start distancing yourself. And I feel like on these last 2 waves that he's had, they haven't really offered him the opportunity to extend that position.
Yeah, really nice carve, but those rights, I don't know, it's hard to get big scores on them. They're fun to surf.
And then Mateus here, Brett.
Yeah, Mateus looks like he's got to get a bit more rhythm here, but it just, yeah, and then at least he got a nice finish. I think, wow, Al just went to the sky, but you got to get that major finish, and where Crosby did the really nice first carve and then kind of climbed it, and it wasn't that critical, so that's why it, you know, came in at that 3.8.
That's right, yeah.
7, yeah. So they just want to see that, like right now, hopefully they're identifying it too, the other athletes. Sometimes when you're out there, you don't know what everyone else is doing. So you hear these scores and like, wow, they must have got a good wave, but literally Al's and the 2 best scores were pretty much straight closeouts. So, you know, you got to capitalize on those big sections.
Yeah, I guess the reason for that, judges love big waves, so they don't want to see you groveling on the inside, even though if they're cleaner. And they like heavy sections, because that's where the most critical part of the wave would be in the lineup on the set waves when they're closing out. Sometimes one maneuver can get it done. Here's an example of a one maneuver opportunity from Mikey McDonough, who kicked off the Challenger Series #1, and maybe one of the most emotional celebrations to a victory we've seen in a very long time, Rosie.
Yeah, that was such an emotional win for him. That's like pretty much where he grew up, right? He spent a lot of time at Snapper, but I mean, this is a really important heat for Mikey. He had that win, and then he hasn't had results to back it up. He's already got his 2 throwaways for the season, so he's looking to turn things around here at the US Open.
Yeah, the drive from Lennox to Snappers, it's pretty close. Yeah.
Thank you, Joey.
2 great rides, and you're in that same zone.
New South Wales, Gold Coast.
Yeah. It's a
Sorry
short.
about that.
No, not at all. That is the same
Queensland.
kind of turf. Like Stu Kennedy did so well at Snapper, coming from Lennox. Adam Melling.
Owen Wright.
Representing Lennox. Yeah, Owen ended up leaving the south coast of New South Wales and posted up at Lennox Head. It's a really cool part of Australia, which is great.
I think they have a new member there in that area, Connor O'Leary, kind of just moved down there.
Yeah, it's sort of strategic, I think. You even look at guys from West Oz, like Will Cox, Jack Robinson. kind of need to be based on the Gold Coast. There's high performance centers right there. A lot of great Australian coaches that you can
Jack
work
Robbo
with.
Yeah.
made the move.
It's a bit of the Orange County of the area where you have all the shapers, you know, the sponsors, everything's there. You could fine tune a little bit easier and quicker. And I think that is why everyone kind of goes there. And the waves are, there's waves every day. It's fun as can be, you know?
Yeah, it's paradise if you're a surfer. And
Thanks for bearing that for me, guys.
no, yeah, love the conversation. Snapper's back on tour, Rosie,
Yeah.
for the championship tour, and where you and Brett got to kick off your
What's
years
the
on
date?
the
What date will that
championship
be?
tour. I
Is
don't
that
think
in-
the calendar's out yet. I'm still, keep hitting refresh on
Yeah.
worldsurfleague.com.
Doesn't it? It usually drops after the Lexus WSL finals.
Yeah, we did get the message though that finals will be at Cloudbreak, Fiji, next year in 2025.
That's pretty cool. That'll be really fun. And it, you know, I love trestles. It's been an amazing few years. I think it'll be nice. A wave, a little more of consequence, some barrels. It is solely a left, but it's one of the best lefts in the world, so might as well. And Al is just pinning this thing. He's looking to better that backup score.
Really enjoying Al's approach,
All right,
and
we
now
got
with a
lift
lot
off.
of speed, there's that hit reverse that Mateus was hoping for. You could see he got clipped right when he was trying to launch. It's almost like his foot got caught right when he was going for something he lands all the time. Mateus, good friends with Samuel Pupo and Joao Chianca. They actually all share the same tattoo. One of Drake's songs. They all have it.
No way.
And for Mateus, I think he felt like he was the one getting left out. You know,
I'm a Kendrick guy, though.
Are you? As we get late to that section with Mikey, he's down. But yeah, it's like Mateus just is trying to qualify as fast as he can to join his friends on tour. And he's had those scenarios come in the last event where he's got to go a certain place in the contest to get his spot. And he's just come up short multiple times now. And then you got to start from a clean slate. Crosby trying to really extend the closeout hack. And
that was a big section. Like something like that. It looked like he was in between two minds on the maneuver choice, and the way he kind of had the twist. He didn't really have the rotation enough, and that section was unruly right there.
Now Mateus just stepped on it to see if he was going to ramp up. He's out of there. He's dropped to third, needing a 6.08. Al Cleveland Jr., his last isn't going to change anything in his top two. But really cool opportunity for Al representing Mexico, that Pasquale's region. Remember those movies by Brian Conley, My Eyes Won't Dry, part
yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He had a lot of those movies, just
So many.
inside the barrel. And Al Cleveland got to grow up in those waves.
Al's one of the best, well-rounded surfers for sure. His surfing, fits the tour life of, the Chopu's pipeline, point breaks, lefts, rights. I mean, if he can, find himself there, it's going to be, I feel like for him, will be the hardest part. I think when he gets there, he'll have quite a bit of success.
Sometimes when you're the lone representative of a nation and you don't have backing, sometimes it can almost feel lonely. You have all these squads with, the Brazilian Storm, the Aussies, banding together. But then there is the opportunity of being that one person representing an entire surfing world.
Al's one of ours.
It's funny you say
but
that,
there's some
'cause
more resources could head his way with sponsors, with a country just backing you, and it's you don't have to share with anyone. That's all you.
That's true. He's so likable, though. I remember watching him at the World Juniors at Seaside Reef, and the crowd was absolutely loving him. I mean, he's so personable. He's got good energy. Yeah, people just gravitate towards him.
And I suppose with his dad being from San Diego,
Big Al,
there's a cool connection there to that part of California specifically.
We were in the lot the other day, and we were chatting. It's cool. It's funny that Jack's Pro we had here, he had the highest heat total of the event, and he won some a full set of tires. And Big Al was asking me, like, can we still get those tires? And this guy Andrews in Seal Beach, I had to rekindle the flame, so he's got a set of tires whenever Al wants them.
Hey, we forgot to grab those tires.
Well, they live in Mex. They're like, hey,
right.
he's got a 4Runner, but he could use some new tires. Like,
Oh,
might as
man.
well keep those. There's a good chunk of money, you know?
That's a cool prize right there.
Kindle the
Full
conversation.
set of tires.
Oh, man.
I love stories with prizes in surfing history. Aki, like winning a car in Australia, got totaled within a week.
Oh, gosh.
I've heard
You drove it through the nullable plains, that's why.
stories of people leaving their check in the seat back of airplanes.
Oh, yeah.
Accidentally, remember you used to get paid like on the spot, your prize money.
Yeah. I've left my passport like 2 times and my heart dropped out of my chest because you're like, okay, what terminal do we land? What gate? And luckily was able to find it, but that is the worst feeling in the world when you're traveling.
Nightmare.
Oh.
First thing you do, right? Check
Looking
where's your
around
passport.
and you're just like checking your bag and your pockets and everything, and your heart is just.
Oh, that's a bad feeling.
Wow, someone's blasting. It looks like Al.
Al from the distance. Now we are zooming in on
Al's hot chicken.
Mr. Cleveland.
Man, you can't just feel a little bit of heartbreak at the moment for Mikey and Mateus in that 3rd and 4th spot. It's just like such.
Yeah. Mateus has actually surfed a pretty good heat. Like, he's had a few good rides where he's just outside that little bubble right there, and Mikey just really hasn't been able to get anything going.
He looks amped too. Like in this last 2 minutes of the heat, can he lock something in? Unfortunately, Mikey, he's comboed at the moment to get into an advancing situation. So
You just want to keep him off a closeout right now. You don't want Mateus to get anywhere near a closeout because he'll get that score. So if it looks like a perfect taper one, let him go. If it's a closeout, take it off him.
yeah, you see
Reverse psychology.
Cross is all over it though in the 2nd priority. Mateus, he's got 3rd.
Well, it's going to be tough because, like I said,
Oh, he's letting him
this
go
could
on a
be-
little bit tapered, but it's starting to hold its line well.
Oh, Nelly.
And now he's going to have a section. There's the wind-up, tail blow reverse for Mateus. And didn't really have that full cupped-out section, but based on his ability to throw that tail in the flats, he was able to force it, chasing a 6.08.
It was good, but it kind of let me down. Like, it wasn't as big as I was expect. Not that you can't compare like what he can do, but expecting off that moment when he was building that speed. You know, I was hoping for more.
Mikey McDonough.
Oh, he put the seatbelt on.
That's right.
He's heading to Portugal. It's a right point. He could do damage.
He totally can, man. No, tough one for Mikey. Yeah, it was a frustrated heat, and he got his best wave right at the end, but he ended up being comboed. Just comboed. So he knew he couldn't turn it on his final wave. Al Cleveland out in front. Throwing
These are the
down.
funnest waves, Joe, when you're free surfing, little low road rights, but it's hard to get good scores on them. Oh, he's gonna ride this thing all the way to the sand. Scores come in yet for Mateus?
Wave before of 4.53, not enough for Mateus Hurdy on that blowtail reverse. He's out of the event along with Mikey McDonough, Crosby, and Al Cleveland Jr. moving on to the round of 16. We'll be right back. Let's check out the early stage. That's Chris Cote hiding behind the 805 banner. Sunbender playing right now, and our buddy Cote on the bass. Oh, they sound amazing. The early stage going off. I love it. Chris, you are so talented. Thanks for being our friend. As we look at live action, Michael Rodriguez, all fired up by the tunes of Sunbender. Ends up falling on his start, but yeah, what a reputation Emrod has built over the years, especially in beach break conditions. Always a favorite to explode, and he's famous for getting speed and gutless waves. Right now, he wouldn't have to worry about that too much with this south-southeast and big walls out the back. We'll see if he simplifies it to big single maneuver hacks. He's out there in blue representing Brazil. Jacob Wilcox in the white for Western Australia. Joel Vaughn from the east coast of Oz. Shelley Boardriders wearing the red jersey, and Ian Gentile, Maui boy, looking to crawl himself back onto the championship tour. It's cool watching Gentile finally make the tour after moments of changing gears, as we'll watch him up now. Just up and out. It was so cool seeing him get past the mid-year cut, and then his surfing was just completely freed up. All of a sudden he's in El Salvador doing giant alley-oops. As we watch Michael Rodriguez chip away. Now a second move and a finish for Emrod. Rides out super smooth.
Who do you think will ride the most waves in the sea?
I'm thinking Michael Rodriguez.
I will say, Michael, when I see him, the first word that comes to mind is clutch. Like, we've seen him so often, he just is always swinging.
Yeah, he's so good. Like, he's always in the heat. He could, you know, he builds. He always has scores. He puts the pressure on. I'm a big fan of Joel Vaughn. I think he could do something spectacular in this heat. He has these moments throughout events where, you know, one of the highest waves of the event, but then maybe falls a little bit short. So it'll be interesting to see if he can kind of put it together. Looks like he might have a nice dig right here.
Driving into a big section. Joel Vaughn,
Ooh.
Great timing. Judges love a big hollow section like that.
Is that a completion?
I think so.
Yeah, I mean.
What do you think, Brett?
It was a nice turn. It's going to be a good score. You know, he got on his heels a little bit. Yeah, I mean.
Rosie?
I think he completed, he rode out, it was momentarily, but then definitely lost control. So I think it's a factor of how much attention the judges are going to pay to the turn. But let's have a look. Beautiful turn.
Ooh, I love that.
Finishes in front and then gets knocked off.
I'm giving it to him. But gosh.
I know, because it's like in that situation, like, where's he going to ride to anyways? It's not like there was any more scoring potential.
And he had enough control for me to already get the score.
Yeah,
but
here
we'll
goes
see.
Wilcox. Ooh, nice slash right there. Wilcox is, he's tried and true. He's proven. He's trying to get back too, right, Joe?
Yeah, he is. Gosh, he worked so hard to become a rookie this year. Did that, and then right back to the Challenger Series.
Emrod's on another one? He's on fire. Oof. He went to trestles.
This is his third wave in like 5 minutes.
Yeah, we're five and a half in, and he's already got this. Oh, that was nice. He's gonna do a little run around, most likely. Oh, I like how this heat started.
Flurry of action. Still haven't had a report if Joel got a completion.
I know. I think they're wondering too. Here he is again, though. Oh, geez. Wow, he did really good there. Talk about footwork. I think that's what makes like a good surfer to a great surfer, like of that caliber, where you do that tail drift, you're up on the nose, able to shift back. It looked like his board was all the way underwater. He was submarining, and then he shuffled just a little bit more to kind of unweight. Pretty darn cool.
I like it. A couple of guys doing the run around. Ian Gentile.
Talk about heart popping out of your chest. Like, you can train as much as you want, and then you do a run around with like pressure and the time and the clock and scores. Like if you did a run around and you didn't, he's got a couple scores, which, okay, I can breathe. If you don't have anything, you're just, feels like you're gonna have a heart attack.
Just wondering where the coaches are. I mean, Brett, you were running up the beach with Jarvis.
Yeah, that was a cool situation because it was like he had got a score. I kind of threw out some numbers that I think I was close. I said 6, and then I said like maybe a 7, a little bit better. So I was in the vicinity, and kind of just update him on that, you know, because I think when he was running there was no scores just yet.
And you're giving him an idea.
Giving him an idea, like, hey, you might be 13 points, pretty good. You know, you're just keep bettering.
Yeah, I hope more coaches, you know, take a leaf out of your book today and start running up the beach.
Yeah, get a little workout in. I was just telling them to breathe too. I think like that moment you've been there, you're like, okay, you're panicking. Sometimes you run too fast down there, and then it's hard to paddle out, and you're the lactic acid. So I'm like, just nice jog, and just think about don't over hyperventilate.
I like that.
No need.
Good call.
Yeah, Wilcox, you get this guy's backhand going. It's precision. Nice patience.
And then Michael Rodriguez here, Rosie.
Yeah, frothy little wave, but it's that mid-ranger that's just offering him the opportunity to find his rhythm. Nice little finish there.
It's just hard to get the major move. It's like you could get 4s and 5s all day. And then to go up into that excellent range, it needs to be a big section. And they're typically not there. That's more so on the lefts that kind of give you that opportunity when it's bigger like this.
So dealing with this aggressive current, Joel doing the runaround as we see this last replay, Rosie.
Yeah, just this wave goes a little sleepy through the middle. He does so well to kind of add a bit of spice to that second turn. I feel like all of these guys are really using these right-handers to maybe reposition, get to the beach, do the runaround, and kind of start again with their positioning in the lineup.
Wow, he surfed that good. He's got that turn really nice where he kind of pops it off the top and gets the fins some release. It's a nice maneuver to have, especially when you're a competitor.
Let's hear from Al Cleland Jr. with AJ.
Yeah, Joey Allen coming in here psyching after that last heat. A great performance for you. The first time that you'll have made this round since 2022 in Ericeira. What did it take?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long year. This is my first heat win of the year, so it's been hard for sure. So many good, talented athletes in this event and every Challenger Series. So, yeah, really stoked to just get a couple waves. It was super hard out there, but stoked to get to surf with a couple of my good friends and share a couple good waves.
And I've seen you day in, day out preparing. You've been watching these waves. How much of your success in the water depends on how much preparation you put in before you get into it?
Yeah, I mean, before the Olympics and stuff, I've just been training as hard as I could and just trying to better my surfing and just better myself as a person. So yeah, coming into this event, I kind of felt the confidence that I had into the Olympics. So yeah, I'm just really stoked to just connect with a couple waves, and you've been seeing me here watch the waves like an hour before my heat. Just trying to figure out the lineup, figure out the best waves, and just figure out what the other surfers are doing. And yeah, it's been helping, so I'm stoked to just make it through.
As you should be. We'll see you in the next round, but before we let you go, ¿quieres mandar saludos a la gente de México?
Sí, un saludo a todo México. Aquí estamos representando la bandera una vez más. Vamos a la ronda 16 y con todo, ¿no? Vamos con todo adelante y a darle todo.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Al Cleland Jr. ripping in that last heat. Real cool style and approach. Those big backside hammers. He just moved up 21 spots on the live rankings, moving into the round of 16, right behind Morgan Siblick.
It's wide open. I mean, besides Ian just qualified, you've had Mikey won an event. Wow, that was a major right there. So nice turn for Ian. But yeah, the rankings I think are, you know, points-wise, you know who I was talking to yesterday was Jake Marshall. And he's a guru when it comes to that stuff, numbers, and you know, thinking the points are going to be down a little bit because it's pretty spread out. Like the guys that have won events besides Ian don't have any backups, And now you have these guys making it into that round of 16 man-on-man. So the points are kind of all over the place. I think we're going to come down to, you know, Sakurama's going to be nuts.
Well, we just saw Mikey fall out of that last heat, and then Ian Govea, he had to make it to that round of 16, but he had almost already qualified just because so many people had fallen out of the mix.
Remember last year with Samuel Pupo winning on the Gold Coast and how stressful it got going into Sakurama? He almost couldn't win another heat after that win. It was all drama at the last minute of the season. So yeah, it's definitely your top 4 results, so you could have a big win, and if you have a lot of early round losses, that'll be some pressure heading into Brazil. Ian Govea qualifying earlier today, that was big, so 9 spots left through the Challenger Series to join the top 34 next year. So it's top 32, and then you get 2 wild cards for 34 guys to kick off the championship tour. As we look at this last wave from Michael Rodriguez, Rosie.
Yeah, nice just slice through the lip. You know, we've seen him have a couple waves where he's done smaller turns. I love this from Ian Gentile.
And so did the judges. I think they went 6.83, which he just proved me wrong. Found that right, that had the big moment and went 6.83. So, and that maneuver was a big disaster slide, so they really enjoyed that.
Well done for Gentile. That moves him to second, Rosie.
I also feel like if you think of the heat and you think of Joel's 6-point ride on the backhand, that maneuver where we were questioning whether you completed it, obviously amazing maneuver, and they had to go a little bit higher on Ian's.
They did a good job, I agree. Yeah, the section on Joel's was nice, good timing, but that just is what Ian just did much more difficult. Kicked the fins out, a lot of spray, that was cool.
Ian Gentile now up to that second spot. Joel Vaughn holds priority and the lead. His opener still his best at the 6.0. Rodriguez down to third, needing a 5. Wilcox needs a 5.17. Jacob Wilcox loves to release crazy video parts, surfing stand-up barrels over in WA. But man, he's been in New Jersey for a very long time. Solid junior career. Fell off at the midseason cut at his home break at Margaret River. He could ride his bike to the point there. He said it motivated him more than ever just to keep on going, to put himself back on tour next season. Let's see what Mitchell Salazar is up to.
Well, Hoag Hospital has a big presence in Orange County, and they are the official healthcare provider of the World Surf League in California. Here with Dr. Kurt Armstrong, and also with another doc right here, who Kurt is going to introduce us to him.
That's right. Thanks, Mitchell. So this is like, finally the waves showed up. We got a lot of current out there, some wind. Hoag is very involved with sports medicine, and we brought along Dr. Jeremiah Ray, who's our sports medicine expert at Hoag, at the Hoag Health System.
Hey, Dr. Jeremiah, first of all, thanks for having us right here in Huntington Beach in Hoag, just up the road right there in Newport. What can we expect in terms of a lot of the injuries that we'll be sustaining this week?
Mostly it's going to be sunburns and some dehydration, maybe a stub toe here or there. No, it's nice. We don't have the stingrays out a lot right now, which is really good. Sometimes when the water warms up, we'll get some of those. But you know what? Anytime you're just ripping it, and you're getting really vertical, those boards can come out and get a fin. So some lacerations here and there. But it's mostly pretty amazing athletes, and they do a good job of controlling their boards.
Hey, appreciate your time. Dr. Kurt, anything you want to close out? Should we visit Hoag every now and then?
You guys should come down anytime. We have our Spine Institute. We have our Women's Health Institute. So there's a lot of things that we're doing in this community, and it's our second year partnering with the WSL, and it's just been a great event to sponsor.
Appreciate your time. OC's finest right here, guys.
That's right. Thank you so much, Mitch. Great to have Hoag on board. They're just down the road, PCH. Get there very quickly from where we're sitting now at the Huntington Pier. Yeah, summer months when the water warms up, stingrays are pretty common to get hit by those in those sandy bottom type beaches in Southern California. You guys ever stepped on one before?
Gosh, it's the worst. It can be so brutal. That I was watching, I think, Tully Wiley the other day. He was walking out by the pier, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that's like a landmines over there. Got to be really careful. I try to paddle I don't like to walk too much out there.
Just your fins are scraping the sand. You're just jumping on your board.
It's like treat it like reef.
Yeah, totally. Split peak here, and Wilcox still going to town. Rosie?
Yeah, Wilcox looking for that mid-range 5. We know that those longer, softer ruts have only been offering around 4 points, so he's out of there, not identifying a critical section. Ooh,
Throw tail and just going out the back. I just realized what a purple flag means on a lifeguard tower. I was on a creek the other day, Salt Creek, down the coast, and there's a purple flag up. And I was going, what is that? And I ran in to ask the lifeguard, and they're like, oh, it's because there's a lot of stingray.
Oh, that's good to know.
Yeah, so sometimes if there's like a seal that's not feeling well, they'll throw the purple flag up and let people know what's going on. So yeah, I just learned that the other day.
I didn't know that. I wonder if we do that here.
Yeah, maybe it's just
we
a
just
creek
have
thing.
hot water bags in the lifeguards. Everyone's just on the beach, like. Yeah, they hurt. Like one time, I surf Seal River a lot, and they call it's Ray Bay. It's like it's a river mouth, warm water. They love it, and you know not to really put your feet down. And one time I was pushing the kids, and boom! I was like, oh my gosh! I felt like on the bottom. I looked, little cut, but that time it didn't really like do its thing. It didn't hurt me too bad, but one, I could barely walk up. Like 30 minutes later, I'm like, oh my gosh. And another story, my dad doesn't cry much, and I was probably 14 surfing a hurricane swell at the Seal, and he's swimming around. He didn't know what hit him. He had no clue, and he's just bearing it, and he was in so much pain, and then lo and behold, it was a stingray, but he was just trying to man it up, and he was like in tears pretty much.
Wow, if you guys don't know, Brett's dad played in the NFL, so yeah, big moment for him to
He got
go to
rattled.
tears.
He was like, yeah, the ocean took him apart right there.
12 minutes on the clock here in the round of 32. Heat number 4, Giovanni and Gentile in the top 2. Priority is with Michael Rodriguez, looking for just a 5 to move into advancing position. Wilcox in a similar position, needing a 5.17 with second priority. Winner of this heat moves on to heat number 3 of the round of 16 to surf against Al Cleland Jr. And down the beach, scratching into this one. Emrod wants it. He sees a 5 in it. Quick vertical hack to get down the line. A lot of power in the second effort. We're going to see him into the top 2.
Yeah, that was a nice combination there. I almost thought he should have maybe tried to throw it up there late for that last climb. Would have really put some icing on the cake, but it looked like Gentile went right too, and he looked kind of postured up like he did some good work.
So he's trying to protect second. We'll see what he did here, Rosie.
Only looking to replace a 2.83. 2-turn combo. There we go. And this is an important wave for Emrod, 5 ranger, and you got to think to yourself, if Ian Gentile increases his position, he's going to need more than that 5 to get into second.
Yeah, you see how the lefts too just look, the judges they just look taller, like a real wave. The rights they just look a little bit smaller, and the lefts stand up a little bit more. So I think they're going to reward that pretty well.
We'll stand by for the update on the situation. Important scores coming in for Michael Rodriguez and Ian Gentile. We'll give you that complete update right after this. You're watching the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. It is just a gorgeous Friday here in Southern California, Surf City, USA. And scores are coming through from that last exchange before we went to break. What an exchange that was. Gentile improved to protect second. Rodriguez would have got the score to take that top 2 spot, but he goes down to third because Gentile exploded on his combo for a 4.73, got a better backup. Joel Vaughn to second. Michael Rodriguez now third, needing a 4.97. Emrod got the 5.27 on the left. Now Wilcox first priority, looking for a 5.74 to move on to the round of 16.
This is kind of what I was thinking at the start of the heat, where this is like kind of a typical Emrod heat where, you know, I would say the waves that he's selected aren't that critical. He's surfing good, but the waves have let him down a little bit. So like maybe it's a wave selection thing, but he's still always in it and he's right there. He would have got the score, and like Rosie said, you know, Ian betters, he needs a little bit more. Now it's gonna really come down right here. He's got to find a bigger section to maximize that score.
Rolling into this one, Wilcox who's in priority, good section to light up. And steps off, so waited for a while with priority. He's trying to get a 5.74 with that turn row.
Yeah, I think...
Not sold.
I'm going to have another look at it. We know that the one turn option, that potential is there, but I feel like that wave was just a tiny bit smaller. We'll see. What do you think, Brett?
Yeah, I mean, I like the speed. He almost could have done 2, you know, in hindsight, but I do, you know, it was a nice turn.
And Joel Vaughn here, cool backhand float into a big windup for a hammer.
Yeah, it's tough out there. You see all the chop on that face. He had to like jump up over a little midsection to float it. So it's really coming down to who could find that clean big section. And yeah, I don't think Jacob's gonna get it there, but still plenty of time on the clock.
It's so tricky when it's a battle of 5s and 6s. I almost feel like when you need like a 7 or an 8, like you start to you start to surf up and level up, and it just feels like, you know, the scale's been condensed in this heat, and someone has to make that breakaway.
And that's kind of where I'm talking to, like sometimes when you're out there, you don't know what they've got their scores on. You try to watch as much as you can, but you're focused on the waves coming in. So sometimes you just take off on that. Like Jacob now knows he got himself like a, what is that, a 4.37. 4.37. So he kind of knows that it's got to be a bigger wave if you do that. Like we've seen, you can go 6 plus. So yeah, I think he's trying to identify, might have to take to the sky. That one just didn't really lift up.
It's fun when you see these early rivalries develop from the Challenger Series. Sometimes they carry to the Tour. We've got Michael Rodriguez. A nice compressed carve into a hammer right out front. Really surfing that wave up. Didn't really cup out for him, but he pushed as hard as he could. That's where we first saw his great skill set of surfing softer waves and just really throwing down dynamic maneuvers.
That could be the 4.97.
Yeah. It's always close. It's always close, but I feel like those two, you know, smaller wave, but it was a little clean section, and he tied those two in pretty nice. A lot of times if you have downtime on those rights, they just, I think the judges just look away. But that one, he was pretty sparky.
We like to talk about rivalries, but for you, Brett, did you have a couple that you were just like, oh boy, here we go again, or is it kind of spread out across the tour?
Yeah, it was pretty spread out. I mean,
there wasn't just one surfer.
Yeah, there was
two.
fun heats, like multiple heats, like with a close friend like Nat. We had a handful of heats together. We would always battle back and forth. I'm not sure like where it sat at the end of it all, but there was a couple heats where I gave him a wave in Fiji, he smoked me, and then he gave me a wave in France one year, and I got a big score. So we call it the assist ratio. We were just assisting each other. Here's a section.
Gentile backside air
Wow.
reverse, making it look easy.
Maui glass out here, so he's not even phased by this northwest wind. Wow, I told you something. Oh.
Yeah, this is pretty hookkeeper-esque out here.
Yeah, so like on rivalries though, not really. Kelly called me a Brazilian one time because I sat on him no, by no means a rivalry, but I surfed a perfect heat and he was like, "What are you doing? You're turning into a Brazilian." I'm like, "What do you mean, man? You would have told me to do the same thing."
I think that's a compliment.
I know, I took it well, I was really frustrated at this when he said it, and then I'm like, well, I did everything right, so I can't be too bummed about it.
Kelly, basically rivalries with so many generations, and won this event back in the day a couple of times with now 2:45 on the clock. Let's enjoy the heat recap of heat number 4 of the round of 32. .150 to go on the clock. Whistles from the beach. Critical time of the matchup. Michael Rodriguez got a 5.33 on his last, moved up to second. Still has another wave to be scored. Waiting for last of Joel Vaughn because he dropped to third. And also Wilcox in fourth. Super tight battle for a spot in the round of 16. Minute 25 on the clock. This is what they visualize in their mock heats as they prepare. For Jacob, he can visualize what he needs to get the score, a 6-1-0. You gotta have the belief that you can do it if the wave comes your way. Joel Vaughn's moving around a bit. Scores are in for him. He's still third, needing at least a 4.6, and he's going for it now. Scoring up quickly, getting to the section, but a really short ride. Joel Vaughn now doesn't have priority, and he's down to 45 seconds. Priority are with the surfers sitting in the top two, Ian and Michael Rodriguez. Wilcox couldn't get into that one, decides to hold back. Last of Joel Vaughn, not enough, still in third. Comes in at just a 3-point ride.
Yeah, it did the section. I feel like it was a hard wave to like pass up at the moment, but it just didn't pan out for him. This is an important little finish right here. He's got to go pretty much. I don't know if it's
taking this wave in time. It's Joel Vaughn, but there's nothing really on the open face. And he's gonna be knocked out in the round of 32. Jacob Wilcox also being left behind, so the Australians out, and Michael Rodriguez and Ian Gentile will be moving on. Big thanks to Brett Simpson for joining us for the call once again.
It was a tie at 8 waves. Everyone had 8 waves. And then Joel's last was his 9th wave, so I lose.
More action coming your way. We'll bring in Kaipo and Mitch for the call.
Emrod, Michael Rodriguez making his way up the beach. He advanced on that last heat along with Ian Gentile. One of the fastest surfers you're gonna find. We got more action. And out in the water, we got Coyote Belly, Marco Mignot, Luke Slipin, and Luca Macinas. I'm Kaipo Guerrero. This is my good friend, Mitchell Salazar. We enjoy talking about surfing, don't we, Mitch?
Definitely do, and we got a lot of more fun to come, Kaipo, and I'm really excited because some big heat's about to hit the water right now.
We already saw a surfer qualify for the championship tour, if you're just catching up with us. Ian Govea, we'll see him in 2025. Straight into the Pacifico fan picks, where the most popular is the veteran in this heat, Coyote Belly, but right behind him is Marco Mignot.
Yeah, and this heat pretty even with the fan picks right there from Pacifico. 33% for Marco Mignot, who was yesterday's standout. Luke Slipin right there with 3%, the South African, and of course Luca Macinas, the machine, La Máquina, he's out there too, and almost consider him a local boy at this point. Kaipo, his uncle lives right there in Costa Mesa, so this is one of his favorite breaks whenever he's in town. Definitely one of the most experienced surfers in the draw.
Yeah, Luca Macinas, 28 years old, out of Peru. The first Peruvian male to make it to the championship tour. That was back in 2022. Since then, he's been working this Challenger Series to re-earn a spot on that championship tour.
Yeah, last year's Pan American champion, two-time Olympian. Here goes Marco.
Marco Mignot, representing France by way of Sayulita, Mexico, and quick, sharp surfer, but that fall right there indicates how difficult it is out there right now.
Yeah, I got him real choppy. There's still a consistency of waves, but since a lot of them, you know, really do have time in between, it doesn't allow for the previous wave to get cleaned up. So we've been seeing a lot of these people struggle. Ian Gentile, 12.73 heat total, but Emrod made it with just above 10 points, Kipes.
Yeah, and that's an indicator of, you know, how grindy it is out there. Huntington Beach, come on down. We're going to be here through Sunday, where we're going to crown a champion for this Challenger Series, Sunday, August 11th. And the Lexus X Games Vert Pro starts tomorrow and Sunday. Action on the Vert Ramp. Might get a couple runs in. And Coyote Belly banging it off the lip there. Finds a nice, fairly clean wall for what's on offer today. Skips through that section there, hopes for a reform, but did get that outside hanger.
Wait, what about, can you do double duty tomorrow? Maybe surf the Legends heat and go hit the ramp?
Wow, that's a lot on the new.
Hey,
that's a lot of the new mechanical knee, Mitch.
I'm just saying, you're capable of doing it. I've seen it before.
It's
bring out the pads. You got this.
No. On it, like seriously, the idea of doing a knee slide right now. I just had a knee construction in November. It is painful, yeah. But I still have some Fat Boy pads at home.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm down. It'd be cool to see you.
Sketchy. No.
I'd be yelling, "Go Kaipo!"
Those are twice as big of vert ramps as I used to skate when I was actually skating. They've made them really big.
There's a reason why they're called the Extreme Games.
Jeez. Yeah, but that's gonna be cool to watch all that stuff go down. And you know, I mean, really, we have so much stuff going on over here. Just like the Lexus X Games Vert Pro Skate. I'm hoping, you know, to see some of my favorite professional skaters, both men and women, over there on the big vert ramp on the sand. And live music every day. Sunbender was just playing. I think they're finishing up their set over there on the Hurley Music Stage. And there's also a kite shop here in Huntington Beach. So if you want to get a kite, it's really good kite flying weather right now.
Definitely is. Windy and it's sunny, so it's a great day to just...
Combination.
Oh, it's a perfect day out there. You look like Benjamin Franklin, you know, on a good day.
Well, I think that actually kites were invented back in ancient China, and kites were often used as a form of meditation.
You just always have fun, don't you? It's a great time.
I'm just trying, like... I'm pretty sure. I didn't Google that. That came off the top of my head. I could be horribly wrong, and if I am, I apologize. Marco Mignot, out in the lead right now. He's an interesting surfer. Represents France, but has a Canadian passport as well. Lives in Sayulita, Mexico. Tell us more about Marco Mignot.
Well, he basically grew up on a sailboat with his siblings. You know, brother Nome, who's a former Challenger Series surfer. Diego and Lola, their cousins, and great surfers all in about. But Sayulita, it's a really hotbed for talent when it comes to Mexican surfing. Cale Carranza, Diego Cadena, Adrian Rodriguez, and obviously got to mention the Southworth brothers being from there too.
Yeah, and really an international family, right? Marco's both mother and father surf, and they just had a surfing lifestyle, and then they raised children in almost a nomadic type of surfing lifestyle.
Oh, 100%, and I think that just goes to show you that even on the Challenger Series, you'll find people from all different walks of life, Kaipo, including Marco.
The machine, Luca Macinas, gets just one single slash out there, and he'll get on the board.
And Slipen still with no rides. Luca can open up the board right here, and seems like it should be a pretty decent score considering the ones that we have so far.
Yep, pretty windy right here. Maui's a pretty windy place, but that was a perfect combination for Maui boy Ian Gentile. He took a win in his heat, AJ.
Yeah, that's right, Kaipo. So Kaips just brought it up again. The wind, he says, feeling a little bit like Maui. Was there any sort of familiarity or feeling of comfort with the waves and the wind out there?
The direction, I'd say, same direction, into the lefts, but other than that, not really. It's pretty soft at Huntington.
So with that, just what for you was the key in getting the win here?
I knew that I just had to, roll the dice because there's a lot of waves that kind of just fizzle, and I fumbled the first two and then just kind of reset, did the runaround, and then put a heat together in 20 minutes.
You're putting together a pretty good competition here over the last few days. What do you attribute this rhythm that you're finding to?
I'm just taking it easy. I feel I've gotten better at switching on and off, and that's been a huge step forward for me. So I'm just grateful too. There's waves, it could be really small here at Huntington, which it might end up being by the end of the event. So it's nice that we have waves, plenty of opportunity for everybody, and I'm stoked for that.
Congratulations. See you in the next round.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ian Gentile. Yeah, we made kind of wind jokes and stuff. It's onshore here. This is kind of straight onshore. Where Ian's from Ho'okipa, the wind actually generally blows side shore. That's why it's so good for kiteboarding, kite foiling, airs, windsurfing. All that stuff goes down there at Ho'okipa.
Yeah. Maui no Kauai.
Maui's pretty good.
It is. Maui the best.
I like Oahu too.
I know you do. West side. Oh, this heat, 10 minutes gone by.
Well, we're having fun with the conversation. Someone's going to win, and someone's going to get second, and two of these surfers are going to move into the round of 16, where we go to man-on-man competition at that point, and that's when you really start, gathering the points. Honestly, on the men's side of stuff, you want quarterfinals if you're looking to qualify, right?
I'd say if you have 3 quarters or better, though, a 9th is still a keeper.
Yeah.
On the women's side, I'd definitely say
you need semis.
Yeah. I mean, look at a lot of the people that have just missed out outside of the top 5 the last few years. Even with the win, Teresa a few years ago wasn't able to qualify, and Sophie McCulloch came in from behind over there at Haleiwa, was able to win the event in the final too, and I think for right now, anybody that's able to make it into the quarters at this event, they're going to have an excellent chance over there in Portugal and then Brazil afterwards, Kipes.
Yeah, it's all going down right now. We're past the halfway mark in quarterfinals. That earns you an equal 5th and 4,745 points. Sorry. That was a perfect commentating for that wave right there, Mitch. I just got choked. Luke, Slipen.
There we go.
Well timed. Okay, that was some difficult water to fit those turns in. You really had to pick your spot, and that's exactly what Luke did.
100%, and his timing was on point right there. It's been the best start for the South Africans on the Challenger Series in the 4 years that we've had it, and our good buddy Mike Frew over there in South Africa, broadcaster during the Bolito event, has just been gathering information about these kids, and Luke Slipen, his brother Connor also been a great competitor on both the Challengers and the local qualifying series too, so has a lot of great heritage, but as of right now, looking for a strong result for SA. See right here, bottom turn around the corner, and then once he makes it around the second section, he really capitalizes using that deep bottom turn once again. A bit more drawn out, Kaipo, especially for right now, considering all the chop and just the 4.83 that we have as the high mark. That's a keeper score right there for Luke.
And this could be a breakout moment for Luke. 33rd at Snapper, a 33rd in Sydney at Narrabeen, and a 17th over in Bolito. So Luke this season has yet to make it past this round, the 32.
Yeah.
So if he was able to do that, that would be a tremendous turning point in the season for Luke.
100%, and as you said, a breakout event too. We've seen what the U.S. Open has done for a lot of people, including, you know, Marco Mignot yesterday. Luca Macinas in the past has made it all the way into finals day too, and it's a make or break event for a lot of people right here. And, you know, just going back to what you were saying about Macinas, we call him the machine for a reason. The kid can make a lot of heats within the same day, usually very accurate in his decision making, comes from a surfing family in northern Peru, and exceptionally well on the backhand, Kaipo.
Yeah, great backhand surf from the land of lefts.
That's a place you got to visit. You love it there.
And right now with priority, we have Caio Ibelli, so we'll see if Caio takes one. Luke's going to continue to surf through, just turn that away. Caio Ibelli out there and finds a right. The 30-year-old from Guarujá, Brazil. Couple snaps there for Ibelli. 7 years on the championship tour for Caio. Wants to get back on that tour. Remember Caio back in 2022, where he started off the season so strong.
Yeah.
Semifinals at Pipe, then semifinals again at Sunset.
Yeah, it was awesome to see, and really underrated when it comes to that style of surfing too. Tahiti was always a great event for him, but I still remember a couple of waves that year at Backdoor. He charged, man.
Yeah, I remember him finding a barrel like magic at Itaúna in Saquarema for a 10. Who saw that coming? Absolutely no one. It was the most incredible moment of that event for me, that and Felipe Toledo. Slipe in, getting loose.
Is it kind of weird that I associate Caio with the belly burgers now? Like,
because they're awesome. Because they're the best smash burgers. We talked about that in his last heat. Again, yeah. So
they're tasty. They're good.
He's got a special mix of lean versus fat meat in those belly burgers, and fresh ingredients. Love them. Speaking of burgers, let's get a conditions update with the Waxhead.
Well, the waves aren't quite burgers, Kaipo. It's still super fun. You can see the guys throwing a bit more progression. That tide topped out 40 minutes ago, but the wind, it's actually a westerly now. There's no south in it, which is straight on shore, creating some of those ramps, but it is tricky. The swell's dissipated very quickly. There's a lot less energy in the waves, and it's going to turn into a small wave contest really fast. Massive adaptation for those athletes who woke up this morning to 6-foot bombs, or perhaps surfed it down the beach. Now they're going to be taking out their small wakeboards.
Yeah, you got to be versatile here. Huntington Beach, you got to bring your dancing shoes. Just about an hour past high tide, a 4-foot high tide at 1 o'clock is 1:58 local time here in California. So also the draining tide, not doing us favors either.
Not at all. I'm looking at the forecast right now from Surfline. It is a decreasing swell already this afternoon, so you wait all day long to be able to surf. You're thinking you're going to get a million opportunities like we saw this morning. You got to face the high tide, and then another thing too, the wind's about to switch. So we're going to see it come from more of a northwest direction. It'll make things a bit more difficult, and it'll still be changing this afternoon, Kipes.
Yeah, adaptability is always a key feature in surf competition. You got to be ready for everything, right? But also the mental state is that everyone is in the same boat when you're looking at a heat. You got 30 minutes. All you need is 2 good waves. That's the math. Caio Ibelli, he's found a decent wave with a 4.6. He started with a 3.67. Ibelli in the lead. Marco Mignot holding priority. Here goes Luca Macinas. A 4.5 will take him to second place. Skipping down the line, waiting for that oncoming section. Redirects going right now. Looking for a double up, light-footed through the whitewater here, working the board through. Some nice S-turns to the inside. Wave steepens up just a bit, but gets really small. Luca's gonna stick with it. And he's also gonna come in and run up the beach.
Yeah, well, needs a 4.51 for second. We'll see if he gets that or not, but all in all, I think it was the right move to get out of that area and try to go back to some open water.
Marco Mignot skipping down the line, looking for a ramp, pops it up, and puts it down. Quick rotation for Mignot, bringing some action to the game, and that could be a heat changer right there. That's what you need to do in this tough conditions, bring something spectacular.
Yes, creativity is one thing, adaptability, as you mentioned, Kaipo, is the biggest of factors, and he's been able to do that twice in this heat already. The 4.83, which wasn't an easy wave to surf, neither was this one right here.
Oh my, big off the top there from Kyle. We've seen him do this in the past year, that upside down backhand lip glide, but that time just could not straighten out of it.
And it seems to be the case for a lot of surfers today. Just get the one big turn on the backhand. We saw Kylie Munoz a few years ago get an excellent score just off of that. And here's Marco's one. You know, it's a nice little air reverse. Section's a bit flatter, but look at the way he regroups after just nearly falling. Was able to keep his back foot on the board, had the near slip, but look at that, rebounds off of the whitewater a couple of times. Should be, to me, the best score of the heat so far, Kaipo.
Yeah, I saw Marco warming up for this heat. He's had some resistance bands going, getting loose, engaging, and making sure like all his muscles are firing. Well, we're gonna take a break right now, and we'll come back with that score from Marco Mignot. Will he take the lead? Anything over 3.44, and he will be in one. Lexus GX 2024 edition, a 3.4 twin turbo V6 standard, all-time four-wheel drive, limited slip center locking differential, available with front massaging seats, available with automatic power extending running boards, and available with dynamic sky panorama glass roof, which would be perfect for a sunny Southern California day. Let the sun in, or just come down to Huntington Beach, get tan, and watch some surfing action here at the Lexus US Open Surfing, presented by Pacifico. I'm Kaipo Girl, along with Mitchell Salazar, and when we went to break, we were waiting for a score for Marco Mignot for backside air reverse, a 5.67 for the surfer representing France. Puts him in second place. Coyote Belly, the veteran of the group, is in first place with a 6.4 and a 4.6.
Yeah, and Ibelli right there taking the lead with the best single wave of the heat. Mignot had it up until this point, but right now, just under 9 minutes to go, Slipen has a 4.9, needing a mid-5, Kipes, and Messina still needing close to a 7-point ride.
So this is the 6.4, Mitchell, for Coyote Belly.
Yeah, it's simple. I mean, just the one bottom turn, a real large section right there for Ibelli. He loves it. Might as well, because look at the size of the section right here. The deep bottom turn right there, a lot of commitment, great engagement of the rails too. I love how he just draws the one single line right there with the bottom turn, top turn combo. Solid stuff.
Yeah, strong legs for the finish. He tried it once before, went down. Second swing at it, and he put it down. Coyote Belly.
You know, I still remember the tiebreaker that he had with Garrett Parks 2011 for the World Junior Championship.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's see if he rides out. That's a make.
Working with Jason Aparicio once again. Great surfer from the Caribbean.
Caio gets one as well.
So, question, does Caio have a Belly Burger sticker on his board, or
no?
Does he not even need it?
No, I think he's just an entrepreneur that way. He has both, you know, brick and mortar stores that are in permanent locations, and he's got the burger trucks too. I think we've eaten at the burger trucks before.
Burger truck's amazing. It's crowded all the time in Saquarema too. I think we, like, next time we just need to call him in advance and just be like, hey, like, can you put our order on the side? That way we don't have to wait in line. It's all about who you know, Kipes.
Yep, and I like me a good burger. So we're waiting for the score for Marco Mignot. 5 point, and he just took the lead with that 5.67. We're going to take a look at this last one. We're waiting for this score as well for Caio Ibelli.
And just the one turn right there for Caio. Got the foam climb afterwards, looking to replace a 4.6. Could potentially be.
Marco loading up again.
Yeah. Not a bad rotation, Kaipo, especially when you consider how much chop you had to deal with right there. Really difficult to do. Great technique. You know what's so impressive about his airs? He's always super well centered on top of his board.
Yeah, they're flat spins, right?
Mm-hmm.
Luke Slypin patiently waiting for a section to stand up, heading towards the pier. Gets a quick tap there, make it 2. Oh, through the pilings, no problem.
Oh. He was close right there. Basically, just touch that thing with your hand.
That makes it exciting. I went through the pier one time and touched the piling and cut my fingers because there's
barnacles.
Seriously, there's barnacles. Yeah. I thought I was being all cool guy, you know?
Well, it's not a bad surf wave right here for Slypin. And in his defense, very difficult to surf. I mean, just look at all the extra motion he has to get right here just to generate enough speed to make it to this point. So a lot of deep spots. Once he makes it to the open face and to the vertical sections, he goes hammer town right there, Kaipo, but literally after the last turn, goes straight through the pilings. A lot of commitment right there by Slypin.
Yeah, committed surfing. Now he's going to take a little bit of a escalator out the north side with that little gutter that's there. All that water is pulling out. Makes for an easier paddle out.
Yep.
When it's bigger, you can kind of duck behind some of the pilings sometimes too.
I mean, my best key of advice, go north side, paddle out over there, and then as soon as the buzzer sounds, you go straight into your heat. If that's, you know, an option to surf the pier bowl right there, obviously.
Yeah, on a smaller day for the pier bowl?
100%.
And then you get pole position, right?
Yep.
Sneaky NSSA tactics by Mitchell Salazar.
I've done so many amateur events, both competing and announcing and judging, that, you know, I know the way it rolls right here.
You want to hear something vintage? There were times I've surfed heats here that it was a beach start. So you would stand on the beach, and then the hooter would sound, and that's when the heat started. Yeah. So you had to race out there, and on top of that, Mitch, it was a top 3 wave in your wave count.
How long was the heat?
We've evolved. There were 20-minute heats. It was not pretty.
I can't believe it took us so long to get to a point of evolution like that, Kaipo.
Yeah, you know who was good at the beach starts is Doug Silva.
Oh, I bet. He's got a lot of energy, that guy. I couldn't do it. Beach starts, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 3 waves.
Yeah.
No, I'm good.
Luke Slypin right there on the paddle out got a 3.9 for that wave that he went through the pier, Mitchell. So he's still trailing. Needs a 6.11. Turn our attention here to Luca Macinas. The Peruvian surfer opens up with a snap on a sloppy section. Has to bide his time, hoping for this wave to open up and steepen up. One more snap on the inside. Make it 2 for Luca Macinas, but he needs a big number, 7.43. Catching up for the end of the ride for Luke Slypin, getting washed through the pier.
Well, I think Macinas improves the situation right here. It was a well-surfed wave by Luca, a bit smaller and maybe not as critical in terms of the sections. Just really not steep right there on those right-handers, but he surfed it as good as he could have. And Slypin on a little bit of a big wave right here, Kaipo. Looking for a 6.11. Just the one turn. Nice commitment, though. Had to go through the lip right there, so he's going to get rewarded for that one maneuver. And then Luca right here on the right-hander. That turns solid all the way on the outside, wraps it back. And then right here, it's decision-making. You know, you have less than 4 minutes. You need to get things going. And this 2-turn combo, especially that layback, that's beautiful stuff, Kipes. Still needs a big number, but I feel like this is going to be his best.
Coming back to live with Kyle Belly.
Wow.
A couple of whacks on the backhand for Belly. So last score for Luca Messinas, a 3.57. Waiting for scores for Kyle Belly and Luke Slipen. Belly paddling back out. A 5-point ride will take Kyle Belly into the lead right now with 2 minutes.
There's a chance he might get that right here. It was a solid combination on the backhand. Beautiful stuff right here by Kyle. The one setup turn and then up and over the whitewater there on the second one. The degree of difficulty is up there for the second maneuver of Kyle Belly. Really love the way he's been able to compete so far in the 2 heats he's had here at the Open, Kaipo.
Yeah, Kyle, he knows how to grind out heats, but he also knows how to charge. I mean, he actually, for me, my conversation with Kyle Belly is his whole career, I feel he has been a little bit underrated
100%.
for the surfing that he has provided.
But it's also because he's gone into some heats as the bad guy, you know?
True.
And I feel like that's more to his resume. The fact that he's won those close heats, those important heats against certain people, I feel it makes him even more of a hero in my book.
Yeah, I remember there was a time in his career that he was taking down John every time they met up.
Dude, the heat with Gabe. I mean, we could go on and on. Those performances at Pipe, the 10-point ride in Sacktown.
Who's that?
Jason Aparicio, coach for Marco Mignot, one of the greats from the Caribbean. Saw him last year in Saquarema. Marco was really close to qualifying last year. Had a great wave to end that heat too.
So Belly did take the lead. He got the requirement of 4.97 is what he scored. So Kyle Belly to first. Marco Mignot drops to second. Slipen needs a 6.21. Luca Messinas needs to feel lucky, needs a 7.77. Only 40 seconds remaining.
And Marco's playing some defense right here with higher priority. Luca just needs to be able to sell him with 30 seconds and potentially get the second of the set. Let's see what Marco does here, Kaipo.
Yep, there's the use of priority.
Ooh.
20 seconds.
Luca might have a chance right here if he's able to get on a set. And
we're gonna call, wait a minute. 3, 2, 1. Well, it needs a huge number, and there's no 7 in the future of this wave. Good surfing, though.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really blame him for trying everything, and just a bit wave starved right there. We're both Messinas and Slipen, and props to Mignot and Belly. Great heat by them.
Well, it is Kyle Belly, Marco Mignot moving on into the round of 16. More action. Cole the Hammer Hauschman in the water when we return.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Pacifico. Live life anchors up. By Yeti. Built for the wild. And by Sambazon. Bringing you the delicious powers of acai.
Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Coyote Belly coming out of the water, walking tall, moving on into the round of 16. Belly overcame some difficult conditions for that win. He moved on along with France's Marco Mignot. We got a new heat in the water right now with Cole Hausman, CT rookie, up against Winter Vincent, George Pata, and Dakota Walters. George Pata from North Stain, Manly Beach, up on this one, looking quick. The challenging conditions, no problem for Pata. The reform, couple of snaps, quick-footed for George on that CI surfboard, looking good.
Can you say Patar one more time?
Pata.
Pata.
I just do it the Australian way. Skype girl along with Mitchell Salazar on the call. And George, I mean.
What a run.
Right? 21 years old, out of Manly Beach. The North Stain, that side of the pipe there at Manly Beach, has had a great showing so far on the Challenger Series. Semifinals to start, equal ninth in Narrabeen, 17th in Bolito. Number 4, I believe, coming into this event on the rankings, Mitchell.
Yeah, he's looking real strong. The performance at Snapper, can't forget about what he did both at Bells Beach and in WA, and huge fan of his style. Had a great year on the CS in 23, and he's off to a great start in this heat here, Kipes.
5.33, that's a keeper score in the context of today.
100%, and one of the few rights we've really seen surf that well, but the one carve that he had on that wave was just beautiful, and hopefully we get to see more of that in this heat.
Also out there in the red jersey, we got the CT rookie, and one of those rookies that has a incredible accomplishment at a CT victory. Our Bells Beach champ, our Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach champ, Cole Hausman, coming out as a rookie, first time competing at Bells, and took the win.
And, you know, come from behind win against his good friend, mentor, number 2 in the world right now, Griffin Colapinto. That is a huge feather in his cap right there, and a massive moment in his young career, as you've been mentioning. Meteoric rise, looking for his first U.S. Open championship right here this year in 24, Kipes.
That's right. And Cole is here just to keep some competition reps because he's already qualified for the championship tour in 2025. One more look at Patar's 5.33.
It's that carve right there, brings it all the way around, opens up the shoulders, and makes sure to just really emphasize the last turn too. He's got a sensational style, Kipe. I could watch this kid surf all day long. Then Vincent right here, the 317. Met him for the first time the other day. He's traveling with Kai Auden, former CT surfer, longtime CT surfer Kai Auden.
This 19-year-old Australian, Winter Vincent, did you see what he did at the QS in Nias?
I did.
The waves were pumping. People were scoring 10s, including Winter Vincent. He had an incredible final with Josh Kerr there on that tropical, heavy right-hand wave in Nias.
Yeah, not only the perfect 10, who he beat in the final. Josh Kerr and those kind of waves. I mean, my goodness, that's a huge win for Winter, and getting to see him right now in the Challenger Series, he's had, you know, some good results so far. So if he's able to make at least a couple more heats, this would be a major event for him.
Let's hear from Coyote Belly. He's on to the round of 16, AJ.
Yes, he is, Kaipo. So we've been watching the waves from the water. There's so much going on that you have to navigate between the waves, the wind, the current. For you, what was the biggest thing that you had to sort of tackle in that heat to get the scores?
And the pier too, right?
And the pier, absolutely.
Trying not to get stuck there is a pretty good start. Yeah, it's tricky. Like every year Huntington, you never know what you're gonna get. This year I came pretty relaxed. I feel like I've been doing this for 10 years. I've been trying to figure out. I couldn't figure out. So like, you know, like now I have the knowledge on my side, and I've been doing this for a long time. So it's just like, I feel like if you're happy and you're calm, like you have a better chance of taking the right opportunities. And yeah, I feel like I've been surfing my 20% only so far. I'm still not very happy with my performance, but the waves are super tricky. It's kind of bending towards the sea, so like it's really hard to find a good section to explode. But yeah, I'm happy. Like it's a good result. I'm on the way to a good result, and that's the most important thing. And try to get back on tour.
So if you're not happy with how you've been surfing, what's the biggest thing you want to change, and what can we expect to see from you here in Huntington?
Well, there's nothing much to change. It's just like the more you surf out there, the more you make heats, the better you get it with the waves and the conditions. This is like something that is not, you couldn't train for this anywhere else in the world. It's just like one wave that is one of a kind. So the more waves we catch, the more confident we feel. The more hits we make, I feel like that's what we want. So yeah, just tomorrow gonna be another one. Yeah.
Another one down before we let you go. Para o Brasil poder descrever seu mindset por no Challenger Series.
Sim, muito feliz de avançar essa bateria. As condições em Huntington nunca tão fáceis, né? Mas pelo menos tem onda. Tô feliz, tô leve e amarradão. Vamos pra cima.
Parabéns. See you next one.
Obrigado.
Well, during that interview, we've had a lot of waves ridden to get caught up on, and the judges have to too. That's Dakota Walters flying away in the air. George Patar was able to get it back up to that 5.33 and a 4.6 for Patar. So we're waiting for scores for Winter Vincent, Cole Hauschman, and Dakota Walters. Give you the situation. We've got 22 minutes on the clock.
This first turn right here, Kaipo, is just something brilliant. Look at this in slow-mo. See the way he brings his board and his shoulders all the way around? Degree of difficulty-wise, at a beach break like this, it's always moving down the line. That is extremely hard to do. I mean, I know the section isn't as critical. That's why the judges kept the score down, but that is tough. And then Walters right here, he gets the BOH Kaipo, the one single major on the outside. Much more critical section for him.
And the quick one from Winter Vincent, so that won't factor into his scoreline at all. Take a look here at Dakota Walters. Another quick surfer out of Australia. And Walters working this one over. Dakota building up some speed on the inside. And that was impressive. That was like half surfing, half skimboarding. I don't even... That's light-footed. You want to come and do the boogie at Huntington Beach, bring your dancing shoes, like we said, in some conditions that you need to be light on your toes. That was it right here.
Yeah, you can tell he's been hanging out at the bungalow on the off days for sure. That one carve right there outside, then a second one right here. And as you said, was able to capitalize on the end section, the spinner, and you know how flat that section was right there. Just added to the degree of difficulty and how complicated it was to ride out of it. 10 minutes gone by, a lot of waves being ridden right here. Kaipo and Walters straight into the lead with the last one right there.
Yeah, and good surfing, actually great surfing given the conditions. That's entertaining surfing, right? And that's something that, this is hard to get excited about these conditions. We gotta be honest. It's tough out there. It's not very good, but when you see a surfer able to make something exciting out of basically a blown out afternoon that you may or may not paddle out at, that's great.
But doesn't this get you excited to try to grab your board and go out and get a few waves during the afternoon? Like, that's the whole point of this right now. If they're able to do it, you know, might as well go out there and try. And I think that's the key thing about this round right here, Kaipo. Round of 32, every heat could easily be a final. Everybody in this event still could easily be a champion at the end of the event. It's just the small decision making, and for both Walters and Patar, they've competed in an excellent way so far in the first 11 minutes of this heat, and Cole Hauschman still nothing better than just a 1-point ride for Rodman.
Did you just call Cole Hauschman Rodman?
Yeah, that's his nickname, one of them.
Yeah, and his number on the championship tour is the Worms jersey number as well, right?
Yeah. One of the all-time, well, I'd have to say actually the greatest rebounder in the history of the NBA. Cole Hauschman could go down as the best power surfer in the history of surfing.
Yeah, but I think Cole Hauschman's a pretty mellow guy. He doesn't play the mind games that we saw from Dennis the Worm Rodman back in the NBA days.
He might surprise you every now and then. He's good at it.
You know what? One thing I do like about Cole Hauschman, and I've mentioned this to him a number of times, he's got a chain sponsor, Jackson. That is game right there. When we talk about a game, you got a chain sponsor as a surfer. You go through the Jackson catalog, you pick out any link that you want, the length, how thick you want it.
I know you like your Cuban links too.
I love a Cuban link.
I need 2 of them right here just to, get the bling going, especially with the sun in California.
We're going to talk to Cole Hauschman and Jackson and
try to get a couple for each.
What a great combo there. And we already talked about it right now. Cole, he's here getting reps in the jersey. He's got, great surfing his rookie year. We're going to see him again in 2025. I expect big things from him actually coming up to the Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy. August 20th is when our window starts for that event. That's the 9th and final event of the regular season. I think Cloudbreak and Cole, peanut butter and jelly.
Match made in heaven. If you're Australian, toast and Vegemite.
Yes.
Bringing out the Aussie slang lately, Kaipo. As happy as a quokka, I already said it.
You sure did. I don't know if that's an actual slang.
I made it up today.
Here we go. Winter Vincent needs a 6.76 and gets a little bit caught up there. So that's not going to be the score for Winter. We're going to take a break. We're stepping away, but don't worry. We'll be right back with more action. Dakota Walters here is in the lead. Hope you like that track. That was Peru by San Diego's Sunbender. Kaipo Guerrero along with Mitchell Salazar, and we're back here, Southside Huntington Pier, Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, where we like to live our lives anchors up. Replay here, another wave of Australia's Dakota Walter.
Yeah, and this came in just under his 3.9, so won't be improving his situation. Strong turn right there, though, and then Pitar right there on the backhand. Deadly stuff from the young Australian surfer in the white jersey. Really competitive heat between Walters and Pitar so far. Winter Vincent, we've heard this name for a very long time. I'd have to say probably over a decade of listening to the name of Winter Vincent. Eventually made it to the regional qualifying series. Has won an event, as you said, in Neos over Josh Kerr in pumping waves. And as of right now, just needing the 6.76.
Yeah, Winter, semifinal finish over there. Stop number 3 of the Challenger over in Bolito. Again, making, a name for himself. And So he's got to keep a result right now on the Challenger Series. Take a look at our Pacifico fan picks. Overwhelmingly, everyone went with the big guy, Cole Hauschman. Only 4% of you thought that Dakota Walters would be leading in this heat. But here comes Cole on the comeback. Tough looking wave, however. You saw that just again, and behind him. Well, I applaud the 4% of you on those fan picks because Dakota Walters is doing the HB dance right now.
Yeah, those are the true core fans right there that know Coda and how well he surfs. You know, great surfer. Brother Harley also amazing. Goofy footer right there for Harley. And Dakota with the left foot forward, just as impressive. I mean, that was a deadly turn right there on the backhand. Kaipo should score very well.
And Dakota's actually one of those, right? He's one of those products of the High Performance Center program over there in Australia, where when they zoom in on up-and-coming talent and then just give them a ton of support to develop their surfing.
Yeah, they have the best recruiting program in the world, and you know, go on record saying that as we look at the replay there. Just beautiful bottom turn, as you always say, Kaipo. The extra little swivel that we see from John Florence. Coda has that on the backhand too, once he reaches the lip. Props to Cole for even trying to surf this wave as well as he could. Really tough. You can see all the chop. Made it back to the lip right there, but just too much deep water up at that point and not enough speed. So does get his best, but as of right now, still needing a 7-point ride.
So still waiting for the score for the one turn of Dakota Walters. It was a big dynamic turn. This is Winter Vincent's turn. Winter tosses the fins, but that's all he's going to get.
Yeah, and still needing the mid-6. Don't think it's going to be that. 11.5 on the clock. I'm glad that you brought up the point about Surfing Australia and their developmental programs. I'd have to say the best recruiting program in the world, but there's a lot that other regions can take from that too, Kaipo. Europe needs to be stepping it up in that sense. United States, Hawaii can also be doing a lot more for that. All it takes is support.
Well, the formula is working. Dakota Walters just drops a 6, so a 6.07, 6.83. Dakota with a strong lead over the entire heat. George Patah sitting in second and advancing position. Patah with priority, however, so we'll see how George responds.
Yeah, and Vincent needing the 6.63, Hauschman needing the 7.06. You know, you'd be surprised knowing that a lot of these guys struggled for a good amount of time on the regional QS to be able to qualify for the Challenger Series. And that just goes to show you how much depth there is in each and every region worldwide, Kaipo. Australia, Oceania region, you look at Brazil and South America, just as good. And of course, can't forget about how good Hawaii, Tahiti Nui, and the North American region has been so far, especially when you look at how much Cole Hauschman has really done for himself in the last year and a half. Here goes Cole.
Hauschman on the backhand this time.
Wow.
And that's the hammer that he's able to put down. Just such great biomechanics that he has, great board control, and a lot of power behind those backside snaps. That is an example. Of course, it was different conditions, but that's what he had at Bell's to take that CT win.
Yeah, and his response time coming off of the bottom turn, too. Reaction was on point, and of course, he's been able to do this one turn over and over again for the majority of his young career. Timing was on point. As soon as you see the fins release, you know that your timing was perfect, and just beautiful stuff right there by young Hauschman. He's looking for the 7.06. Don't think he's going to get that, but should be getting his best right here, Kaipo.
Yeah, he'll chip away at it, right? He'll reduce the requirement regardless, and that will put him in a better position at 4.9. Now Cole needs a 5-point ride.
Oh, he needs a replica of his last wave, basically.
Here's the heat leader, Dakota Walters, flying into the pier, flying in the air. What? Big rotation, lays back, fights for it, fights for the finish, fights for the completion, and Dakota Walters does it. Let's go. Yeah, that's okay. Again, now I want to grab my Duke Ipa Dark Twin and attack the rugged ocean right after we get off of work today. That's an inspiring surfing right there by Dakota Walters.
That was crazy. I know it was a bit dirty in terms of the landing, but just
still,
the speed of the rotation, Kipes.
Let's see this again. Let's see it a couple times.
Well, you can see the influence of Kolohe Andino. How fast was he spinning that tail around, especially once he got above the lip line right there. Look at how difficult it was for the landing for him.
Look at this. This is rad.
Look at how high that tail got, though. Full rotor. Lands a bit dirty, as I said. I mean, took him a little while to recover. I don't think he's going to get that penalized, though, just knowing how difficult the conditions are. I mean, nobody's been able to do this today.
Nah. That's... Come on. Come on, judges. Let's recognize progression right now.
And reward it.
And reward it. More traditional approach by George Pata with a couple of snaps on the backhand. Looking to improve his scoreline. Needs to get better than a 4.6 to do so. But the number we're really anticipating is what Dakota Walters is going to do for a really quick rotation and almost a full rotation on the backhand air.
Well, and props to Kolohe brother Andino. He opened up the doors to Dakota, allowed him to stay at his house, and you can definitely see that confidence is helping him out right now, Kaipo. I mean, I'm expecting a massive number right here. Should be looking at one of the highest heat totals of the round, especially when you consider how difficult the conditions are right now.
All right. Scores rolling in for this man, Dakota Walters. And here they are, looking good. 6.83 for the single maneuver. And Dakota has twins because he's got a 6.83 for his keeper score. Then he just backed up a 6.83 with a replica, so it did it in two different ways, however, but with the same number.
Yeah, the 6.83 was the single turn on the outside, the first one. And then this last one right here, the quick rotor for Walters. And to me, 13, 14 points by right now standards. That's really a good heat total. So Tara, as of right now, still looking to improve on the 4.6. How she doesn't need too much, Kaipo. And Vincent, we've all seen what he can do both on rail and in the air. A 6.63 for him is a walk in the park. Need to be on the right wave, though.
Yeah, 6 minutes remaining. And Dakota Walters getting us excited here in Heat 6, the round of 32. We have 8 heats total in this round. Hey, Mitch, what's that boat doing on the water? You know what that is?
Seems like they're cruising out there.
Yeah, no, those are our friends at Boat Setter, an online marketplace for boat rentals and on-the-water experience. You can find everything from pontoons and wake surf boats to luxury yachts, that's what I like, even boats with licensed captains, so you and your friends can hang, take a cruise, and that's one of the boats for rent right there. Check out boatsetter.com or download the mobile app and you can browse thousands of boating experience, even filter for boats and captains in different price points. I don't know how much we have in our budget, Mitch, but I think we can somehow get on that boat.
Hey, you missed my 30th this year. You better make it. You go on the app right now, and you better be renting one May 16th, 2025 for me out there, right?
Okay.
They're having a good time, Kaipo. I need that in my life. A day of just relaxation, okay?
We're gonna do it. I like that boat too. That's a twin hull one, so it's nice and stable even in choppy waters.
Dude, and you see the size of that thing too? It seems like it probably has like 3 different levels to it. We get a private chef on there.
Yep. Sunset cruise. And it's booked.
It better be. If not, you're going to be hearing from me.
Here we go with Winter Vincent. On a larger wave, Winter needs a 6.63, standing tall to show completion. Winter needs a 6.63 to get into second place. 4 minutes remaining, and Cole Hauschman holding priority. Is he going to make this final dash for a 5-point ride that Cole needs at this moment to get into the advancing position?
Well, it's a well-surfed wave by Vincent right there. Mid-6 is what he's needing, and would have to be very close to the high 6s by Walters. Looking at the replay here, the setup turn wasn't bad either. He kind of pushed out on the tail pad just a bit more, threw some spray, and the timing on the second one, just beautiful. Larger wave, as you mentioned too. That should make a difference in terms of the scoring right there. I feel like there's a chance he's going to get the score right here, Kaipo. 3.5 on the clock.
Yeah, interesting to see where Cole is and what Cole is doing. It looks like he's sitting way to the south. Just a 5 is all you need.
That might change, though, with this last one of Winter.
This is true. The judges liked it. Larger wave, great maneuvers, a 6.9, and Winter Vincent goes into second. Cole now requires a 5.3.
That's still achievable. Could easily be done with one turn, too.
And George needed less than that, a 4.8. So Winter went right on another short wave, and George went left. There's the numbers for Winter Vincent.
High as a 7.5. You throw that one out along with a 6.4. Average comes out to a 6.9. What a competitive end to this heat, too. Vincent was all the way in 4th place. Kaipo goes up into 2nd right here with the 6.9, single highest wave of the heat. And then you look at Pitar and the strong start that he had with the 5.33, the 4.6. He surfed great. He just needs to be on a bit of a better wave. Needs the high 4 right now and can't count up. Cole Hausman, he got the 4.9, basically a 5, one turn on the backhand. We all know he can get a 5.31 even when he's, you know, in a position that he's in right now. You know, priority can be a big curse, though. At this point of the heat, a minute 50 to go, you might be overthinking things. It's almost better to be in the position of Vincent or Pitar, lower priority situation.
Oh. Bit of current to paddle against for Cole Hausman. Just willing a wave. It's been quite a lull right now. And Cole paddling to the south. Maybe getting one of those lefts running from down the beach.
Seems like Vincent's interested in this one right here.
Winter Vincent. That was a bumpy road. George Pitar with a big snap. Remember, George just needs a 4.88 to turn this heat, and wow, he's on his way. 4.88, that's, he's got to, well, I'm going to wait till the number drops. I don't want to get too excited, but I feel that that's the score.
It's you know, the rides have been complicated to the judge so far today. They're just not as steep. Boy, the way he brings those shoulders around with that carve, like, you look at the section, it almost seems impossible to be able to do that right there.
Yeah, the torque, right? The torque and the twist right there.
It's amazing.
And it's a really short radius in that turn, so he's able to quickly, I mean, that's like, it's not the same style, but that's vintage kind of Mick Fanning-ish kind of stuff, right?
Joe Parkinson, Tom Kern back in the day, if you want to go that back.
That quick S-hook.
Vincent right there real quick. And it might come down to this last wave right here, Kaipo. Guitar to potentially turn it.
Yeah, and remember, George, it's really important for him to make the next round. George Pitar, when we're talking about, you know, where he is, number 4 on the rankings. Would be really nice for him to get into round of 16 right now. We're still waiting for the score. George is on the beach.
You are right, though. He's on the verge. With his expectations, he should be qualifying this year. First turn was strong, too, on the outside. Much better for section 2. It's coming towards you. Throws the tail, kind of slides the fins right there. That's what I'm talking about, though. That torque, who knows how he's able to get enough speed off of the bottom turn right there and really bring those shoulders around.
Am I emotionally attached to this? Because it should be easy money for George Pitar. 4.88. That's a mid-range score. Here we go. The judges.
Well, remember how she's one single turn, the 4.9. Biggest comparison right there. And then even Pitar's 4.6.
He's checking the big screen right now. He wants to see, there's a big screen on the pier. George looking up towards the pier. He wants to see some of the numbers come through.
Well, this is a pretty big heat. Vincent just made the semifinals in Bolito, as you said. Yeah. Pitar's top 10, and Coda had an amazing heat. He's safe in first.
Okay. There we go. That's up. That's up. That's
He's
up.
getting it.
He's going to get it.
Yep.
That's up. He goes. George Patar turns the heat. Last wave. Relief from George as he walks up the beach. And Dakota Walters just wowed us with his surfing. The Australians flaring up in heat 6 of the round of 32. Good stuff.
That'll make or break their entire year, though. That is a massive, massive W right there for George Patar moving through in 2nd place.
Next heat coming up, our defending champ at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, Eli Hanneman, in the water when we return.
Good afternoon. Waves are still out there, a little bit of wind, but it's rippable for a crazy heat that's about to get started. Alejo, Dimitri, Jackson Bunch, and Kolohe Andino. How cool is our host set, right? We're living large over here. I'm Joe, this is Rosie Hodge, Felicity Palmatier, going through some big days to set up finals weekend, and this is a huge one for Alejo and Kolohe in the water right now. I mean, this was a final with those two guys going back about a decade ago, Rosie.
Yeah, so fun. I mean, you know, those guys were the youngins on tour, and now they've become the seasoned, salty veterans.
Yeah, Alejo, remember that year? He was a rookie with Julian Wilson. There was so much hype on these two as we're already getting things started. Jackson Bunch, the Maui boy, finding a cool speed track to start. But Flick, remember that season? Julian had so much hype for a good reason. People couldn't wait for him to get on tour. And then Alejo had the same kind of momentum coming out of Brazil. Julian finished 9th in the world. Alejo finished 10th in the world in the Rookie of the Year race.
Yeah, that was back in Julian's puka shell necklace era.
Yes.
How could I forget?
As we look at a left setting up, Dimitri Poulos from Ventura, California gets a little stuck there. And I know he's kind of recovering from an ankle injury. He's been trying to eject on waves that might feel uncomfortable. And Captain America, Kolohe Andino, shutting this one down, Rosie.
Yeah, Kolohe surfed a great heat yesterday. You could tell his veteran knowledge coming into play. It was one of the tougher heats coming into the late afternoon. Beat Kanoe Igarashi, who's out of the event.
Crazy. A two-time U.S. Open champion, local boy. Did not see that happening, Kanoa losing so early. We've lost a few past champs. Hiroto Ohara as well. Had a tough heat yesterday. So getting a few scores early to start this one off. Kolohe kind of redefining himself at this part of his career. Loving how he's still so connected to Huntington Beach. Flick, how's this one?
Yeah, this was well surfed. I mean, nice little two-turn combo. You know what? These conditions have deteriorated a lot since this morning. Obviously, this wind kicking up. This is Jackson. Little speed hack there, followed by another one. It's a little bit hung up there for that second turn, but both surfers, two-turn combo. I think Kolohe's probably going to get the jump on that.
Yeah, Jackson showed up at Pipe at the start of the year, didn't he, Flick?
He did. He did.
A little wild card moment. You never know how that's going to go. It's a big stage. The cameras are bigger. A lot of eyes on you, and absolutely charged. Good in the air. Super well-rounded. As we see Kolohe putting up a big vertical. That was all based on his talent to get there. That wave was fading out to sea. So a couple of veterans who are in a final together here at the U.S. Open. That Alejo won over Kolohe. They spent a lot of time together on the top 34. Both with hopes of being back on the CT. Early numbers, we've got Jackson, 333. And now watching Dimitri Poulos. Connecting with the coping on that. Now has a lot of speed on the wedge section heading for the pier. Attacks it. And now a redirect. Nice surfing there. He said he was just so happy to be back in the water. Talk about goals at events, and he's like, I'm just stoked to be here. And it's not just the throwaway line. It's like he thought he actually would have to miss this on his road to recovery from his ankle injury. So when he started healing quickly and he realized he could compete, he's just so thankful for the moment.
Well, I caught up with him. We see White up and riding. Jackson. Oh. But we caught up with him yesterday. He won his heat. He got it. He locked in a 7-point Ranger. So that's got to give you a little bit of confidence and test out that injury. And even just getting a heat win, getting a solid number. It's all those building blocks for your confidence. Wow, big hit.
Wow, that's the section that Kolohe and Dino wanted to drill. Well done. On a set wave. Going upside down vertical. Judges are going to eat that up. Let's catch up with the winner of the last heat, who's staying with Kolohe. Dakota Walters is with AJ.
That's right, Joey. Keeping his eyes on Kolohe, but Dakota, we got to talk about your heat. That full rotation had everybody in awe. Can you talk us through that move specifically?
Yeah, I don't know. I felt like I kind of had 2 scores already, and then that little one came and had a pretty good ramp. I just wish I had got there a bit earlier so I didn't have to, like, I don't know, I feel like I spun really quick but landed like in the trough a bit, so I was on my back a little bit, but it felt like a cool air. I actually didn't know if it was better or not because of the layback, but stoked it did.
Well, and this is a newer board that you're riding, so give us the dims of this one and how you got into it into the heat. Yeah, it's a new board that the boys from Sharpeye shaped me over here. I ordered 3 on my way here and just thought they could go good in the different waves. I rode it this morning for a few waves and it felt really nice, so I jumped on it for my heat. You started the season so incredibly strong in the Challenger Series, back-to-back challenging events for you. How have you found your rhythm here in Huntington? Yeah, I had heaps of fun at Snapper, made a few heats, and then have had a bit of a shock at the last 2 events, so I was stoked to start making a few heats again. I don't know, I feel like Huntington kind of like suits my surfing. I'm pretty light and small, and like to go as fast as I can in little waves, so it's, yeah, I don't know, it's a bit of a challenge, but it's really fun. It's been fun to watch you. See you in the next one. Thank you.
Thanks so much. What a cool guy. Growing up quickly, always was identified as a great surfer out of Australia. Yamba and Gary region provides a lot of great waves, a lot of great surfers for guys like Laurie Towner, Wade Goodall, Dan Ross. Dakota Walters moving on into the round of 16. And Dino, 537, punting right now. Jackson Bunch lands it, Rosie.
Super smooth, way better wave from him. Must be, I mean, kind of nice. You're on your forehand, you have this wind. It's really been assisting with those airs on the left-hander.
And when you're the only goof in the water, he's like, hey, I can do this. You guys can work on your hammers. Backside, I'll go above the lip with the wind. Dimitri tags the lip line, extended bottom turn. That was rad, but ends up falling off the top. But holding that line off the bottom for that long shows how talented he is. Working it out with a guy named Mike Lamb. Mike Lamb's a long-time California ripper that's worked with a lot of different surfers over the years. He's not traveling too much out of Ventura these days, Mike Lamb, but he works a lot with Dimitri. Gets him ready for big events. And knowing that Dimitri had a lot on the line, he'd make the trip down to Huntington Beach. Last score is just in the 2 range after the falls. We go back to Jackson's flick.
Yeah, so you know what? That was just so smooth, like what you said, Rosie. I think nice point of difference being the goofy, obviously. This hit from Kolohe, I really liked it. I mean, he couldn't really have much time to think there. He just had to react as soon as he stood up. And this is Dimitri. So nice little snap there. Chooses that high line, pumps through this section, gets the finish. And another little tap there. But you know what? Thinking to you saying that he's, coming back from this ankle injury, still today would be scary, just this lump and this bump. And to say, sort of to echo what you're saying, Joe, here he goes again. Oof, that landing just makes me scared for him. But, it's nice when you're coming back from an injury to surf in clean, conditions when, the bluebird days. But right now, there is a lot of lump and bump, and you go up and hit a section, and sometimes you don't know what you're going to come down into. So I wonder if that's sort of, playing on his mind right now. It's just really tough, that mindset, trying to get it back after an injury, especially competing when it's like this, a lot of lump and bump out there.
The PTSD from the injury too, especially when you have to test it and you don't know, like the reverb with all of that. It must be so scary because you've sat out for such a long time recovering.
Flick, how's your foot?
Do you want me to do a little jig for you?
You're back.
I'm back.
You're back, 100%.
Yeah. No,
that's fantastic.
Not 100. I won't go that far. But hey, I'm throwing down some pretty nice carves on my forehand.
Nice.
A couple of backhand hangers.
There we go.
We're getting there, people.
Standard.
Just in time for Fui Jui.
Fui Jui. Maybe a barrel in Fiji.
Oh, there we go.
A Baza. Off the bottom and throwing the tail in the flats. Jackson, Bunch, please stand up. Oh, he went down. There was a session after he won a big event in Haleiwa, and I saw him right after, and he was just flying off momentum. He landed about 20 airs in a row. Just everything was perfect. He couldn't even sit still. He wasn't taking too many waves. He was just in the spot all the time, and I just started watching. It was amazing. How confident he was and how happy he was after a huge win in Haleiwa. He won it with like high 8s, maybe a 9 in there. He was on fire. Just so cool to see someone firing at all cylinders in basically a celebration surf after a huge win. Alejo gets stuck. Muniz started with a 5.17. And now at 34 years of age, he's got a great chance to make a comeback. When you look at all those years he had on the CT from 2011 all the way through 2016, his best season was that rookie year where he had 2 semifinal finishes. One in New York, which was that one-off event. He missed out on the final, which had a lot of prize money in their own right, won $300,000 that day.
And got his world title campaign going for that year. He started getting in the conversation for that world title.
Kolohe and Dino on the wind-up. Quickly whipping that through the lip. Wow, this has a nice line on it. Gets a little stalled out coming off that, but he'll celebrate the move. Kolohe surfed out at this break for so many years. A lot of big titles through the West Coast Championships, through the NSSA. One of the most successful surfers ever at that amateur level in Southern California. Broke Bobby Martinez's record at the time before Kolohe moved on to a pro career. There was one QS that Kolohe entered. It was like back when we called like 2 stars and 3 stars. And he was in the pro junior event. He was like 14 or 15. And I remember he kind of like lost in the pro junior and was like, uh-oh. He was all bummed, and I could tell he was trying to regroup because he was in the main event as well. And I think I just fired him up and he just went all the way. And the final was over Damian Hobgood, Taylor Knox, Adriano de Souza, and this young teenager won the whole thing. It was like this turning point, I think, for everyone going, oh my gosh, this is the real deal. He's more than ready to get on tour.
I remember seeing him. He was on a trip with his dad and Mike Parsons to South Africa, and I was like, wow, he was not even a teenager yet, I don't think. And I was like, he's going to be like massive one day, like superstar. Never seen a kid surf like that in my entire life.
He was funny too. I used to live at Sangalini Pier, and one time I got a knock on the door. It was Kolohe, Luke Davis, Ian Crane. They're just grommets. And I was like, no way, they're going to invite me to surf or something, you know? Kolohe's like, hey, the waves are good, we're going to surf. Do you have like a speaker or something you could call our waves? I was like, seriously? But yeah, they're rad. It was fun. I'd honestly just love watching their improvement. You know, surfing really, like the pier's not like a great wave at all. And they would just rip it all day long, surf all day, win contests on the weekend. There's some fun young California rivalries from Kolohe and kind of like Andrew Doheny at the time. He was a little bit older, who was winning a lot. I'm sure Andino can name a lot of inspirations growing up around these parts before he turned pro.
Him and Connor Coffin too.
That was a great one. Yeah, it's kind of like Santa Barbara versus San Clemente. They had some great heats together here at Huntington West Coast Champs. Dimitri throws a cool layback looking turn, and another messy section will take him down. Jackson decides to get out of there. And now a big extended vertical slam from Alejo. That's going to stand out for the judges among all the waves they've seen so far. Alejo Muniz, born in Argentina but moving to Brazil at a very young age. His brother Santiago represents Argentina competitively. Here we go, Flick.
Yeah, I really love this. He's obviously dropping this 2.43, only chasing a really low score to jump into an advancing position. I think he's got it. It just had that exclamation mark on it. It got me a little bit more excited. I think, I think for Alejo right now, hopefully he's going to start building confidence and take a little bit of momentum from that wave.
So Kolohe 5.37, 4.77. Put himself out in front, but we're waiting on scores from Alejo Muniz on that backside slam. We'll give you the update on the scores after this Bonsoy brew break. Alejo got the score to take the lead at 5.37, still with 11:30 on the clock. Now let's catch up with Mitchell Salazar, who's with our friends from IC.
So IC been a big part of the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. We got the ambassadors right here. One of them is Big Tony Alvarez. Tony, you're able to do CPR training. What does CPR do for a lot of these athletes, including Grayson and Ivan Florence?
Well, CPR training is a crucial element for anybody that's in an action sports environment or an extreme athlete of any kind. I mean, looking out for our friends, looking out for those around us, it's key. You know, making people better responders is what my goal is, and making people more aware how easy things like CPR and BLS really are for people. So fortunately, we had a class where Ivan and Grayson were in. They did a great job. They also went through Stop the Bleed also to kind of bring more to their community. Recently this week, we did a class with the WSL, which we had a great time, and we promoted more responders. And now people have more confidence to be able to go out and make a difference in everyday life when most people want to step away from it. So that's what we do. IC's message to get it out there to the community, breathing life back into society, so to speak, is a great message. And more people need to tap into that, because the more that we can help one another, the better that we will be as a society overall.
Thanks, Tony. Appreciate your time. Let's go on to Grayson Fletcher right here. Nice shades you got on, my man. What are we talking about in terms of the models right here?
Thanks, I appreciate that. These are actually my own model. I helped design them. 2.0, coming in hot. They got the side blockers, block all the sun out. And Ivan's working on his new ones. They just came out, dropped like a week ago or here. They dropped here. They're all recyclable, come from plastic from the ocean.
Ocean material recycled right here. You can get them now. Yeah. Go get yours.
All right. Okay, might as well. Yeah. Okay. Let's switch the other ones up. They're pretty sick too, guys. Okay. Real question though. Final one.
Let's go.
Who has the best facial hair out of the three of you?
Oh, Big Tony, come on, he's a legend. He's older than us. He's been around the industry forever, but I'll take a spot one day. Don't worry.
Cool. Check out IC, guys. Best class in business.
That was awesome, Mitch. What a crew, man. That's awesome. Big Tony loves to get big barrels as well, by the way. Absolute legend of a human being. As we see a big blast there. Another snap. Cool combo. Jackson Bunch enjoying that ride into the pier. Really in attack mode, and with this current, it's just inevitable to end up on the north side in your heat. Looks like he's managing the navigation through the pilings well. There he is, just going through the pier. The Maui boy looking for a 5.64 to move into the top two. Moving quickly, Rosie.
Yeah, I like that two-turn combo from him. We'll see if it's a score, but my initial reaction is it was two solid turns.
Extend a whip for Alejo. He's really bendy for how strong he is. Just slapping that thing to bits. A veteran who just gets stronger and stronger, more dedicated than ever to his craft. He's learned a lot over the years. One thing I notice about the difference from those early years on tour is just he's so much more powerful now. Really, really strong guy.
Yeah, that's true. Physically, I think you can even just see it. Him walking around the contest side, he looks a lot stronger. That wave there, I just impressed on the read. I mean, he took an extreme high line there just so he could squeak out those extra couple of turns. It'll be interesting to see. I don't know if it's going to improve on that situation, but he looks good. He looks really good. But you know what? I think Kolohe needs to be a little bit worried, because Jackson, to me, feels like he's sort of surfing his way into a bit of rhythm right now. I think, yeah, I just don't think, you know, there's so much room for movement on this board right now. You know, there's just 5s, 4s, and I just still see this wide open. You know, this could change. It just takes one person getting one wave. You know, even Dimitri only needs a 5 to jump up into an advancing position.
Little opportunity, splitting it up and going for a fun rotation above the lip, controlling it and kicking out. Kolohe Andino mixing things up for us.
He heard Flick. The 4.77, I mean, like you said, it's so tight when you look at the total numbers. The battle of the 4s and 5s, Jackson Bunch.
Jackson, real cool tail high, easy spin on the landing. Even threw down a turn before shooting the pier. He is not afraid to go underneath the pilings. We'll see Alejo kicking out. See if he did anything major right before that. So we'll see if we can get some separation on the scale. A couple of nice airs back to back from Kolohe, and then a real clean tail high version from Jackson Bunch.
I like Jackson's. I thought that was really good. Here we go. This is Alejo. One big belt on the pier bowl there, and he likes it. I mean, it was solid, it was strong, but I'm going to be interested to see where the judges go with Jackson's. I feel like, for me, that really stood out. super high air and maybe provide that separation you're talking about, Joe.
Kind of reminds me of the way Alejo approached the final against Kolohe here so many years ago, where, you know, sometimes there's themes with the judging of what really is getting rewarded at the time, and there seemed like there's this big transition into overall performance on set waves, but not necessarily airs, as we look at a big messy section for Andino, and wow, he had to be very smart on his feet to navigate that one.
That wouldn't have ended well for me.
No.
Like, I just would have been like, boom, straight into the pylon.
Yeah.
Honestly, those reflexes of mine, they're not that sharp.
I also think it's just like when you're so focused on it, like you need to find the space around the pilings. Like, you know, snowboarding through trees, don't look at the tree. Never look at the tree.
A lot of speed for Dimitri, and he keeps having these tough little falls at the end. I'm almost wondering if he's letting go of them to save the ankle.
Has Jackson's wave come in yet?
No, I don't think so.
Not yet. Yeah, he's got a 5.47 from 2 waves ago. Everyone needing a score. So a bit of a flurry of action here. Andino's been out front, but a lot of big numbers waiting. Alejo's closeout hack he just did on the right. But yeah, Alejo stuck to just the open face, picked off the set waves, and got that U.S. Open title where Kolohe was doing some big airs. So a mini little rematch for the veterans. But it's got to be, well, here we go. Last wave here for Andino, Rosie.
Yeah, this was scary. An ugly section that pushes him right through the pier. He's flying blind there for a split second. He had to kind of wipe that water out of his eyes, and then this one flick.
Yeah, this is what got me pretty excited. Manages to try and get a tiny little snap in there too before he shoots the pier. But, I mean, it was pretty critical, right? Like, that first section, he put it all on the line. This is Dimitri. Gets a little finish there.
Yeah, tough fall. And then the right from Alejo, Rosie.
Yeah, I love that deep bottom turn and the way that he just keeps himself compressed through that maneuver, that just keeping the knees bent so he's able to, well, this is an important wave, let's see.
Non-stop action, Jackson up and out. Wave before though, the air, 6.47. Jackson to first. Alejo's last, 6.3, Alejo to second. And Dino drops to third. And his last, a 3.77. Didn't like the messy section. So he has to wait for a better wave, needs a 6.25 now, and Dimitri needs a 6.64. And now a wide open pit right there, right out in front of it. Was Dimitri landed down.
Dimitri's such an exciting surfer, so explosive.
I was just going to say, a Kolohe going for it again. Another reverse, and he's liking it.
Doesn't mind to get vocal, doesn't mind getting fired up. There's a support crew there. Enjoying the passion and fire out of Kolohe Andino.
Well, he's chasing a 6.25, right? So it's got to be a similar score. You got to look back to Jackson's 6.47, Alejo's 6.3, even though Alejo, it was just the turn, but I mean, I guess the best comparison is the 6.47 from Jackson, which was also an air. I don't know where this is going to go. For me, yeah, it's just, you know, Alejo and Jackson are making a clear like jump now with those two sixes. And it all comes down really to that last wave of Kolohe and whether the judge is going to pay him or not.
Another wave rolling in, Alejo up and out. Had first priority there, so he's in that vulnerable second place position that Kolohe's gunning for. Jackson Bunch, the heat leader, backhand snap through the white water. Carves back. So he's mixing it up. He got the lead with that big air and now laying down some turns on his backhand. Minute 10 to go in a very close heat. Talking about 5s and 6s, but nothing towards the excellent range, is keeping it pretty jammed in that mid-range of the scoring scale. Kolohe still waiting to see how they'll react to his passion, but also that air that he threw down. A guy who held the #1 jersey in his career, kind of opposite to Alejo, where found success early as a rookie and then drifted down the rankings. Kolohe worked his way up into that #1 seed. And there's the rotation, hoping for a 6.25.
Yeah, he's really trying to sell it, Joe. I don't think that's going to be the number.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you, Rosie. You just go to Jackson's, right? And it's like, wow, okay, he got some serious height on that thing. And wow, that was a really nice one turn from Dimitri.
Yeah, kind of extending the fins out. It's almost like the turn could be over, but he wants to push even harder. Numbers starting to come in from Kolohe and Dino's punt. It's enough, a 6.67. Kolohe to first, Jackson to second, Alejo drops to third. And scores coming through for Dimitri now. So after a long wait for the air, Kolohe got the score he was hoping for.
Can I ask a question? Is it like Kolohe didn't get the grab on that air, which is technically more difficult? Was it maybe Jackson with the grab that separated those two
I feel
scores?
like it has, and also maybe the fact that it was done, it was quite inverted, right? I guess Kolohe's was pretty inverted.
I think it just comes down to the section, really, with just comparing those airs, where sometimes the technicality of the grab can make it harder, like a stale fish, but sometimes no hands is a lot more difficult to show how talented you are with your footwork and your upper body. And the section where Jackson landed, it was actually a soft shoulder.
True.
And Kolohe had
out in the flats,
more of a flat landing. So just air to air, 6.47 for Jackson, 6.67 for Andino. Real similar type of numbers. And the man from San Clemente gets it done.
That was clutch.
Yeah.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By IC Polarized, anchored in style for under $50. By Nissan Cup Noodles, the original instant ramen. And by Tractor Beverage Company, organically farmed beverages.
Eli Hanneman's in the water. He's looking to go back-to-back. Brett Simpson's done it. Kanoa Garashi's done it in recent times. He's got another surfer representing the Hawaiian Islands, Shion Crawford. Eli from Maui, Shion from Oahu. Jet Schilling from San Clemente. Morgan Siblick from Australia. Kolohe is already on the glass with AJ.
Yeah, that's right. Kolohe coming in, and before we even get into the heat, we got to show you guys what he was working with. So Kolohe, talk me through what happened with your board before you went out and how you fixed it.
Yeah, well, I've been working with Matt obviously my whole life, but like really closely the last 10 months trying to get my boards to be really good for me. And yeah, I finally felt like, oh my gosh, I have such like good boards. Like even starting back in April, I was just so excited about them. And then I was like, okay, I'm just gonna ride this thing as much as I can and get super used to it. And usually you don't really do that because you're scared to break it. And I pulled it out of the bag in the parking lot, and I was like, oh my gosh, that's the worst tail cancer ever, like fully, basically done. You'd have to get it repaired. And I was like, oh, I'm too used to it. So I just cut up a sticker and just threw it on, and sticker stayed on, made my heat, so all's good.
The comfort worked out. Walk me through that last wave. You knew you needed a big score. We saw the emotion when you landed that air. Take me inside that wave.
Yeah, I just knew it was like such a stacked heat, and you know, Alejo and Jackson and Dimitri are surfing so good, so I was just really excited at the opportunity to surf against those guys. And it's funky conditions, super hard to get like a 2 turns, but then the 2 turns ones are like worse than the 1 turn ones, so it was just super difficult. We're all getting 5s, and then a couple guys got 6s, and I was like, oh, I'm behind. And then Alejo was just bolting it towards me to like sit on me because I think there's only like 2.5 minutes left. And I just saw that right, and then, you know, there's that moment where you like, especially downwind, you like send it, and then you're like, I don't know if I'm gonna stick to my board, and then I just stuck it, and I was like, oh, I had so much emotion after it because I've had such a weird last like 4 years, and for me to come back and make that heat was huge for me.
Well, and one of the ones who was watching the most intently was Dakota when he was up here, because I know you're mentoring some of these younger guys, letting them stay with you. What does it mean to you to just come in with sort of a different vibe of the crew this year?
Yeah, the Aussies, the Yamba boys are staying at my house, the Walters and their dad and Oscar Berry. So yeah, it's just fun. I just got a bigger house, so it's just epic to have everyone come stay at my house, and my kids get to be around, you know, all the uncles from different parts of the world. So it's just been rad. And yeah, I'm not really mentoring them. I feel like I'm learning more from them than they're probably taking from me. So yeah, it's just awesome to have them around and have that support and that love around the world.
Congratulations, Kalohe. See you in the next one.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, AJ. Kalohe has grown up with that vibe. A lot of people have stayed at his house through the national championship era when they'd compete at lower. Surfers from Hawaii, from the East Coast, got really familiar with Van Dino household, and it's still a tradition today. And it all starts with his dad, Dino, former Rookie of the Year on tour, absolute standout in a lot of different events on the CT and then regionally as well. Dino's like best friends with Mike Ho, and so there's a cool connection there, and it's a global family, really, and that's what it's all about, staying together, supporting each other. You don't have to be from the same country.
Yeah, it's just to feel at home anywhere you go and to stay with a family when you're traveling. It just creates that like familiar environment for you. You wake up, you put the coffee machine on, you're all having chats over coffee, you go surf together.
Here comes Jet Schilling. Messy little left, but he's still finding the pace on it. He'll just slap that whitewater section and fall down. Jet had a 4.67 start. When Jet goes to Hawaii, he stays with Eli. Another great example there. They play ping pong all day long, go in the ice bath, sauna, surf together. But now they've got to separate all that. Shion's usually right in that same crew. Shion start 3.5. Former top 5 in the world, Morgan Siblick. Nice comfy start, Flick.
Yeah, a couple of little 2-turn combos there from Morgs, and you know what, smaller wave though, it just, you know what, I feel like it actually has dissipated in size quite a bit in the last sort of, I'd say, hour or so. Haven't seen those big meaty sections coming through like what we saw earlier. So we see Shion
Crawford. Cool looking carve. Snaps the whitewater section and redirects one more time and steps off. Shion Crawford, super talent from the North Shore of Oahu. Blew up on his home break in the Challenger Series when the final stop was Haleiwa. Got to the quarterfinals as a young wild card. It's obviously our favorite to watch him surf, but his posting interviews were amazing. Showstoppers.
Yeah, he's always good for a laugh and just a very honest review of his heat and the situation.
You know what I also like about him is he's got a very unique style. It was very pleasing to watch, but I just feel, saying it yesterday, but you know, you get a lot of manufactured styles these days, and it's a good thing, right? Because you're trying to emulate certain surfers. But then every now and then you just get one or two surfers that really stand out because they've just really leaned into their own style and what really works for them. And I feel like Shion's one of them.
Yeah, it's good to really focus on what your strengths are and just improve them to have a cool point of difference. So we're talking to the great Australian coach, Andy King, legend. Works with Medina, Tyler Wright. Wow, rotation above the lip from Jet Schilling, complete.
Yeah, no grab. Jet looking hungry. Shion, that was a beautiful wrap. I mean, honestly, you get your notepad out and just take notes of just the way that he muscled through that section, but kept it so clean.
Then a really cool bottom turn to set up 2 hacks from Simblick.
You know that one we saw from Jet? That was his opening wave, right? And I know it was a small wave, and I know he didn't get the finish, but I mean, for that full rotation, that was really quick. He only scored a 4.67.
Yeah, that's, I'm sure,
interesting.
That's pretty low. I felt like that was a pretty dynamic maneuver as a first option too, that risk factor of doing it as your opening turn.
Yeah. Yeah. Just interesting, you know, interesting scores.
Jet Schilling went on a really cool meditation retreat with guys like Griffin and Crosby. Jet's older brother Malik was there as well. Dr. Joe Dispenza led him through the meditative retreat, and he found some really cool moments in that journey, just closing your eyes and going deep. It's like long period meditation, so not just like 15 minutes. We're talking 6 hours a day, and it's guided. And he left there just inspired beyond belief. It kind of changed everything for him. He came on tour with confidence, and support started heading his way, and the power of positivity and visualization is a source of success for Jet.
And not long after that, he won the World Junior Champs.
Exactly. That was crazy.
It was insane. And
Ripping.
I mean, one of the first North Americans to do that in like recent, like the structure of the World Junior Champs that we have now. I think he's one of the first North Americans.
Eli up and out. But yeah, just coming off a moment like that where, you know, the retreat is meaningful. It's, you know, to be in a better life, a headspace as a human, but for your career as well. And coming out of that into the World Junior title, the new sticker on your board, and all of a sudden he's like, hang on, I got this. Pretty cool.
Caught up with him yesterday. He's moved in with Griffin and Crosby, so they've really created like this little group together. They cook together, they train together, they surf together, so really getting that same kind of energy and support system for each other. So it's really cool to see, and look at his performance. Yesterday he won his heat. He was super elated. He was like, I haven't won a heat in such a long time, so he was feeling that emotion.
Eli Hanneman, the defending U.S. Open champ, is in motion. Moving quickly off the backhand snap. Pushes the fins out and ends up out the back. Born and raised on the island of Maui, just recently moved over to the North Shore of Oahu, and that was just, you know, a business move with pipe, sunset, all these waves that he really needs to be surfing all the time. But yeah, his home base, always Maui, his best friends in the world from there. And even though it's just a quick, you know, flight to the outer island, at first he's like, wait, I got to leave home? But yeah, it's all about, you know, his performance at those waves. So it's been doing really well for him the last couple years. Let's catch up with Mitchell Salazar.
Here with Nate Floden from a great day in the Stoke. Nate, first of all, congratulations. It's going to be the third edition of A Great Day in the Stoke later on this year, September 14th. Can you tell us a little bit about the event?
Yeah, Great Day in the Stoke is the largest gathering of black surfers in history. So we're going to have a surf competition because our mission is to increase the number of black competitive surfers across the African diaspora. So we got some surfers coming from Brazil, Senegal, across the United States, here in SoCal, NorCal. You know, it's pretty exciting. And then we don't want people just to watch, we want them to participate. So we're gonna have free surf lessons, and health and wellness is important in the community. So our sponsor for this year, Lululemon, they're gonna host 4 yoga sessions. And if you come participate in a yoga session, you get a token, and you can go to the store across the street and get a free item.
Awesome. How do more people find out about how to get involved in A Great Day in the Stoke and come down and watch, Nate?
Well, we are on social media, A Great Day in the Stoke, and also our website is www.agreatdayinthestoke.com.
September 14th, right here at Southside HB Pier. See you there.
Love it, Mitch. Definitely we'll see you there. That is awesome. Looking forward to that big event this September. 18:25 on the clock, and we've got Eli, cool pace on the roll-in, just feeling his way off the top and then ditching the fins. I think he was anticipating a better section to work with, but on his ability, man, he's just stuck to his board, getting surfboards from Mount Biolas. Right now in 4th, needing a 5.3 to move into the top 2. Flick?
It was a good read for a very, very tricky wave to read. I mean, this thing had froth all over it, really hard to surf. You can see his fins would have been cavitating there. And then exactly what you said, Joe, I think he was probably thinking this wave was going to offer him a lot more, but good read for really, I mean, a difficult wave to surf.
Yeah, it's like one thing when you anticipate a certain type of feel on a turn, but when you already have your board out of the water, it's just so amazing how he can stay over his equipment so well and adjust on the fly. Elijah Kealoha Hanneman chasing a 5.3. Here comes Jet. So much speed. Blast in the pocket. Quickly hammers it for a cool combo.
Whew, that was nice. Tack sharp.
Same wave. Down the line was Morgan Siblick. Morgan trying to get out of 4th.
Yeah, this heat too, you know what? Playing out very similar to the last. A bunch of 4s and 3s and really wide open. And it's just going to take one person to just sort of drop a little bit of a bigger score. Let's have a look at Jet here. Lightning fast out of the top here. Really gets that drift on the fins. And then just the reaction time to go straight back up into the lip. He's fired up. You can see that. And behind, on the same wave, this is Morgs. So just the one turn for him. And definitely he's going to be looking for a little bit more. But I liked what I saw from Jet.
Great to see from Jet. World Junior title, new sponsor, new tattoos as well. It's in the prime of his life and in the lead at the moment. 307 is the one he's going to get rid of with that performance. It turns into a 5.10 to extend his lead. Last of Hanneman, 4.33 on that fin throw. So it's still incredibly close to advance into the round of 16.
Yeah, we're going to the halfway point and even more subdued than what we saw in that last heat. Really keeping the scale tight. Jet only getting that mid-ranger for the 2-turn combination. I felt like the degree of difficulty to go from that first maneuver straight into that next one was just an incredible cat-like reflexes.
Yeah. I still just keep going back to the 4.67 for his opening wave, and I'm thinking, oh, maybe should there have been a couple more points there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just feel like maybe that could have been a little bit higher.
Last of Siblick gets him into second. 4.27 for Morgs. Morgan just had this rise to stardom. And it was really fun when his sponsor Rip Curl called Vaughn Blakey, Nick Paulette. They made a movie, Postcards from Morgs. It is a classic if you haven't seen it yet. Here's a cool full rotation attempt. Jet Schilling going for a huge score. And then a couple of busy maneuvers on the back end of Siblick to follow. Now a redirect from Hanneman. And he's out.
That would have been huge from Jet if he had landed it. That was the difference in this heat. That would have been the one that really started to edge him up, separate him from the pack.
Going for 10 right there. That was huge.
Big. Really big. He's like, okay, I guess I got to go really big if that's what I go for a 4.67. Let's go.
It's true, though, because watch this replay. I mean, he finds the section. He has the speed. He winds up on the first option. Beautiful. No grab. I mean,
so close.
Aerobatics? Question mark?
Acrobatics?
There we go.
He's good at aerobics?
Aerobics. Give me the vibe.
He's getting it all, for sure. That was a big attempt. It's hard landing as well. I'm always impressed how they pick themselves up after trying airs like that, because those wipeouts are painful.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're going that fast, too. Sometimes, I know it's water that we're landing into, but you're going that fast, you can wind yourself.
Yeah.
You know, just if that water tension isn't broken, I mean, he can do some damage. He can definitely do some damage.
Yeah, that speed, it feels like concrete.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Jets out front, Morgan in second. Morgan, in his rookie season, made the finals at Lower Trestles back in 2021. It's interesting when you find success so early. I remember when he qualified, I just wanted to meet him. You know, he's in Hawaii. I was like, oh, wait, how do I pronounce your last name? He's like, it doesn't matter, mate. And I'm like, no, it does. Like, this is your career. He honestly was like, it's all good.
Sounds very Australian.
And I was like, what can we expect on tour? He's like, I don't know. It was like so honest.
That the postcards from Morgs was so hilarious. Like, what were they trying to like get McFanning's attention?
Yeah,
it
that
was
movie was
just
classic.
so good.
Yeah, they had him. He calls Mick. He's like, Mick, what's up? It's Morgs. He's like, who?
He goes into the Rip Curl store and they're like, that'll be this much. He's like, no, I'm on the team.
He's like, yeah, sure, mate. Oh, yeah, definitely a must watch. We're going to take a break, but gosh, let's see Jet wind up for more of these after this Bonsoy Brew break. .10:30 on the clock in the last heat of the day. Let's go to the Pacifico fan picks. 33% for Morgan Siblick, just edging out Eli Hanneman with 32%. So everyone out there remembering that big rookie season from Morgan, finishing 5th in the world. Also about 8:30 in Australia. A lot of fans for Siblick. Jet Schilling, 29%, really close to being in the mix as well for a favorite to win this heat. Coming off the pier and laying down a nice carve on the end section is Morgan Siblick. And the man from Meriwether Beach surfing for the lead. Last wave was a 5.93, so he already took first off Jet Schilling. Now looking to improve on a 4.27 with that wave flick.
Yeah, here we go. We'll get back to that Shion.
Crawford quickly to the top and goes straight down.
I mean, Rosie, we were both just talking about, but I feel like the scale in this heat's quite low, right? So I'm just not sure where that last one of Morgs is going to go in the context of this. You know, he has got that 5.93. This is Morgs now. Wow, one big belt.
And that was the 5.93 that got him the lead, and then last of Jet here, Flick.
Okay, so Jet just going to the air, chucks the tail out there, gets the finish. So He's stoked with that.
Yeah, he's definitely asking the question of the judges. Looks like he's going to finally be rewarded, Flick.
So some crucial scores coming in with 8:40 on the clock. Jet Schilling's brother Malik, really kind human being, great on the dance floor as well. Works with Gary Ward. Gary Ward is always a staple at lower trestles. If you ask Gary Ward how the waves are, he's going to tell you it's fun every single day. Positive. You're like, no, how is it though? It's super fun. 1 foot to 6 foot. G-Dub's living the dream. Jet Schilling 6.0. And back in first, Siblick waiting for his last score to see if he can get his lead back, but a good battle for the top two at the moment. With Jet going back to first, Eli now needs a 5.04. Xi'an needs a 6.47, and Xi'an wants to make the most of this. He was first alternate with Cowley Voss winning gold and still celebrating in Paris. It gave him this opportunity, got through the round of 64, and he doesn't want to stop right here.
That's a late call-up. I mean, was he here in the States ready to go as a first alternate?
Yeah, he was standing by just in case. There's rumors that Cowley is going straight to Paris. I saw a vision of it on stage. Cowley Voss on a microphone with a huge crowd. Jeremy Flores right next to him. They're having the time of their life. Here comes Jet. Oh, wow. Throw tail, lands it, and goes into another section. He is loving that left into the pier.
I feel like his opener that we thought was a little bit underscored maybe is the best thing that could have happened to Jet. Like, it's really fired him up even more.
You know, I feel like I've understood now what the judges want. I think they just want that closeout section with more lip to it when you're going for these airs, right? Because even though it was a full rotation that he did on that 4.67, it was just a flatter, maybe not as risky, you know? Like, it has to be that. I think I've cracked the code, guys. It's only taken me to the Heat 16 of the day, but I've worked it out.
Well, you're giving us a fair example of like a competitor. You always want to be up to date with the scale. What's working and what's not working.
So I would have lost the heat today.
Well, it's like what Brett was saying when he's in here. He's like, you're not really seeing what the other surfers are doing all the time. So it's not like, oh, that was a good turn.
Yeah.
That got a 6. You're kind of trying to feel out the scale. And if you have a chance to watch a lot of heats like Al Cleland did, he knew exactly what the judges were looking for.
And also watching your own surfing, like watching your tape, I'm sure Jet knowing in his head, like, this is what this feels like, this is what this looks like.
Wow, a very risky backside air reverse just because of the pilings coming up so close, but Eli relying on his strength of being one of the best aerialists on tour. Nails it right before the pilings. Chasing a 5.27. Morgan's previous, a 4.5. And we'll see how the judges like that rotator. Well done for Eli, putting that down before running out of room. Jet Schilling, part of the San Clemente crew. Congrats, Rosie, once again. San Clemente board riders taking the title. And the women's team won the entire thing. It was a big statement made to help the board riders win the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean,
congratulations.
that event, thank you, Joe. Yeah, that event is so fun. I'm just so happy to be a part of it. It was great. I mean, it was actually the younger girls that absolutely ripped. It was great to see them on finals day. Just under pressure, just holding it down, and we won again. And Jet's going to be pretty stoked with his scores.
Gosh, it must be so hard to pick a team. I mean, San Clemente has so many good surfers.
We do, but Sawyer is now on the championship tour, so you can't really take your championship tour surfers. But yeah, there's so much talent in
Oh, are you not
San
allowed
Clemente.
to use a CT surfer?
No, you can't use a CT surfer, and lots of the surfers were out on the Challenger Series. So yeah, it was really cool opportunity for some younger surfers to get the nod.
Okay. Because you watch the Australian board riders battle. So is it? Well, I guess once you retire, you can participate in the board riders. We look at a little backside hammer from Hanneman, loving it, extending that finish, and then Jet flying down the line flick.
Wow, he's just getting so fired up, isn't he? And he gets a little finish here too. Yup, this claim. Ready? And then this one from Eli, I mean, that got me a little bit worried. I mean, I don't even want to say it. I'm not even going to verbalize what I was just about to say, but geez, that was just cutting it pretty close, right?
Now Eli really feeling out a lot of waves in a short period of time just to make sure he's in the top two. His last couple are in, 5.97 and now a 5.17 back-to-back. And throwing a big sweep off the lip line. Siblick trying to show the judges that vertical closeout hack that's been scoring all day. Jet building to a 7.17 and a 6. So just like Eli going back-to-back for keepers, Jet's counting his more recent waves. So he's building. And he's up again and kicking out. So Jet and Eli top two. Siblick's dropped to third, needing a 5.22. And Xi'an now needs a 7.41.
Yeah, Eli kind of going from fourth into second place there. He had to really build that momentum to put himself in contention.
11 waves.
It's a lot of
most of those
surfing.
caught in the last 10 minutes.
So you're allowed to compete on the board riders because you're retired from the C team.
Yes.
So
and
former C tiers are allowed.
That's right, Joey.
That's great. As we see the blast there, what'd you like there, Rosie?
Wow, it was super vertical, and Morgan, knowing that he slipped down into third place, he needs a number, needed that wave.
So right there, Morgan wants something. He maybe priority.
Wow.
And he's not happy about it, but he should be happy that he's in second now. 5.77, fourth priority. He's ready for a rotation, still asking for it. Eli's dropped to third, the defending U.S. Open champion. Needs a 5.73. It's 11.7 for Morgan, 11.14 for Eli. Jet's now got a little bit of breathing room because he has the two best waves of the heat. And Xi'an need around an 8 to move on to the round of 16. If you're second in this heat, you'll surf against Kolohe.
Whoa.
As we see the fin waft there from Xi'an Crawford.
Tense times for Eli in that third place. I mean, he turned it around, 2 quick waves, got him into contention. Here goes Morgs again.
Morgan throwing the reverse, but he's down. 55 seconds. Siblick saying they're trying to keep things just calm and comfortable, knowing how fun it is to travel around the world, trying to see a lot of things on this trip instead of overly preparing, which can sometimes add more stress. Trying to let things flow. 30 seconds. Eli needs a wave, a 5.73.
You know what? Looks pretty flat out there right now. Not sure if he's going to get another opportunity.
And scores drifted in for Xi'an. It'll be Crawford's best so far, a 6.4. Into the countdown, Xi'an left chasing a 5.3. Xi'an and Eli, the two surfers representing Hawaii, will run out of time. Morgan Siblick will move on to take on Kolohe and Dino. Jet Schilling taking the big win. Griffin, Jake Davis, and Kate Matson excited looking at the draw for the round of 16. What a big day of competition, setting up some big rounds of surfing for the weekend. Coming up next, join us on the 805 Post Show. It is time for the 8:05 post show to break down all the action. And a lot of ripping went down today on Friday. The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. How about Jet Schilling? His hand's going to be sore, all these high fives, especially when he gets patted on the back from Big 20. Cole Hausman, proud of that performance. San Clemente on top in that last heat of the day, and then heat before, Kolohe getting through. A lot to celebrate there for Rosie Hodges' hometown, new hometown. Well, you're a resident these days. Joe Trappell, Rosie, and Mitchell Salazar. Mitch, you had fun today.
I did.
You got to hang out with Big Tony, Grayson,
Dude.
Ivan. They gave you new shades.
That was a challenge right there. Like when I knew I was going to be doing that today, I was going into it with a lot of open-mindedness, and it was real fun. I thought today was a great day of action. A lot went down, though. I mean, people, really went down in terms of the rankings. Some other people really succeeded. George Pitar, buzzer beater too. Big moment for him, Joey.
Yeah, also losing Eli Hanneman. He was looking to go back-to-back this year.
Yeah, we've had a couple upsets today, and we're going to get into it in this post show. But this is, heartbreak on the Challenger Series because we're obviously at that halfway point. Some people can't afford these mishaps. They've got their two throwaways that some have great results. But yeah, it was tricky conditions today.
Yeah, definitely got tricky in the afternoon as well with that wind picking up. It wasn't really obvious on which waves to work with out there.
Yeah, and it kind of switched halfway through the round too. So those people that had the early heats in the round, I thought had much cleaner conditions. All of a sudden, it just switched over. We had big performances like Jet Schilling, Joe.
13-1-7 total and a win, and some high fives from the crew. Jet Schilling's on the glass with AJ.
Yeah, you guys were talking about just how tricky the conditions were, Jet. Managing it pretty well, though, for you. What were the key identifiers of which ways you wanted to take off on and what you wanted to do once you took off?
I honestly saw that there was a lot of ramps out there, and yeah, I don't know. I was like, all right, this is my strength, and I'm just going to stick with it and just go for it.
Well, that's what I was going to say is we've seen you have some massive errors, some great moments because of it. So while the conditions have changed so much, how do you feel like it set up you for success?
Yeah, I don't know. I just looked out, and there was air section, so that's all I could really ask for, and I'm just stoked. Yeah.
As you should be back here in Huntington Beach. You got a great crowd here in the athlete zone on the beach. Just how special is it for you to get a chance to compete here?
Oh my gosh, it's a dream, honestly. I lost in the 9th round last year, so it'll be a good battle with Jackson. He's such a great friend, and he'll probably want to beat me just as bad because we have a little rivalry, but it's all good, and I'm very excited.
Looking forward to seeing you then.
Thank you.
I can't wait for that one. Whoa, Jackson Bunch, Jet Schilling. There's a lot of similarities there. How do you separate them?
Well, I just like that I like that he called out the rivalry. I like it when people can just recognize that you have two people that are ultra competitive, kind of in that similar age bracket, and they have a lot to prove.
Dude, that's probably why we got the reacts from the boys. They're going, oh my gosh, Jackson versus Jet. That's a fun rivalry to look forward to, Mitch.
And that's a rematch of World Junior Championships, the final over there, too. And I still remember when Rosie, he cried next to you in the post-heat interview. It was an emotional moment. Tomorrow's a big day for that guy, though. You got to do it on home soil, Joe. This is the event where you got to prove you can be a champion right here in HB.
Right. Well, I can't read my notes anymore, but we've got Riaru. Gosh, what a legend he is. Excellent scores all week, and he did this crazy punt today in a very emotional celebration heat. Ian Govea, wow. After a few solid years of trying to get himself back into the championship tour, it became official today, Rosie.
Yeah, incredible. Welcome back to the championship tour, Ian Govea. But this was such a rad heat to watch. Riaru was just on fire, Mitch.
Yeah, and he got the say out of nowhere, too. This is the single highest wave score he's had in his CS career. Jadson Andre had this wave right towards the end. Could have been a buzzer beater, just came short. But then Jan Govea, Joe, he's back on the CT for 25.
What a big celebration for Ian Govea. You know, a lot of things could have gone different ways when you know that you're very close to clinching. That could add more pressure. But he was able to ride in with his famous stink bug stance and celebration. He's one of the funniest guys you'll ever meet, but emotional too. You know, the son of Fabio Govea, he's have surfing through his veins. He's absolutely is going to be dangerous next year in 2025. Losing Jansen and Teixeira, who were ripping yesterday. So it was not an easy heat, Rosie.
Yeah, stacked. I mean, a lot of competitive knowledge in that heat, but Ryaru has been super impressive to me throughout this event, Mitch.
Yeah, he definitely has, and I feel like a lot of those people that go under the radar, all of a sudden they're in the semifinals, they make the final. That's like Hiroto Hara did it just over a decade ago, Joe.
That's so true. Yeah, a lot can change on the live rankings. One of the coolest additions to this season. You can find it all on worldsurfleague.com. After every heat finishes, you get an update. Ian Gouveia officially on tour. We did lose Samuel Pupo, his good friend Joao Chianca knocked him out, so that's a shaded name to see his scenarios moving forward for the rest of the season. George Pitar up a spot. Jackson Bunch into the round of 16 to take on Jet is all the way into the top 10 position. And also Dakota Walters moving up 10 spots up to 12th, competing through finals weekend. And a really familiar name, Kaiwa Belly, also starting to head the right direction on his road to requalification. Enjoy those live rankings on the website. After every heat, double check, see where your favorites are going on their hope to qualify. On the women's tour, it's top 5 at the end of the season. And one surfer we've been watching very closely, especially in the last few months, Vahine Fierro from Tahiti representing France. Really tough moment today, getting an interference.
Yeah, and unfortunately for her, she just went up against two surfers that are very, very good in these types of conditions. Laura Hobb had a great heat, even though she bowed out. And then Vahine made it interesting. She did have a couple of waves towards the end, Rosie, but it was a priority interference alongside Laura Hobb that got her eliminated in this heat.
Yeah, this one, I mean, you can't help but feel, as you can see there, that impeding the priority there, Laura pushing the issue. But for Vahine, I mean, she's won in Tahiti. She's doing so well on the rankings. And then to have that error is just incredibly heartbreaking. And that's going to be a mistake I don't think she'll ever make in her career again.
Oh, so tough knowing how well she's been surfing as well. And had big plans for the U.S. Open. It was some great surfing, though, from Keala Tomoto Bannard, representing Hawaii, and also a veteran of WA, Bronte McCauley, staying in the top 2 spots to move on into the round of 16. And remember, it's all about live rankings. Vahine still has more time. This is top 4, but she'll have to reset for just 2 more events in the Challenger Series, Rosie.
Yeah, and that's so tough. But there is still a chance. She's got a good result, but now taking home this kind of lackluster result with another couple throwaways, it just makes things a lot more difficult.
Right, just the sting of the travel too. You know, with so much pressure she probably felt in the Olympics and not really fulfilling what her goal was on her home court. Then to come here and have a sting of a priority moment, that's going to be tough to shake off.
Yeah, and I think the key thing to say right here is that both of those heats were within reach. You know, and that's why it feels so much worse, because you knew that you had a chance to be able to make it to that point, and you just weren't successful in that, Joe.
Well, the only surfer of the top 10 out of the contest, Vahine Fierro, as we check out the live rankings, you see she's dropped out of the top 5, and Nadia Arostarbe, 817 earlier, takes that spot in 5th for the time being, but a lot of contenders heading into the weekend that are still in the mix.
Yeah, the ladies keeping it interesting for us, all advancing there, so keeping things tight. The top 5 qualifying for the championship tour. I mean, this is going to come down to the last event, I have to say. I mean, there is opportunity for 2 surfers to qualify here at the U.S. Open, but I think those rankings are going to stay really tight.
Pretty fun watching how it flip-flops, because Aaron Brooks and Bella Nichols are good friends. Aaron won her heat, moved to number 1. Bella won her heat. Okay, back to number 1. It's fun to watch heading into the weekend. Now, if I'm part of the 805 post show, the Cup Noodles wave of the day. Ryaru, congratulations. This wave was a beauty. Another excellent score going to the air, Rosie.
Yeah, just incredible. I mean, this was a clutch moment for him where he had to kind of get that score, solidify that lead, and make his name known. So that was really cool to see him perform this kind of surfing.
8.83 on one movement.
Yeah, pretty unexpected and spontaneous, which is something really cool. And as Rosie was pointing out, at that point of the day, it was already getting tough. So for him to be able to do that right there, one of the few excellent scores we saw in the entire round, Joe.
See how the waves are. A little wave check. Surfline, thanks so much for getting into the weekend. We saw the biggest day today. It could be a little bit easier to manage tomorrow as it trims down with size, with Fabio and Amelia still doing their workout there, Ro.
Yeah, and you know, with this intense hurricane energy that we've seen, it dissipates really quickly. So where a ground swell will stick around for 2 or 3 days, we're going to see things kind of slow down a little bit, but that swell's going to combo up. There's still going to be some lingering height in the surf. Saturday and Sunday, it still looks super contestable.
Yeah, and what I really like too is that Sunday we're supposed to have a little bit of wind swell, so if that northwest wind picks up, it should be much peakier than we saw today. I like those crossed up days right here for summertime, HB. I think it's going to be a great weekend, Joe.
Peaks. Pop-up peaks, air sections.
Yes, sir.
Big roundhouses, carves, everything.
You got the Heritage Heat going on tomorrow.
Oh, my gosh.
And then you have the Challenger Series. That's going to be a great weekend.
Mike Parsons, Shane Beshin, Tom Curran,
Deba,
Jeff Deffenbaugh, Matt Archibald.
Ooh.
He was on the San Clemente Board Riders team as well as Shane Beshin, and they were unbelievable. But yeah, it's going to be a total buffet.
You guys are loaded with talent.
Gorge ourselves.
Exactly.
Over the weekend.
Well, it's time for the daily top 5. Hard to choose these ones, but they earned it. Coming in at number 5 on the list. That's right, Erin Brooks. 6.33 going as fast as she can, Mitch.
Yeah, and you know, it'd be a historic moment if she's able to achieve qualification status at this event, Joe. The way she's been able to surf has been very impressive. To me, more than anything, it's how well she's been able to compete all year long. Would be a major moment for Canadian surfing if she's able to do it right here at the Open.
Competing with that ankle brace, saying that she hurt herself just before Bolito. So Erin kind of working through the niggles of an ankle injury, but looking strong.
Dad helping her with the hair there, too. Number 4, great job to Jarvis Earl, 7.67 and a 6.73.
This was such a great heat. Miggy Pupo and Jarvis Earl were trading waves, trading the lead. Jarvis Earl in the end clinched, and working with Brett Simpson, he is looking like a really good pick for this event.
Dangerous. Nadia Arrow, Star Bay, getting the number 3 spot today, Mitch.
Yeah, and it's hard to say that not only did she shine out there, but her wave selection was on point. I talked to her yesterday. She was a bit nervous about being one of the first heats in the morning. Didn't look so when she was on these waves, Rosie.
Yeah, she was unbelievable. Great to see her. And just her post-heat interview, so likable, so relaxed. Yeah, big smile.
Number 2, Kalohe Andino's buzzer beater, Rosie.
This was crazy. And I think listening to Kalohe with the interview, just saying, you know, that section, he knew he needed the score. Going on that tricky section, no grab, just super technical. He takes the win.
Just heard "Get It Right" echoing through
they
the
got
Main
it
Street.
right.
What a moment. All passion, all fire into the next round to take on Morgan Siblick, and winning the post show today, Ian Govea back on the CT. Parabéns, congratulations.
Yeah, and he was able to do just enough to make it into the next round too. An emotional moment. If you go on Instagram and see his dad, Fabio's post, pretty emotional stuff too. Really proud of this kid. He's worked hard, Joe, and qualifies within the first 4 events of the year. Awesome stuff for young Govea.
Ian Govea, great in the air, great on the open face, great in the barrel as well. Absolutely charges. He's matured a lot. He's learned a lot. He calls himself an athlete now. I think he just relied on his natural talent on tour. How funny was that? He was eating whatever he wanted, said lots of chocolates, and now he's he's focused and feeling better than ever.
Yeah, I love that, and getting emotional on that podium, chatting with AJ, and I love that. I love seeing the passion and the heart and the sacrifices to get him to this moment and to see him requalify after what, 5 years?
That's right. It's been a while since 2018, and we have some big matchups tomorrow, Mitch.
Ooh.
Erin Brooks, Sally Fitzgibbons. What a story there.
Yeah, an awesome one. A lot of history between those two as well, but I'm looking forward to seeing Alan Cleland for the first time compete on the round of 16 tomorrow. He's got a big heat. Emrod, Jet Schilling, Jackson Bunch. It's going to be an awesome weekend. You better show up tomorrow in HB.
Lakey Peterson, Bronte McCauley.
Ooh,
I might not sleep tonight.
Yeah, no, and we know it's going to happen.
This
That's
is
the
pretty
thing with the US Open. You're like, once it's going, and it's on. So it's a big old stacked up weekend for us.
I'm sleeping here. This is great.
Well.
We've got a great view. Thanks, everybody. That's it for the 8 at 5 post show. See you tomorrow. It's on 7:30. Take care. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.